This live broadcast is not about religious views. This is about our constitutional rights as Americans and how the government decided to take every right away from the people who died on April 19th, 1993 in Waco, Texas. The purpose of this live broadcast is to give a voice to the people who the media has kept voiceless for so long. This story is their story and is now being told by the members of their congregation and community to set the record straight. This 30-year live anniversary broadcast is to remember their friends, family, children, and loved ones who lost their lives as a result of this tragedy brought on by our own tyrannical government. So I invite you to please listen and watch with an open heart and an open mind as we respectfully remember and honor the lives lost that day in Waco, Texas. Like my father often said, evil happens when good men do nothing. Viewer discretion is advised. Hey, Skiba News Nation family, we're here in Waco, Texas to do the 30th anniversary for the survivors. We're going into the presentation room. They've already started. We're at the Taylor Museum, so let's go on in. Now, this is for the survivors, and we'll be going to Mount Carmel here in a little bit. But I'm going to be super quiet when I go there.
Hey, Opa, you're going to want to change that to full screen.
I'll check on it. There's a whole bottle of water and cooler over there, and there's water bottle. And is that better? Yes. So thank you all for being here. And after taking your drink,
They're about to start the press conference here in a few moments. Let people get some drinks, get settled.
it's 10 a.m. So we're going to go ahead and start.
I have to go change that.
And anyone who has so, and my name is Dr. Catherine. And I'm going to introduce the panelists. So, Big Skiba, actually survivor, speaker, and first down there is guide. And there's again Dr. Jacob Arnold. He's a historian with and so four of us are going to make statements. Dr. Arnold is going to make a statement for Dr. James Tabor, Bible scholar, who cannot be here today. And our statements are going to be very brief, and then we'll take questions from the press. And then there'll be one last announcement after the questions are over and questions and answers are over. And we're aiming to start the memorial, the Branch Davidian Memorial, exactly at 11, close to 11 if we can. Right? So I'm going to make my statement first. And basically, it's a simple statement, or I've got it's a series of statements that about points that I think are very important about this case that very often people in general and journalists often miss. So I'll go ahead with that. So the first point I want to make is that the man who lives at Mount Frankincense at the present time was never a member of David Koresh's group known as the Branch Davidian. It is misleading when a reporter writes that this individual is the current Branch Davidian pastor, unless the article clarifies that he has no connection to the David Koresh Branch Davidian group. So that's the first statement I want to make. The second statement that I want to make is that David Koresh's statutory rape of underage girls did not come under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, whose agents attempted to execute a dynamic entry on February 28, 1993, resulting in the deaths of 4 ATF agents and 6 Branch Davidians in Minneapolis. And I want to go on and explain that in 1992, Texas Child Protective Services investigated the Branch Davidians for child abuse and closed the case for lack of evidence. The Branch Davidians federal agents conflict in 1993 was interactive, with multiple parties interacting with each other. The interactions between federal agents, the news media, and the Branch Davidians produced the final outcome, which was the fire on April 19th. News stories labeling the Branch Davidians with the dehumanizing and stigmatizing word cult contributed to a social context in which federal agents carried out unnecessary aggressive action against the Branch Davidians. FBI agents took over the case on March 1st, and as a result of FBI investigation, FBI decision makers knew about the Branch Davidians' apocalyptic theology of martyrdom, and as it was taught by David Koresh. Nevertheless, every time Branch Davidians cooperated and adults came out of the residence, the FBI's hostage rescue team punished the Branch Davidians inside the building by using tanks to run over or crush their vehicles, move their vehicles, by shining bright spotlights all night long at them, and also by blasting high decibel sounds around the clock at them. So the hostage rescue team was engaging in what is called the stress escalation, which is not conducive to negotiations, and FBI negotiators knew that. A total of 21 children were sent out in the early part of the siege, and a total of 14 adults came out by March 25th. All right, so now turning to April 19th, I want to say that CS gas, which is tear gas, is intended for outdoor use only. It's not supposed to be used indoors in enclosed space. On April 19th, 1993, after a 5.5-hour tank incident gas assault against the Branch Davidians who were remaining in the residence, a member of the FBI's hostage rescue team, who was driving a combat engineering vehicle, was ordered to drive the CEC into the center of the building and spray CS gas toward the open doorway of a concrete room in which mothers, 2 pregnant women, and young children were sheltered. This task was completed at 11:49 a.m. After the same CED was driven to the southeast corner of the building and sprayed CS gas into the second floor window, the first flames became visible at 12:07 p.m. And fire quickly consumed the building, as we all saw on television. 76 people died in the fire. 22 children aged 13 and younger, 7 teenagers, and 47 adults. These numbers include 2 pregnant women and their babies who were inside that concrete room that was gas. You hadn't seen it. 9 people managed to escape the fire. So those are my brief statements, and I'll be happy to take questions later. And if anybody wants to see my publications, look at my academia.edu on the Catherine list. So the next person will be Dr. Stuart Frank.
Morning, everyone. Dr. Stuart Wright, I'm a professor and chair of the Department of Sociology and Social Clinical Justice at Emory University of Baltimore. I'm going to read you a statement and we'll read from actually the government report, final government report. So 30 years removed from the deadly siege and standoff at Mount Carmel, there's still a lot of misinformation, feeding narratives, define, revise, and redefine these events. If I only had 7 minutes to speak, I thought to remind our audience that Congress conducted an exhaustive investigation into the Waco produced 6th. And actually, I testified the first day as congressional hearings. So I'm going to read from the executive summary of the report, just a few key findings to remind us what was learned. On page 3, under the subtitle Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the ATF's investigation of the Branch Davidians was grossly incompetent. It lacked the minimum professionalism expected from major federal law enforcement agencies. While the ATF had probable cause to obtain the arrest warrant for David Forrest and the search warrant for the Branch Davidian residence, the affidavit filed in support of the warrants contained an incredible number of false statements. The ATF agents responsible for preparing the affidavits knew or should have known that many of the statements were false. David Forrest could have been arrested outside the Davidian residence. The ATF chose not to arrest Forrest outside the Davidian residence and instead were determined to use a dynamic entry approach. In making this decision, ATF agents exercised extremely poor judgment, made erroneous assumptions, nor concealed the peril of first action. The decision to pursue a military-style raid came over 2 months before surveillance undercover infiltration. The ATF undercover and surveillance operation lacked the minimum professionalism expected from a federal law enforcement agency. Supervisors failed to properly monitor the operation. The ATF's raid plan for February 28th was significantly flawed. The plan was poorly conceived, utilized a high-risk tactical approach when other tactics could have been successfully used. It was drafted and commanded by ATF agents who were less qualified than other available agents and used agents who were not sufficiently trained for the operation. Under the subheading, the Department of Justice. The decision by Attorney General James Reno to approve the FBI's plan to end the standoff on April 19th while behind the The Attorney General knew or should have known plans to end the standoff to contain the Davidians inside the church. The Attorney General knew or should have known the FBI agents, society as a whole, and the possibility of peaceful resolution. And then under the subheading, Federal Bureau of Investigation, the CS riot control agent saw April 9th should not have been. The possibility of negotiating presented by Ford should have been pursued, even if it takes some weeks. The FBI should have sought and accepted more expert advice on the Branch Davidians and their religious views, and more open-minded to the advice of the non-FBI. FBI Tactical Commander Jeffrey Jamar and senior FBI and justice officials advising the Attorney General knew or should have known that none of the reasons given to end negotiations can go forward with the plan to end the standoff on April 19th had merit. The CS riot control agent is capable of causing immediate, acute, and severe physical distress to pregnant women, the elderly, and those with respiratory conditions. In some cases, severe or extended exposure can lead to incapacitation. Evidence presented to the subcommittees showed that the use of CS riot control agents in enclosed spaces, such as the bunker, significantly increased the possibility that lethal levels would be reached. The possibility of harm significantly increases. And they conclude by saying this. Evidence does indicate that the CS insertion into the enclosed bunker at a time when women and children were assembled inside could have been an approximate cause or directly resulted in some or all the deaths attributed to asphyxiation and autopsy reports. Police officers are sworn to protect and serve. They're expected to uphold the rights of the accused, to respect citizens' presumption of innocence, and to treat people with dignity. There are also constitutional protections and legislative guarantees in place in a democratic society designed to restrain police from the use of unnecessary and excessive force. This calamity could have been avoided through better investigating work and planning. And whatever crimes David Forrest and others may or may not have committed, this deadly disaster is entirely preventable. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone, on this auspicious occasion. Dr. James Tabor of the University of North Carolina at Charlotte wishes he could be here today, but for some personal reasons, he just could not make it. So I'm going to spend a few minutes presenting some of the things that he wanted to give you today. And the best way that we can do that is if I can simply refer you to this particular handout. And there are 100 of them or so on that back table. And for the major media, we do have some media, all the media in here. We do have some media kits that Wendy, could you raise your hand? Those, they will be available to you or to anyone who would like to see them, in which this paper and some others all get together. But anyone can go back and sample some of the sheets in the back that will give you some source material. But Dr. Tabor provided this 10 neglected aspects of the 1993 Waco tragedy. 10 neglected aspects. What are those 10? He lists them and discusses them one by one. So when you get this in your hand, you can sit and read these 10 neglected aspects. Let me give you a sample. One of them is the raid itself. Why the raid took place, how the raid could have been avoided. He explains that here in number 1. In number 2, the arms. Why did the Branch Davidian Church have weapons? He will explain that in point 2. In point 3, the assault itself, looking at exactly what happened on the 28th. And the 4th one, the community. What is the Branch Davidian community? Dr. Tabor is not a Branch Davidian. I'm not a Branch Davidian, but we recognize it to be a religious community. Here, in this point, Jim will explain exactly what kind of community it was and what it means to be a religious community. What is that? Is that a church? What is that exactly? He goes into that here in point 4. Then also the 51-day standoff. He discusses that also for you. What happened during the 51-day standoff? Where they were on the telephone every day with the FBI. Those are called the negotiation tapes. I've heard every one of them. Dr. Tabor has too. That's 51 days, 10 hours, 12 hours, 15 hours a day. It took a couple of years for me to gain access to them and to hear them. The same for Dr. Tabor. He discusses that in point 5. Point 6, he discusses the exit plan. There was a plan for the Branch Davidians to leave Mount Carmel. A plan that would have worked. He discusses that in point 6. Point 7, he discusses what happened with Janet Reno. When the FBI went to speak to Janet Reno, what did they say to her? What did they not say to her? He gives a fair, just overview of what happened there. And then he talks about the apocalypse. Were the Branch Davidians planning to kill themselves? Were they all brainwashed? And David Koresh knew that he was going to die. It was inevitable. He discusses that. I'm going to have a few things to say about that myself in a moment. What is the 7 Seals manuscript that David was writing? Dr. Tabor will give you a quick overview of that. What is this promise that David says, we're all coming out. God has shown me I got to write my message. Dr. Tabor will talk about that. And then he'll have a few comments about the fire itself that took place. Dr. Tabor was involved from the very beginning back in early March of 1993. He and I had seen this on television, and since my PhD was on the history of apocalyptic groups, I saw immediately that the characters of my dissertation had come alive on television and in Waco. It was as if some of these early apocalyptic groups were on television there. David was talking about the book of Revelation. He's explaining the book of Daniel, the 1335 prophecy of Daniel 12, the 1290 prophecy, the time and half and half time prophecy. He knew all these things. And I recognized that. I said, this man is very serious. I can tell you this, the cops are not going to understand what he's saying. There's two trains coming down the track. There's going to be a collision. So I called Dr. Tabor, Jim, my friend. I said, what are we going to do? We've got to do something. We can't just sit here and watch it on television when we know what happens with apocalyptic groups. You know the story, don't you, of Masada, the Jews fighting the Romans? Mm-hmm. Well, they were apocalyptic also. What about Joan of Arc having mystical visions that she should go out and kill Englishmen, lead soldiers to kill Englishmen? That's a pretty radical thing, and she's burned up. So there's something when the governments encounter these apocalyptic mystical types that bad things can happen. So knowing that, I drove to Waco to talk to the FBI and say, can I help interpret this religious language? I know a little bit about the book of Revelation. What can I do to help you to understand it? In other words, can I give you intel to help you to resolve this crisis peacefully? So Dr. Tabor and I worked on that together. We tried our best to contact the FBI and give them this information, but they were just not interested. Now that was the old FBI. They were not interested in hearing the religious interpretations of David. Isn't that right, Chip? Isn't that right, David? They were not interested in that. And they were not interested in taking what I had to say seriously. So we had a real problem there. That was the old FBI. We saw some changes a few years later at Montana with the new FBI under Louis Free and Robin Montgomery and others. Gary Lusner came to an understanding that you have to use sometimes worldview translators to help resolve crises with ideologically motivated groups. And the same with the media at that time. The old media then, they were all into this talk about cults and being brainwashed. They were not interested in hearing about this group really does believe the book of Daniel. They study the book of Revelation more than you get on Sunday school with the Baptist church. God bless the Baptists, but you're not going to have the minister talking about the prophecies of Daniel 12 and how it correlates with the prophecies of the seven seals. You just don't get that. These were students of seven seals, Bible students. They wanted to learn the Greek, the Hebrew, see what the rabbis say. They're studying this material. That's what you were dealing with. The media, the old media, didn't appreciate that. Now we have the new media. The media that's here today, you have a chance to do something different. Now you have the internet. Now you have these sources. Look at these sources you have. We have right here something really important. We have what David wrote. Right here it is. That's the seven seals. He wrote this manuscript. You can find it. This is just one page, but you can find the whole 20-something page thing online. The media can now explore these things. You can actually find the negotiation tapes online. And you can listen, read 51 days and get at the meat of what was really happening. You don't have to believe the exaggeration of the old media. The new modern media has access to social media, to the internet, to get at the truth of what really happened back then. So what am I going to say to you today that's new? Well, in my closing 3 or 4 minutes, I want to say this, that there were 2 opportunities that we have to realize are very important. I'm just going to give them for minutes. But we know on March 15th, Steve Schneider, David's right-hand man, heard me on the radio talking about the seven seals. He calls the FBI and he says, we heard this guy on the radio. He seems to know a little bit about the seven seals. Hey, if we could speak to him and he can talk and he can show David correct something that David doesn't know, we are out of here. He uses that term, out of here. The FBI does not put me in contact. They refuse to do that. They don't let me talk. So they would rather, this is the old FBI I'm talking about, agents that are here today. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about what happened back 30 years ago. They did not do that. Instead, they preferred to send gas in before they would let me talk, as Steve requested. March 15th. What happened on April 10th to the 13th? Then, at that time, the FBI finds a book in the library because I told them about it on the news media. And they found there was another man who had changed his name to Koresh about 100 years before. And their idea was, David, do you know about this earlier person from 100 years ago? And David said, no, I don't know anything about it. Steve said, we don't know anything about it. Please send that book in. We'd like to find out that there's somebody else called Koresh. And the FBI refused to send the book in. Why would that have been important? Well, if the book had gone in there, some of the members, maybe not Dave, maybe others, would have said, you know, this is pretty unusual. David, you didn't plagiarize that, did you? David said, no, I didn't. I know anything about it. But it would have caused some doubt in some members. And maybe a few people would have come out and surrendered and been saved and not died later. So that was a missed opportunity. You would send that book in. The third thing I'll close with is on April 14th. I have a letter for you. It's back there. This is the letter that David Koresh wrote. He signed it. What does it say? It says, we are coming out. We had a waiting period, but God has told us the waiting period is over with. It's over with. We rejoice. Tabor and I, we thought, this is great. Nick the Guarantee attorney, other scholars, we were very happy to find out that the waiting period was over. And now David is coming out. He said, I just have to write my message. I write my message to the seven seals, and when all of them come out, David would testify. He's an eyewitness, and he's going to speak now. He will testify to all these things that he saw. The Branch Davidians were going to surrender. They were coming out. The letter of April 14th says that manuscript will be given to his attorney and to Phil Arnold, Jim Tabor. And the FBI said, the old FBI said, oh yeah, we can wait. They did not wait. The sad thing. So why did the FBI not understand? Why did the media not understand? Because religious language is the language that the Branch Davidians were speaking. If they were Russian terrorists, then they would have brought in a Russian translator. They needed to bring in worldview translators to explain what the Branch Davidians were teaching. Some of you are English majors. I know some of you journalists in here. If you're reading Edgar Allan Poe and the Raven says never more, you've got to understand what does that mean in the context of that literature, right? So you have to interpret it. But David is using the Bible as his means of communication. It has to be interpreted. Big mistake of the old FBI and the media. They did not include that. Now we have an eyewitness. I'm going to get out of the way. If he'll come up and speak. No, you're the man. You're the eyewitness. So then we'll answer any questions in the world that you would like to ask.
I don't want to call it. It's very good. All of you, thank you so much for the work. Kathy Westinger has helped us every year put these on the memorial. Get here, remember our friends who are no longer with us. You guys are such a best. Just thank you for all of the years, all you've done, all your work. Bless you. I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to say, and I'm not usually prepared for these things. It's been a crazy year, huh? Crazy last couple of years. COVID, everything we've all gone through. Here we are. I think I'm going to pick up with something that Bill Arnold said about the new FBI and especially the new media. That's something I'm going to be reflecting on now for a very long time. Things are new now, and they should be. Listen, we have all this technology, we have all these wonders. We have access to every piece of information that's ever been written since the beginning of time.
And yet confusion seems to be worse than ever. We don't seem to be analyzing the proper information. We still got the extreme right saying this, the extreme left saying that, and the majority of the people in the center trying to figure out what's true, what's right, what's going on here. I recently read some of the new Waco book, well, 1.5 of the new books that have come out and some of the new information that people are writing. And I'm not impressed. I'm not going to mention the gentleman's name or the gentleman's book, but in one particular book, in the very first chapter, he names an ATF agent whose job it was to go up to the dogs during the initial raid with a fire extinguisher, like you're going to put the dogs out or get the dogs to go back. 30 years later, he, and this is just so irresponsible for journalists, is still using the same propaganda that they used at for that terrible movie Ambush at Waco that was made where they go after the dogs with the fire extinguisher. People, let's be real. They came in and they shot the dogs first through the 5 Alaskan mountains in a penned-up area. That's how they do it. This is what the militaristic ATF does. They go in and they take the dogs out. Let's not be deceived. Let's not be fooled. You can interview all the ATF and FBI guys you want, all right, as a journalist. If you're going to continue to put in false propaganda, you are the part of the problem in this country. And you're the reason that we are so close to what literally could be a civil war. It's incredibly irresponsible. It lacks any kind of professional merit whatsoever. And it makes me wonder, is that what they want? Is that what you members of the press, do you want a headline that bad where you want fellow Americans to start shooting fellow Americans in the name of an ideology? I can't believe what I'm seeing. Can't believe what I'm seeing. I had a long talk with Paul Thada, one of the survivors, yesterday. We had a dinner. And one of the things we talked about is in our experience, the people that we have met through it. Guess what? Some of those people were in militias. Some of those people had were in civil rights groups, guns rights groups. You name it. I've met the greatest people on the face of the earth, little angels on this earth, and I've met some devils along the way too. We tend to stay with the angels, hopefully. But the point is this: what the mainstream press, especially back then, now too, wants to demonize. They're demonizing your fellow Americans. It's not just the liberal elite that live in New York and LA, guys. There's a whole country, and those are real people. And you know what? They're working 2 jobs to barely get by and get their kids into school, right? And do the right thing as a person, as Americans, pay their taxes. And you look down at them because they live in the South, and they think they're simple. And this is a problem that I think highly educated people have, and especially the way it's looked at. And again, you get that demonization. It's like, these are people. As the Davidians were people. The people that died at Mount Carmel were people. They've never been truly humanized until they did the Waco series. That was the first time I'd ever seen the people inside there humanized. That's all we've ever wanted, was to tell the stories of the people. And that's why these memorials are so special. You get to see each individual and you get to find out who they really were. I was going to get up here and I was going to talk about some very political things and some of the lies. I think scholars have done that quite well. I want to talk about the people today, because that really is what it's all about, and that's what's going to happen here after this press conference. But I am very concerned, and I'm just, since the press is here, 2 things I want to say before I forget. One is there was a recent documentary that's out, and right after that, I'm called a liar by some members of the FBI, which is the same thing they said 20 years ago. People ask me, what do you think? The FBI calling you a liar. I feel it's like that's the master saying, when you take this pebble from my hand, you can go on about your life. And so, like, I took the pebble out of the hand. Like, they're calling me a liar. These people, and during the 51 days, lied completely to you over and over again. And they started with the dogs. They started with the ambush at Waco, the ATF propaganda film. Make no mistake, that's what it was. They went after those dogs and they shot those dogs. Some of the indications from some of the witnesses that were there, some of the agents actually said, we feel that the first shots were them fire shooting the dogs. And then they retracted their statement when that came to Congress. Another agent said, Texas Rangers, I reached for my gun and it went off, and I feel like that was the first shot. Retracted his statement when he had to stand for Congress. So it didn't happen because 10 years passed, or so, however many years. The first thing you tend to say tends to be the truth, right? So anyway, they can say what they want. I don't care what the pressure is. They can call me a liar all they want. I just ask if you think that you at least read my book. If you don't want to support me, get it from the library. But do a little research, please. Listen to the scholars, listen to the truth. Find out that truth for yourself. Don't let Fox News tell you what to think, and don't let MSNBC tell you what to think. They all have agendas. One more thing. There'll probably be 3. All of you, all these cameras, and all the people in every newspaper, magazine, and everything you see on television, it's all of the media is controlled by 2 or 3 companies. I think it's 2 now, could be 3. So just say, let's say it's 3 companies. 3 companies control everything that we digest. That's power. That's power. And it's a powerful thought, and I want y'all to think about that. So I learned more about America going overseas than I have being here. We think we have freedom of the press. We think we have a pretty good beat on things. We don't, guys. You got to spend a lot of time doing a lot of research to really see what's happening here. That's why I say don't be deceived. Okay? Yes. Thank you. God, thank you.
I was in a courtroom in 2000 when the civil trial took place. The Branch Davidian survivors and families brought suit against the government for wrongful death. An ATF agent was called to the stand under oath. He was part of the dog team. He admitted that they fired first. They killed the dogs first. The first shots fired at Mount Carmel was the ATF dog team. Under oath, he said that. I heard it. So just put that to rest.
And here's why that's important. I know a lot of people that are on Team Puppy rather than Team Human. Seriously. I know a lot of people that would die for their pets, for their animals. And I understand it. Your pets, your dogs, your cats, they're members of your family. And imagine you just finished breakfast and some guy dressed in a black outfit comes with a gun and shoots that member of your family. How is that going to start your day off? What kind of reaction are you as a person going to give to that person trying to come through your door? It's not a very good way to start a communication, especially with a group of people who you claim are fanatical and have a lot of firearms. One more thought. There's going to be a couple points. But we were talking about the psychops, and Stuart was talking about the psychops, and the speaker systems, the sound systems that they set up during the siege, they're trying to keep us up 24/7. That's very powerful. Having no sleep, right? Looking at that speaker and thinking, I would love to shoot that speaker up, to shut that up right now. But then not doing it because you know that's going to give them an excuse to do what they really want, come in and shoot you. So nobody, I want to say, nobody inside that building, despite being harassed consistently, day in, day out, shot at those speakers. We didn't do anything aggressive. At every single step of this, the government were the aggressors. Coming in, they were invited onto the property through David to check all of the yellow sheets from Henry McMahon. They invited the ATF onto the property. All could have been avoided, absolutely. Came in shooting the dogs. The helicopters at the back were shooting. I know every agent says the helicopters were not firing, but there were people, I believe that there were agents on that helicopter that were. I saw the evidence of that in one of the water tanks that was in front of Winston Blake's door. Winston Blake was killed eating his breakfast. We know Peter Gent, There's a video. I think it's on Waco New Revelation. I'll have to check that. It goes up. You see a helicopter fly by the water tank. You see a figure come up on the top of the water tank and then fall right back down. He's been shot. It appears that is from the air. There is an ATF agent who says that he saw Peter come up and shot him from the ground. That's his testimony. Call anyone a liar, it could be true. But I believe that those helicopters fired into the building. I saw the evidence in the sheetrock and in the ceiling and the roof. I saw the evidence in the water tank. And I'll never forget Kevin Whitecliff coming up to me that morning after the ceasefire, yelling and screaming. They came in shooting. I said, yeah, it all started from the front. That's what it sounded like to me being in the cafeteria. Kevin was out the back, and Kevin said, no. And he's screaming and yelling it very passionately. This is not someone who's lying to me. He says, no, the helicopters came in shooting. I saw them coming and shoot at us. And I'm like, what do you mean? From the back? He said, yes. But he was adamant that helicopters were coming and shooting from the back. They still claim the helicopters weren't shooting. I just don't believe it. I guess, yeah, one more thing. I got one more. And I just want to talk about pyrotechnic devices. The FBI claims that these pyrotechnic devices were all used in the underground shelter. Here's the problem I have with that. But what'd you lie about it for 3 years? 3 years, the FBI said consistently no pyrotechnic devices were used in that building. The CS gas canisters and rounds that were used were non-pyrotechnic, non-lethal. We know CS gas, the methylene chloride is the propellant for the CS gas, so that the chloride is something that's used in paint thinner. So I'm not a scientist. I don't know technically how flammable or not flammable methylene chloride is, but I suspect there. But for sure, the 6 or 7 devices that were mislabeled as silencers were pyrotechnic. They absolutely could start fires. So you could tell me they were using the underground shelter, but I just don't believe you've lost your credibility. 3 years you said there were no pyrotechnics used in that building at all, and yet here they are. So yeah, the title of this was 30 years on, what have we learned from Waco? Well, for me, these same questions that I continue to bring up have not been answered properly. And every single documentary out there gets it wrong, especially some of the newer ones. 30 years later, they can't include all of the facts that these scholars have talked about, that we've put together forever, that we know are true. We know all these things happen. And you still don't have a definitive documentary that shows exactly what happened on both sides. And mistakes were made on both sides. And Crush's no saint. And I'm not sitting here trying to glorify anyone. I'm not trying to say that mistakes, terrible mistakes weren't made on both sides. They were. But it's time to start thinking clearly and rationing the truth for what it is. And that's it. I would just like to see all of these things come out. And the new media, I love that because it is. You guys are in a new place, even though you're, they say this bad word. Even though you have a corporate master that whips you all into shape, you still have a certain amount of power. There are things you can say. You can still be a brave journalist. Hey man, there's YouTube, there's all kinds of avenues to get around this. And that's what they're afraid of. We no longer watch ABC, NBC, and CBS for all our news. There's Breaking Points, which I highly recommend anyone on YouTube watch. That's amazing, amazing new show. There's people that are trying to do it right. Those are the people we need to listen to. Thank you. I will conclude my portion of this thing, and I will call it the roll call. You want to do it?
And so we have a little bit of time. We do want to start with more on time, 11 p.m. But do
I think that obviously work day here also. And what you want people to see of what happened in Waco in terms of what's happening today that David just pointed out. So the extremism on the sides, political violence, what's the message you want people to get from what happened?
That is simple. What a great question. Thank you so much. I was going to address that. I was going to address it. I didn't. Thank you for that question. I know Kathy, Dana, Paul, Heather, Kevin, any of the survivors that went through this hell and still daily go through this hell. It's not over after Waco. Waco is with you every single day. You're shaving, you're brushing your teeth, Waco's there. Someone cuts you off and you get way angrier than you should, Waco's there. It's always with us. But guess what? I can tell you conclusively, the only thing that I agree with the federal government on is none of us want anybody to do any violence in the name of our group or the violence that the ATF and the FBI perpetrated and the lies that you're continuing to tell. Please do not take justice into your own hands and hurt innocent people. That is absolutely the worst thing you can do. Nobody wants that. Right? Your senator, congressman, even I don't really believe that's going to work. Contact us through the website, wacosurvivors.com. We'll talk with you. We'll work with you. There's a lot of people that I know are very depressed, very sad, and very angry that reach out to me all the time. And the best part of this for me is I can talk to those people and say, you're not alone. And don't do anything stupid. I love you. And the people that I know that survive this love you. And if we can still go through this, then you can too. You can go through whatever pain you have. We'll get you help. You know, I can point you in directions, books to read, things that you can help yourself. Just don't take all that anger and use it against innocent people. That's it. Oh, she wants me to ask you, do you have any other questions?
We're not going to do with Fox 24 News. Don't worry, we're local. We don't buy like the national one. So we've been talking about, you know, the recruiting of new media, the disadvantages, the advantages of it. So why is now the time to clear up these misconceptions and these misinformation? And how can we trust that the information that's being presented to us today as young journalists is credible in comparison to the books or the documentaries?
Yeah, that's a very complicated question. just try. Just, you know, do the sniff test, man. If it sounds a little bit too radical on any side, there's probably another side that needs to be considered. What was the first thing you said? Because that was
pretty much saying why is now the time to.
Great. That's great. Because we're in danger of a civil war. And I never thought that I would live to see the anger, the miscommunication that we're in right now, the strife between the sides. I mean, I love this country. I know it sounds crazy, but I love this country. I was born here. I was brought up here. Every time I go out and I meet someone on the street, how are you today? How are you today? It's people are beautiful. Many people can, okay. Recently, if you read the social media, you get a lot of haters out there. You get a lot of trolls. You can't listen to the comments sometimes. People just, they're going to hate the hate. Those are the ones that have the biggest mouths, unfortunately. Just, you know, I don't think I know how to answer your question. Just do, you know, I know how to answer your question. I'll give you an example. I thought that after this documentary that happened, that it was going to change everything. You know, all the stuff that the series did in humanizing people. And there's a faction of them trying to change it around again and kind of blame all the survivors for even being there. And but I did a recent interview with NPR in Houston. And if they don't change what I said, the questions were phenomenal. And I was able to go very deep with this particular journalist, and it went very smoothly and very well. The questions were far better than they were 20, 30 years ago. So I think you are learning. I think we all are learning. And we're learning to, here's what it is. Put yourself in the other person's shoes. Before you judge them, put yourself in their shoes and try to figure out why did they go through this? Who is this person really? Before I say that they're a cultist, before I say that they're right wing or they're left wing. Try to figure out why it is they feel the way they do. You might be surprised at the answer, and it might change your article for the better. That's what I've discovered.
Thank you.
Yes,
We all three have something to say.
Can you have the mic? Can you say it at the mic, please? Thank you.
To respond directly to your question about how the new media can be more assured of getting accurate information. Well, as a historian, we look for what? Primary sources. We use primary sources. So the negotiation table, 51 days of phone conversations between the Branch Davidian and the FBI. Those are primary sources. Now, on that back table, I don't have all 51 days of negotiation. What I've given you are about 6 portraits, single sheets, that if you go back and take them with you and you look at them, they will lead you to a treasure trove of information. So if you really want to do a program, write a book, do an article, then you go to those primary sources. They're available. I've given them to you. Why are they available now? They existed back then, but now with the internet, and the computerized systems we have, with all this that's going on now, there's really no excuse. It's all there for you. Go, and you'll be amazed. I have to say this. Can you imagine, as I'm a historian, I like to study apocalyptic books and mystics. Joan of Arc. I'll go back to her. I've always liked her. So you go back to Joan of Arc. Here she is, believing that she has these voices directing her to do something for the kingdom of Christ. Right? You know this. You probably saw the movie The Messenger. Well, in that movie and in history, she believes she has it. Then she's captured and she's on trial. We don't have any recordings of what she said. iPhones were not invented in 1400. We don't have any video or audio. But David Koresh also believed that he could hear revelation from heaven. Not every day, not all the time, but occasionally we believed he could. That doesn't mean we believe Joan of Arc really did, or David really did, but they believed it. Well, we don't have any recordings of Joan of Arc, but we have recordings of David explaining to the FBI that the reason we're going to wait is because God has revealed that to us. That's primary source material to get at what David is actually saying. Whereas what you hear in those days in the old media was, oh, he says he's God. No, he doesn't say he's God. He says that he does receive these messianic visions. Anyway, go to the primary sources. And you have portals back there.
Do it right, everybody.
Thank you, Bill.
One way you might get at the truth is to look at the social science peer-reviewed publications, right, where it has to go through vigorous peer review before you can get it in print. And I'm talking about professional journals, right? So Kathy and I and other group of scholars have for 30 years been doing a deep dive in this research. I've got a list of my publications. I'm happy to send you most of them in PDF. If you reach out to me by email, I'm happy to send you anything you ask for. But I have a couple of publications here that I brought that you can have access to. And one of them is a piece I published in the journal Terrorism and Political Violence, which identified 16 violations of the FBI's own protocols at Waco. Turns out that they're training for how to conduct hostage barricades in their parts of the world. They've been teaching police from around the world in a quantum since the 70s. And I thought maybe their playbook was lousy. It turns out they've got excellent research. But when they got to Waco, they threw 16 violations, right? So I had to come to the conclusion that it was a government massacre. What else conclusion do you come to? You have one violation or two or three, maybe it's incompetence or mistakes. But 16, you come to your own conclusion. And so I invite you to read that article and I mean, my research is on spot.
Now, if I didn't offend with my question, I just wanted that extra layer there.
Oh, never offended my question.
That's one of my favorite pieces of work too, by the way. We were just mentioning, I highly recommend everyone. Right.
That was an excellent question. You can tell we all want to answer it. And of course, we teach about this. You know, I have courses on religion and media, and I encourage my students to think critically about media, where they get information, analyze media critically, see what the agenda might be with certain sources of media, and are they doing their deep investigation or not? So one of the things, because I'm looking at a lot of articles along with my students, one of the things that really annoys me is when I see reporters repeat old stories with old inaccuracies and then just get repeated and repeated. And for the 30th anniversary, which is now today, I saw one news outlet, television news outlet from a large city, and they just went back and got their all footage and their all so-called cult experts, and then they repackaged it and then just, okay, this is our 30th story. There was no new research at all. So, and I want to reiterate that it's important to, yes, look at primary resources. I mean, in '93, the press conference of the FBI and sometimes the ATF give statements, press conferences, and the majority of reporters and scholars and stuff, that they just took what the FBI was telling them. But one journalist did go out and did his own investigation about the credits, and he ended up publishing his book on what happened, which is titled "The Ashes." Very fun book. But so I understand that reporters might not want to antagonize important sources like government spokesperson, but there are other avenues of information. And then lastly, I'll say that really check out the credentials of the experts that you consult, because when you have a story with an unconventional group, all the called experts are different, and they did in 1990. And those of us who are sociologists like Stuart, religious studies like myself, historians like Phil, we, as I mentioned, we've been studying this for 30 years, and we don't get paid. We're not paid to be called experts. We're paid to be historians and sociologists. And so we do this because we think it's important. And we have an obligation to teach not only our students, but the general public the best we can. So really analyze people who consult the so-called college experts. See if they have any credentials on the topic we've been talking about. I think that was an excellent question. You gave us a lot to talk about. And I think we need to, before we wrap up this press conference, there's a Branch Davidian survivor, Kathy Schroeder, and she wants to make a brief statement. And she'll not be taking questions after.
Well, first I need to remind you that sometimes the way documentaries get edited and sound bites get spliced together, it can make the words of the interviewee seem to have meaning that they were not originally intended to have. So I need to state for the record that I would never condone or excuse the sexual exploitation of anyone, of any kind, regardless of age. having been the victim of that myself at a tender young age of 9. So that's a horrible thought that can be said about me. Secondly, I do not agree with any violence of any kind against anyone. In my entire life, and I've been in the Air Force, guys, in my entire life, I have never fired a shot at any living being, not even an animal. I don't believe in violence. Thank you for your time. And because of recent events, I will not be speaking again publicly about the events in Waco in 1993. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike Schroeder. And so we're going to wrap up this is the end of the press conference, and we need to start it with the memorial section of this event. David Thibodeau, memorial, and we're going to be streaming the memorial. And so during the memorial, you'll hear more statements survivors. So press conference today, you may stay. But if the press conference, so thank you very much.
I'm sorry, the media, if I dive Waco. Where are you? I'm on
my side.
Go right over.
Come in there.
I am not. Oh, there we go. I have a I'm further. Thank you for doing this today and having me out and this opportunity. I can't wait to flip through this.
It's so nice to meet you.
Oh, yes, so nice to meet you.
I'm Rebecca Foley from Utah.
Nice to meet you,
Listened
Rebecca.
to many of your studies and benefited from them.
Awesome.
If you have any questions,
Okay. Yeah, tell her hi for me. That's so cool. Good to meet you.
I've never met. I've never met Jay. I'm so excited.
Try to make it.
I just do me or your mom stay here, and I can patch her into open street and cut back and forth.
You have to ask. I don't know what that means.
Like,
Probability that we'll be able to meet and talk to Thibodeau, and we're about to go try to head to Mount Carmel right now. So Right. So, but you have to cut it and play the video.
February 1993, approximately 130 men, women, and children lived in a large house just outside Waco, Texas, on property they called the Mount Carmel Center. The leader of this group was 33-year-old Vernon Howell, who later changed his name to David Koresh. David believed he had been asked by God to deliver the message of the book of Revelations in the Bible to the world. Rachel, David's wife, and their 3 children also lived at Mount Carmel. The Mount Carmel property was established as a religious retreat by its founders in 1935. Followers came to be known as Branch Davidians. In 60 years, there had been only one incident in an otherwise unblemished record of the Branch Davidians' peaceful existence with their neighbors. Former leader George Roden's wife gave leadership of the group to Koresh. Roden then unearthed a dead woman in her coffin and challenged Koresh to see who could raise the dead woman. Koresh called the police, who said they needed evidence. Koresh and several followers went to the ranch to take pictures of the coffin, and Roden opened fire. Roden was shot in the finger. Koresh and 7 others were arrested. All were later acquitted. Former leader George Roden also accused David Koresh of getting his 75-year-old mother pregnant.
He raped my mother.
In response, David replied,
"If I took a 70-year-old woman and got her pregnant, you better watch out. I'm God."
This statement, obviously said sarcastically, was repeated out of context over and over in the news media and by the FBI in the next weeks to portray David Koresh as having claimed he was God. Many people at Mount Carmel held responsible jobs in the outside community. Wayne Martin was a well-known and respected Harvard-educated lawyer. Sherry Jewell was a computer analyst and teacher. David Jones was a mailman. Mike Schroeder and Woody Kendricks were craftsmen. Church services were no different than what you'd expect at any church service.
His tongue is the pen of a... So how's God going to talk to me in the latter days? And who's going to bring that book? So there'll be no excuses.
The Branch Davidians were well liked by many of their neighbors. And the Branch Davidians had some distinguished neighbors over the years. Texas Governor Ann Richards grew up in Waco. William Sessions was the mayor and a judge in Waco before he became director of the FBI. ATF Director Stephen Higgins and FBI spokesman Bob Ricks both attended Baylor University in Waco. And President Clinton recently appointed a new commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service. She, too, is from Waco. The house was built by the labors of the people who lived there. What happened to target these seemingly peaceful and religious people for the wrath of the United States government? Around 1987, Mark Bro, a self-proclaimed prophet from Honolulu, Hawaii, joined the Branch Davidians at Mount Carmel. He was asked to leave in 1989 when he tried to take over the leadership of the Mount Carmel Center from David Koresh. Mark Bro vowed revenge. He called several international agencies and made allegations against David Koresh of adulterous sex, child abuse, and gun stockpiling. One of the groups he contacted was Cult Awareness Network, a group that helps to arrange kidnappings and deprogramming of people who join religious groups. Deprogramming is a form of brainwashing. Cult Awareness Network pushed for investigations of the Branch Davidians. In 1992, Mark Bro was provided a golden opportunity to get his revenge when a disc jockey named David Jewell became embroiled in a custody battle with his wife, Sherry Jewell, a Branch Davidian who lived at Mount Carmel. Mark Bro approached David Jewell's mother to tell his sordid tales of sex, abuse, and guns. He then later testified at the custody hearing. In an interview with an Australian network in 1991, David Koresh himself answered these claims.
How many wives do you have? One. One wife. Have you committed? Have I committed adultery? Is what you're fixing to have? Have you committed adultery? No, I don't commit adultery. You're telling me the truth? I'm telling you the truth. Have you beaten children? No, I do not beat children. I think the girl's name was Aisha. Yeah, was her parents there? Her parents were there. Did you do it? No, I didn't do it.
Nonetheless, these very same allegations made their way into the search warrant affidavit written by alcohol, tobacco, and firearms agent Davy Aguilera on February 25, 1993. The ATF is responsible for seeing that taxes are paid on certain types of guns and enforcing federal gun laws. Why would these allegations be included in an application to search for weapons violations? The ATF has no authority to investigate child abuse or polygamy. And these allegations were investigated by the Texas Welfare Department and the McLennan County Sheriff's Department in 1991 and 1992 and were found to be baseless. Parts of the search warrant affidavit by Agent Aguilera were false. Here, Agent Aguilera refers to Shotgun News, a national newspaper with a circulation of 150,000 that is sold at newsstands all over the country. He calls it a clandestine newspaper. The affidavit describes how an undercover agent had observed the upper and lower receivers of disassembled AK-47s. The AK-47 has a one-piece receiver. There are no separate upper and lower receivers on an AK-47. Obviously, Agent Aguilera didn't have a clue, and Magistrate Green failed to notice. Agent Aguilera also stated that a neighbor heard machine gun fire, but he didn't state that the McLennan County Sheriff had already investigated this claim and found that David Koresh had a legal device called a Hellfire trigger that merely sounds like a machine gun, but is perfectly legal. Machine gun fire in itself is not evidence of illegal activity. It is legal to own a machine gun if the owner pays a $200 tax on the gun. But there was no evidence the Branch Davidians owned any machine gun at all. So, bottom line, the raid on February 28, 1993 was launched because the ATF merely suspected that the Branch Davidians might have a machine gun that they had failed to pay a $200 tax on. Branch Davidian Paul Fathom, who was responsible for many gun purchases, states categorically,
"There is no 50 caliber machine gun out there. There is a 50 caliber gun that's a semi-automatic that was bought perfectly legal."
Aguilera also failed to mention that in July 1992, the ATF had inspected Hewitt Arms, a gun and gun parts store in Waco, where the Branch Davidians had purchased 225 guns. Henry McMahon, the former owner of Hewitt Arms, told Pete Zaralis of the Mobile Press that when the ATF agents visited Hewitt Arms in July 1992, "I called David and told him the agents have a problem with you buying so many guns. He said, tell them to come on out." The ATF agents declined this offer. Magistrate Dennis Green, the only U.S. magistrate in Waco, and himself a former U.S. attorney, issued the search warrant for the Mount Carmel property. An article in the August 30th, 1992 Waco Tribune-Herald revealed that the small town of Waco had an extraordinarily high rate of federal gun prosecutions compared to the rest of the nation, under the direction of Bill Johnstone, the U.S. attorney in Waco. This high rate of prosecutions in Waco for gun law violations may well come from the ATF's and Magistrate Green's ignorance of federal gun laws. Although Agent Aguilera claims in the affidavit to be experienced and to know about federal firearms laws, he confuses the meanings of the words machine gun, destructive device, explosive, and explosive device, all of which have different, specific meanings in the federal law books. Magistrate Dennis Green failed to notice. Nonetheless, reporters at the Waco Tribune-Herald began a scandalous series of articles about the Branch Davidians the day before the ATF raid. The reporters claimed to have interviewed former cult members. The allegations sounded amazingly like the allegations of Mark Bro and the Cult Awareness Network members. This diagram depicts the house at Mount Carmel as it appeared on the day of the raid by ATF on February 28, 1993. In press accounts, the ATF claimed that the raid was moved up a day after the ATF learned that the Waco Herald-Tribune had started its series the day before. This was the first of many outright lies. The warrant would expire if it was not served by February 28th, and the raid took place on February 28th. What you are about to see is the first film footage of the initial raid as it was provided to all the network television feeds. This film was heavily edited by someone before it was distributed across the networks. It contains obvious glitches where film has been cut out, but even this editing wasn't enough to remove the truth. We'll show these next 3 scenes 3 times. Watch closely. In the opening scene, agents are in position behind cars, shooting at the front of the house, as 2 teams of 4 agents climb ladders on the side of the house to the roof. Now we'll replay what you just saw. Notice that there are no bullets hitting the ground or cars around any of these ATF agents. The 3 dark dots low on the horizon are helicopters. The sound of automatic weapons is coming from the M16 and MP5 machine guns used by the ATF agents. In the next scene, 2 teams of 4 agents were supposed to secure the roof within 30 seconds of arrival. Notice that no one is shooting at these agents as they climb the ladders. Several of these agents are carrying fully automatic rifles. The agent at the top right side just managed to shoot himself in the leg. Did you see it? We'll watch that again. The 9mm pistols carried by the ATF have no safety protection on them. As the agent climbs the ladder, he reaches for his gun in the holster. It discharges, wounding him in the leg and causing him to slip. He is able to continue up the ladder, however. According to ATF spokesman Royster, the raid on Mount Carmel had been planned and rehearsed for months.
They drilled over and over again, and we had our plan down, we had a diversion down, all were put into effect, and they were waiting.
Next, we see 3 of the 4 agents on the roof breaking into the window. Let's watch this part again. No one is shooting at these agents. The shooting you were hearing is from the agents on the ground in front of the house. Notice that the agent is carrying 2 types of grenades on his belt. He also is carrying a smoke grenade. Both agents at the window toss in what appear to be smoke grenades. After these agents get through the window and into the room, you will briefly see the 4th agent on the roof, followed by one of those badly edited cuts in the film. The film picks up with the 4th agent tossing something into the room. It makes no sense for him to be throwing anything at all into a room where the 3 ATF agents have just gone, unless he intends to injure his own men. He also fires a machine gun into the room twice without looking. We'll watch it at normal speed, then slow it down. Now let's watch it in slow motion. Here he tosses something and withdraws his hand from the window. Next, without looking, he fires a burst from his machine gun into the room. Someone begins shooting from inside and bullet holes appear in the wall. In the midst of this gunfire, 3 holes appear at the same time. The agent fires his machine gun into the room a second time. He's then hit by a round. The bullet strikes him in his helmet on the backside of his head. He falls to the roof and grabs his head. This agent is not hurt, and he later makes it safely down the ladder. Regardless of who is shooting from inside that room, this agent just threw what appears to have been a grenade and fired a machine gun twice into the room where his 3 fellow ATF agents have just gone. All 3 of the agents who were sent into the window were killed. All 3 were Bill Clinton's bodyguards during his presidential campaign. A fourth agent was killed that day before the shooting started as he exited the cattle car.
We're extremely proud of what happened out there, how our agents conducted themselves under some unbelievable circumstances. They did a fantastic job.
David Koresh says
they fired on us first, but like I say, they were scared.
They had it planned for months, so I don't think there's really anything they did wrong. Like I said, they had bigger guns than we did.
Notice the MP5 and M16 machine guns and knife sheaths on these ATF agents who claim to have been outgunned. On the day of the raid, 29-year-old Mike Schroeder, a Branch Davidian, had left the Mount Carmel Center that morning to go to work in town. He learned about the raid on the radio. His wife, Kathy Schroeder, and their 4-year-old son were inside the Mount Carmel Center. Mike, along with Woody Kendricks and Norman Allison, attempted to go home. Mike was shot 7 times, once through his eye, another through the heart, and 5 times in the back as he attempted to climb over the fence. Norman Allison was captured immediately. He told the ATF that Mike Schroeder had been killed. The official lie, released to the news media, claimed that the men started a shootout as they tried to leave Mount Carmel. The story appeared on March 1st in the Associated Press and in the Waco Herald Tribune on March 2nd. But even this March 1st story reported that one of the 3 men was killed. Documents filed in Norman Allison's indictment also plainly show that the government knew the men were trying to get into the Mount Carmel Center, not shooting their way out. These documents also prove that the government knew on February 28, 1993, that Mike Schroeder had been shot. Yet Mike's body was left hanging on a fence for days. His family wasn't notified of his death until 5 days later. On the 5th day, Mike Schroeder's body, chewed by wild dogs and birds, was picked up on a grappling hook from a helicopter and transported like a side of beef on a meat hook. His mother was in Waco, and she was finally notified of his death by telephone. His wife inside Mount Carmel was never notified of his death by the FBI. Peter Gent's body was left atop a water tower. It fell apart and dropped to the ground when the feds attempted to lift it with a grappling hook. The Branch Davidians buried what remained of his body. 2 of the ATF's own agents sum up the ATF mentality pretty well.
And the thing that I find totally abhorrent and disgusting is these higher level people took that same oath, and they violate the basic principles and tenets of the Constitution and the laws and simple ethics and morality. That's what disgusts me.
In my career with ATF, the people that I put in jail have more honor than the top administration in this organization. I know it's a sad commentary, but that's my experience with ATF.
On the 4th day, Jeff Jamar of the FBI is brought in to be in charge of the operation, replacing the ATF. From this point on, all news people will be kept 3 miles away from the Mount Carmel Center. ATF agents armed with machine guns and state troopers are posted at roadblocks to keep citizens 5 miles from the Mount Carmel Center. The only news that anyone in the United States will receive will be the official version told by Agent Bob Ricks of the FBI. It is illegal to use military troops against United States citizens under the Posse Comitatus Act, 18 United States Code 1385. But the FBI brings in tanks from nearby Fort Hood, a U.S. Army installation, to surround the house. National Guard troops and military equipment can be used in drug interdiction activities. Even though there was never any question of drug activity at Mount Carmel, as a ploy to avoid criminal penalties imposed by the Posse Comitatus Act, the ATF claims there is a suspected methamphetamine lab. Yet even after Texas Governor Ann Richards becomes aware that she was deceived by the ATF into consenting to the use of the tanks, she does not order the tanks off the property. From now on, the Branch Davidians will have no contact with the outside world. The FBI orders all the utilities, lights, phone, water, gas, and plumbing to the house to be disconnected. A telephone wired directly to the FBI is put in place. The FBI sets up a steady stream of torture directed at the Branch Davidians, which included many small children inside the house. Bright stadium lights keep the house lit up 24 hours a day, as a loudspeaker blares sounds of rabbits being slaughtered, Tibetan monk chants, and Nancy Sinatra's song, "These Boots Are Made for Walkin'." One refrain of that song says, "I just found me a brand new box of matches, yeah, and if you play with fire, you know you're gonna get burned." Whenever a Branch Davidian falls into disfavor with the FBI, the tanks are used to crush the person's car, or in the case of the children, their go-karts as punishment. On March 27th, the London Times runs an article describing the equipment used by the FBI. The British Strategic Air Services sends a specially equipped plane to take thermal images of the insides of the house, allowing the FBI to see everyone who is inside by the heat reflected from their bodies. The FBI inserts fiber optic cameras into the walls of the house and into air vents. The fiber optic cameras are attached to transmitters that then broadcast the signal to the FBI receiver. The FBI can now see and hear everyone inside the house at all times. On April 19, 1993, the entire country saw live coverage of the fire at Mount Carmel. We were told that the FBI had decided to punch holes to insert a non-flammable CS gas to urge the mothers and children to come out. We were told this was done out of concern for the children. Shown here are some training scenes of the impact of CS gas on grown men. To understand the full impact of the following scenes, it is important to understand the layout of the Mount Carmel Center. The underground bunkers were not under the house. There was a cement tunnel that ran from a trap door in the end of the house out to two main underground shelters out in the yard, one of which was in front of the water tower. Anyone who was inside either one of the underground bunkers should have been untouched by either fire or smoke. In this picture, this end of the house is where the trap door to the underground bunker was. This film was taken long before 6 a.m. the morning before the fire started. There is a large hole at the base of the building, and the building has already been knocked off its foundation. There is a round hole in the side of the building. What appears to be a large blood splatter is visible on a wall on the other side. Something, perhaps a curtain, flaps from inside the building. Remember, with the sophisticated bugging and surveillance equipment the FBI used, the FBI knew where all of these people were at all times. They could see them and hear them. The underground bunker is in front of the water tower shown here before 6 a.m. This tank was over the tunnel to the underground bunker. For more than 2 hours, a tank is over the underground bunker or at the hole in the corner of the house at the entrance to the tunnel. Each time the tank opens, agents can be seen getting in or out, and the camera filming it conveniently cuts away. At approximately 6:10 a.m., smoke begins pouring from the underground bunker. None of the media mentions the fire in the underground bunker, yet this is when and where the first fire began and where many people lost their lives. The official version of when things began starts here around 6 that morning. There is a flag propped against the door. The flag is not black, and it is not wedged in the door as the media reported. It is a red and blue flag. Whatever it is, it appears to be a flag of a conqueror, not a flag set outside by the Branch Davidians. The first tank that is sent in is a tank retriever. It has no apparatus to insert any kind of gas. It appears at precisely the time the smoke you saw earlier was seen coming from the underground bunker. It is not making so-called small holes to insert gas. It is destroying the end of the house over the trapdoor that leads from the bunker, making sure that no one inside the now burning bunker can escape. A second hole is made in the side of the building, and a third hole is made at the front door. What these tanks are doing in each picture is collapsing the inside stairwells. The following footage proves beyond any doubt that the tanks intentionally set the house on fire. It proves that the Branch Davidians were murdered. Watch carefully as the tank backs out of the house. You can see that this tank has a gas jet on the front that shoots fire. You can also see the fire quite plainly. The tank goes into the house twice, and each time as it backs out, the fire at the gas jets is plainly visible. In the scenes that were shown throughout the country as the location where the fire supposedly started, smoke comes out a second-story window. As flames erupt from the second-story window, watch as a tank appears around the corner. There is an agent on this tank, as if he had just leapt down onto the top of the tank. It is difficult to see the details on a television because the quality is poor, but in the studio, he can be seen removing a fireproof type hood. Another man is seen on the roof. The FBI claims that this man is a Branch Davidian. However, watch as he jumps from the roof and walks away. The tape quality again is poor when it broadcasts on a television set, but in the studio, while he is on the roof, he appears to take off a jacket. He jumps and lands on his feet. He very calmly walks away. As he walks, he can be seen removing a hood. He also appears to be carrying a rifle in his right hand. As the fire burns, helicopters circle over the center with men pointing guns out of the open doorways. Before, during, and after the fire, none of the agents involved are at all concerned that there could be explosions or bullets in the house. In these next scenes, you can plainly see agents walking in and out near the fire. In any ordinary crime scene, great pains are taken to preserve evidence. Here, tanks methodically push what remains of the house and evidence into the fire. The fire takes less than an hour to burn down the entire center. The fire is still smoldering at 5 that evening as agents walk in and around the fire. It is obvious that there is no genuine concern over the supposed millions of rounds of ammunition. Even though the FBI and the media consistently referred to this cement building as the bunker, the real bunkers were underground, as you were shown earlier. Many of the bodies that were found in the underground bunkers, not in the well house. In one final crude and insensitive display, the ATF raised its flag in victory over the ruins of Mount Carmel before the day was over. One voice was heard that day telling the truth. Brad Branch, a Branch Davidian who had left the Mount Carmel Center before the day of the fire.
Now they're finishing off the job right now. They're destroying the crime scene. America, this is the biggest lie that's ever been put before the American public, ever.
February.
There's a light,
Hey guys, what is up? Hey Jeremiah, we are on the road. We are two minutes away from Waco, the Mount Carmel location.
Where the memorial is and everything. We're about to talk with Pastor Pace. So he knows that we're coming. So we'll get to show you the cool gate that is there, and we'll be going onto the property. You can see what little is left, and it's very sad. Once we get there, it's in the middle of nowhere. We've been on this 2-lane road. Can you turn the thing around so they can see?
Turn left.
Yeah.
To
So it looks like this. So we're about to turn on double E, and it kind of springs up on. Oh, there it is. Okay, so slowing down. I'm doing commentary as I drive. Okay, so half a mile. So if you notice, the roads are not really complete, and these are all the same roads that were here in 1993 in Waco. And it's almost like gravel, kind of, but you'll see the real road that they had on Mount Carmel or at Mount Carmel. I don't know if it's on or at, but it's complete rock, and it just kind of blows your mind. And it's the weirdest feeling there. It feels so peaceful, but at the same time, it feels like, sad.
So we just left the gathering of the survivors, and there's a bit of a divide between the property owner, Pace, and the survivors. And so you guys just saw the media blitz there, and we are entering into the gates now. And we are now on the property of...
And there's the Branch Davidian
Mount Carmel.
This is the memorial, which I didn't get to show in the little documentary I did of Charles Pace. So if you want to get here in a minute. And we can walk down there here in a little bit.
So we're interested in kind of getting to the bottom, understanding why the survivors are not actually on the property. Throughout the course of the live stream, we will be playing several documentaries that are found on YouTube. Some with claims that haven't been substantiated, some with very prevalent gaps in the mainstream narrative. So we're just going to be playing some of those documentaries when our downtime is, and we're going to be recording some interviews with the survivors because it's really telling as many groups in today's world are starting to leave quote unquote Babylon, just like the Branch Davidians were doing. It's interesting the precedence that was set by the federal government as they came in to out those people in a very aggressive fashion. So you guys also just heard a song that was produced
from David Koresh called
by
Madman in Waco, and this was before the siege happened. So Madman in Waco was for a different dispute, but it's so amazing if you listen to it now about how many things kind of are this, like they just ended up happening like the song, and it was just pretty crazy. So I wanted to share that with you guys.
So so we're about to head in and talk to Pace. That is the church. You said that Alex Jones had
Alex Jones from what is it? What's the no? What's the documentary where he did on here on Waco?
Rules of Engagement.
Rules of Engagement. He actually helped build this church, paid for it and everything, and there's videos and photos of him actually doing some of the work. So we're gonna go inside and we're gonna set up, and then after we get off this live stream, you can watch this little documentary, and then by the time it comes back, we'll see you soon. So stay tuned.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and Oppo cut to part 2 of The Big Lie, and then we'll be back here soon with an interview.
This is the Ballad of the Waco War by Ron Goins. Who won the War of Waco, Dad?
Who won the Waco War? If the truth can set me free, who won the Waco War? The man just looked at his son and then just smiled and shook his head. You know the story well as I from what you've seen and read. We'll never know the truth of this from what somebody said. By how you judge just what you've heard, you'll quicken or you're dead. Tell me how it started, Dad, and tell it to the end. When David met them at the door, would you say that was when? The 28th of February, shots fired through a door. That was how it happened, the start of Waco's War. I didn't think it much at first. A raid that had gone bad. A cult called Branch Davidians. Their leader had gone mad. And all those guns were talked about, and all the firepower, and all those wives and children too, a king in his high tower. The ATF had found a man who hadn't kept the law, converted certain weapons with no permit at all. He had himself a harem of all the girls he wanted, and all the children looked like him. 17 were counted. That was all I saw at first, all they let me see. But events would soon conspire to show me prophecy. The cattle trucks, they pulled right in, unloaded all their men. They charged the house with weapons drawn, 80 black-clad men. What's going on? There's children here, as young Koresh said. A shot rang out, and I am hit, was heard, and time stood dead. But who was shot, and when, and how? And what was it all for? Was that the shot that did it, Dad, that started Waco's War? The shot had come from someone who had clambered from the truck. The die was cast, the blood was spilled, the scent of fear and all bad luck. We'll shoot the dogs, we'll rush the house, and it will all end here. And then we'll go back into town and have us all a beer. It didn't go like that at all, because in all their plans they couldn't see they'd be outgunned, though they were not outmanned. The ATF had fired first, but they would not admit it. They blamed the victim for the crime and claimed Davidians did it. Was Jesus there at Waco, Dad? Did Jesus see the war? Did Christ in all his glory, Dad, come into Waco's War? The Lord was there, not how you think, but waiting in the wings. Just how you judge is how I'll judge you at the end of things. The war had started long ago by Satan's posturing. No man is God, none but one, nor any created being. I couldn't say just how the Lord would think of all of this, but I surmise that this was staged for angels not to miss. Each day another lesson, all building to the end, and at the end a moral, and in the moral judgment. The choppers next, you tell me, Dad. They fired on the house, with kids inside, and mommies too. They fired on the house. The roof was shot. The towers too, where David had his bed. The water tanks were ruptured and Winston Blake was dead. The walls and ceilings were pierced with holes. The floor was running red. The choppers didn't do it, is what was later said. What happened to the young guy up in the water tower? The one that looked out from the top, up in the water tower? Peter Gent was 24. Australia is home. He came here with his family, long-time Davidians. The message is what brought him, his life about to start. A sniper in the chopper just shot him in the heart. How about the film the agents got while watching from the house? You know, the one across the street, the rented little house? The ATF had cameras, son. They took a whole film crew. The cameras aimed at David's house to get a bird's eye view. But when the day was over, no film was there to see. The cameras all malfunctioned, just accidentally. The only film that we did see was shown across the nation. It came from local cameramen from the Waco TV station. We saw it once from live feed, but after that an edit, the first sign of a cover-up, but who should get the credit? What happened at the front door, Dad? What happened at the door? Did David let the agents in? What happened at the door? As David saw the dogs were shot, a bullet passed his head. He ducked inside the doorway lest he be filled with lead. But Perry Jones and Elder Who was there to stop the war. Through the door was shot, and pain he was to live an hour more. What is friendly fire, Dad? What is friendly fire? What is it happens to your friends when you have friendly fire? The agents on the roof, son, on ladders they had climbed. They broke through into bedrooms, an action poorly timed. 3 agents in, 1 agent out. The guy was there to cover. Instead, he throws a flash grenade. For 2 inside, it's over. Another guy, he bought it, but never left the road. The man beside him gun jammed, then suddenly unloaded. All in all, 4 men died. These were called suspicious, and 20 agents injured. 10 were not judicious. You said they shot the dogs, Dad. The agents shot the dogs? Did the dogs attack the agents before they shot the dogs? The branches had some malamutes. In kennels they were kept, and most of them were puppies, so no lethal threat. The written plan said put them down, but in a gentler way. When hell broke loose, the plan forgot, no mercy shown today. But didn't the agents play by rules to keep the babies safe? All those babies and their moms? Shouldn't they be safe? Don't shoot unless you see a threat, unless a gun you see. Protect yourself, protect your friends. Don't fire indiscriminately. But bullets went right through the walls, and kids and moms were there. Jadine Wendell, a nursing mom. The bullets didn't spare. Afterwards, the children would talk of what they saw, of windows being shattered, of floors on which they crawled, and even David's lawyers made notes, and they were sure of bullets coming out and in of the building's double doors. What happened next? Do tell me, Dad, and don't you spare a word. I'm old enough to know the truth, so tell me what you've heard. Other agents ran around from the front to back, assaulting the gymnasium in their sneak attack. Kids were huddled in the halls, and moms would cover them. I know some moms were wounded in protecting them. The agents broke through windows and rampaged down the halls. 6 bullets found Pete Hipsman. His blood would stain the walls. And David Kay had run upstairs, a bullet through his hand. An agent shot him in the hip, and David couldn't stand. How many of the people there were wanted by the law? Were they the bad guys, Daddy, and wanted by the law? The warrant listed David. No other names were there. One man scared the ATF so much they took a dare. That guy Koresh, he's got a cult, and guns, and girls, and rock and roll, a Harley and a souped-up car, and claims that he can save your soul. But the warrant failed to mention that the local guns were lawful. A local dealer had the license and receipts that made them legal. No one else there was a suspect for any crime or any threat. No one smoked or drank or cussed. They never even made a bet. But what's the problem, Daddy? I know you got a gun, and we like cars and rock and roll. We like to have some fun. The problem wasn't really guns or all that other stuff, but that David had called for judgment, said that God had had enough, and we're called out of Babylon. On this the Lord insists. So if you're looking for a cult, try televangelists. Wasn't that his right, Dad, to talk about that stuff? That's the message of the kingdom and from the God of love. You're right, my son, so right you are to see it just that way. It's in our Constitution to be free in what we say. But Babylon has come about while we have looked away, and judgment is the thing they fear, the price they'll have to pay. Who was it called the police, Dad? Who was it called the law? We heard the 911 tapes. Who was it made the call? Wayne Martin was a lawyer's son. He lived there with his king. His wife and children were right there with bullets flying in. Stop firing. Who's shooting us? We haven't done a thing. There are women, kids, and old folks here. Oh God, stop firing. Who was the man at 911? And what was it that he said? I know he tried his best to help. What was it that he said? The man Wayne called was Larry Lynch. He's Waco sheriff now. He took the call and heard the shots and almost had a cow. Who is this? And where are you? I know something's gone wrong. I'll try to get a ceasefire. It shouldn't take too long. When did the shooting stop, Dad? When did they get the call? With all those dead and wounded, when did they get the call? The agents had shut off their phones. They never got the call. When they ran out of bullets, only then they saw. Without our lead, our guns are dead. The guys were heard to shout. A call went to the compound. We want our wounded out. It wasn't over then, Dad. You told me that for sure. Or was that all the first day in Waco's bloody war? There's more to say about day one that history won't tell. Each witness has a story of how they went through hell. Each person has a memory of all the friends they lost, the first day and the last day of Waco's Holocaust. Wasn't there another guy? A guy who lost his life? He tried to come back to the house, to his children and his wife? Mike Schroeder and his wife and kids lived at Mount Carmel too. He went to work that morning like other people do. He had walked home the back way after all the day's events. The snipers shot him 7 times and hung him on a fence. Isn't that illegal, Dad, to shoot a man like that? They could have warned him then to stop, but shooting him like that? The snipers were in camouflage and all dressed up like trees. You couldn't see unless they moved, the men behind the leaves. They said Mike Schroeder fired first. He was 1 against 19. But Michael didn't have a gun like the one found at the scene. And then we saw the FBI. You told me this before. The mighty hostage rescue team that would come into the war. The HRT was well prepared to settle any score. They were elite stormtroopers trained for any war. They studied assault tactics like any eager beaver. And recently at Ruby Ridge had killed Mrs. Randy Weaver. Wasn't that in Idaho, way up in the hills? What kind of threat was Randy, way up in those hills? They wanted him to spy for them on Aryan nation groups. They entrapped him in a felony and then sent in the troops. His little cabin in the woods, besieged by many men. They shot his friend, his son, his wife, tried to do him in. But he surrendered, I was told, and had his day in court. And then he sued the FBI and won in civil court. That certainly is so, son. A bitter victory because he lost his only son and his wife, Vicky. That should have been a reason for the HRT, a lesson that they never learned by the spring of '93. Tell me more about the folks who lived inside the house. Were they a bunch of crazies inside that big old house? The Branches weren't crazy, son, or some kind of cult. They came from many nations, just like the book foretold. They worshiped on the Sabbath, that is, the 7th day. They listened to new prophets and followed Bible ways. But what about the stories I hear some people tell? They weren't like the rest of us, from what some people tell. Those stories come from ignorance and fear of the unknown, and people talk about the faults of others, not their own. In some ways they were different, and not like you and me, but hold a mirror to yourself, and then what will you see? So tell me more of what you know about David's family, about the children and their moms. Were they a happy family? And David was the father of many girls and boys. All the children were schooled at home and shared in all the chores. The mothers, they had made the choice to live in just this way. It's not for us to judge them for choices they had made. But wasn't that against the law, against the laws of man, one wife? Is that the law according to God's plan? The state of Texas does have laws against polygamy. To marry more than one wife is known as bigamy. But David hadn't married them, but made it so to bear children for the work of God. In judgment they would share. I don't know about that, Dad. It doesn't seem to fit. Obey the letter of the law or obey the law's spirit. The thing to understand, son, the lesson to be learned, it's not enough to know the law for God's grace to be earned. David's self-willed actions made him to be pariah, but God's will was behind him to be sinful Messiah. So God told David what to do? To show that prophecy was in the hand of God alone, to be or not to be? That's the long and short of it, but it's not over yet. The judgments come upon his church, the maker they have met. The kingdoms of the world will find their judgment soon to come because of their transgressions against his true kingdom. You told me about the FBI, about the ATF. They said there was a drug lab and someone making meth. The Constitution says that we, beholden to the law, cannot attack as civilians with army troops and all, but posse comitatus has pushed aside, you see, to deal with terrorists and drugs wherever they may be. But weren't they mistaken about David and the drugs? What evidence did they present about him and the drugs? In searching for a reason to get a special warrant, liberties they took with rules and said things that they shouldn't. There was once some kind of lab, but David tore it down and gave it to the sheriff, and this was not unknown. So they lied about the drugs to make a guy look bad, and then they did those awful things. That really makes me mad. The siege had started on that day in 1993 and would continue 50 more till April the 19th, a date we will remember with memories so vile. I'll tell you more about it, but in a little while. A siege of 50 days, Dad? A siege of 50 days? How could those people hold out for all those 50 days? They had a lot of canned goods and lots of MREs, a kind of army ration, meals ready to eat. Their water tanks were empty because of bullet holes. They had to collect water in buckets and in bowls. Why didn't they surrender, Dad, as early as they could? They knew they were surrounded and they were stuck but good. They prayed and talked it over, son. Some wanted to give in. The FBI said, come on out. Koresh said, don't come in. I'm sending out some people and a message too. I'm hoping in the meantime God tells me what to do. But what was in the message, Dad, the lady carried out? Could that have helped to settle things, the message that came out? Please play this on the radio so coast to coast might hear. A desperate plea to save your souls because the end is near. The FBI was cautious, just played it locally, then said in press conferences, just Bible babbling. Was there a voice of reason, Dad, in all of this to do? Who would stand up and tell them, let's stop and think this through? The people shouted from the left, our civil liberties. The people shouted from the right, Second Amendment please. The press was quick to question the illegalities. The front man for the FBI said no to all these. Did they take no for answer to questions that were fair? Where were our basic freedoms? When was it time to care? The press was told each morning just what they could report. To demonize Davidians and ridicule for sport. And if you want to keep your job, you'll do just what we say. Just question our authority, there'll be hell to pay. But didn't it get worse, Dad, for all those folks inside? The FBI had dirty tricks for all those folks inside. They cut off the electric. There was no water, too. They brought in big old spotlights and Miss Sinatra, too. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, jack-booted thugs are going to walk all over you. People started coming out within a couple days. Didn't things get easier with people coming out? You'd think it would get better, negotiating peace, but that was just a scent of blood to the federal police. To help with small concessions a little at a time, we want you all right away, our own timeline. But that's not acting Christian, Dad. No need to be that way. They were getting what they wanted, and more from day to day. But no, it just was not enough to sit and wait them out. With 40 out and 90 in, the pressure they would mount. They wrapped the house in barbed wire. They drove the tanks around. They lit the night with big spotlights and terrorizing sounds. The children were so frightened, Dad. It must have been so bad to live through all that terror. Again, I'm getting mad. I got mad too and stayed mad because of what I saw. I tossed a brick through my TV, threw it against the wall. But what's a man to do, dear? What's one man to do? They say you can't fight City Hall with Big Brother watching you. But all the time they had to wait. What did the people do? Was it the same from day to day with never nothing new? We all fall into patterns, and life goes on that way, even with the tanks outside they went through every day. The children still were homeschooled. They still had time to play, and all would Bible study for hours every day. Who was the man that led the siege, who took responsibility, who led negotiations, who made the strategy? The president, he was brand new. He didn't start the plan. And Janet Reno came in late, so she is not the man. And Byron Sage and Jeff Jamar, they passed the buck some more. We're only following orders, was heard somewhere before. So no one ever took the blame. No one was at fault. It wasn't me, it wasn't he. the buck was passed by all? But that is not the case at all. They all would take the blame. They all said mea culpa, but it all came out the same. They all said, hey, come look at me, and ignore the simple fact. The men behind the curtain were behind the act. The men behind the curtain, who could these bad guys be? And now you're going to tell me about some conspiracy? History's conspiracy is what some wise man said. It's written by the winners, not written by the dead. Some say shit just happens, and then we make it fit. Our molded preconceptions, our minds make sense of it. So tell me it's the Masons, Dad, or tell me it's the Jews, the big bad wolf, the boogeyman, or even just the evening news. It's not as simple as all that, to plan and then to act. When things go wrong, they cover butt, and then cover up the facts. Where there's smoke, there's fire, is what some people say. But where the FBI are, the smoke and mirrors play. But now you have me all confused. I don't know what you mean. The good guy's bad, the bad guy's good, or somewhere in between? I'd like to say that you'll find out when you are older, dear. But chances are, some things are never clear. But now back to our story. It's nearly time to see how events would conspire to confirm God's prophecy. I'm hoping that you tell me, Dad, how this was all meant to be, because without a reason, it's just a tragedy. Let's finish with the facts first, how history played out here, how David fought Goliath. He fought him to the death, dear. Just let me finish talking, then I hope we'll find the meaning in the message that David gave mankind. The FBI was tired now of all the talk and talk. The time had come for action, so let the BS walk. They took a plan to Reno then. The kids are being hurt. They had a plan to save them, disaster to avert. We gassed them first and moved them where we could get so close in, and then we'll rush and grab them. This plan we think will win. But what about the chance of fire? The building, will it burn? The gas, it isn't flammable. A lie we'd later learn. But meantime, in the compound, David got the word. He'd write a little book about the 7 seals of God. Send in a word processor and send in batteries too. I finally got permission to pass God's word to you. Yeah, right, Koresh, they snickered behind their hidden hand. We think the guy is stalling. Let's follow with our plan. We've got some time to give you. We'll send in what you need. Send out a chapter at a time, just something we can read. The tanks, they kept on rolling and pushing cars away. A fire break they were making, preparing for that day. The CS gas was ordered and booms put on the tanks. A deadline was established and filtered through the ranks. Inside the celebration, that God has shown a way, a peaceful resolution and mercy shown today. All our prayers have been answered. Our God has heard our plea. We'll pack our bags and pack a lunch and come out peacefully. But that was not to happen. It wasn't in the plan. The day was now upon them. The time was now at hand. But sleep had come upon them. What dreams they must have had. 50 days of torture had ended, they were glad. Now dawn had come, and with it, the tanks came rushing through to break in walls and windows and pump the gas in too. One corner of the building was crushed in films we've seen, the trapdoor to the buried bus where fresh air would have been. The bullhorns were a-blaring, this is not an assault. We're making us some openings, so come on out, you all. Your 15 minutes are over, and you are not Messiah. Vernon Howe, you've got to go, or you will soon expire. The tanks, they kept on punching holes and pumping gas right in back, tearing the building down, what used to be the gym. Someone tried to use the phone to negotiate. The tanks had cut straight through the line, so it was just too late. But Dad, I really got to know about the Delta Force. Were they involved that final day? That super secret force? Was Delta Force inside the house? I really couldn't say. But later someone bragged about the things he'd done that day. And someone else would overhear, and so the story spread. 5 agents of the Delta Force had walked among the dead. Rumor had the men in black protected from the gas, placing bombs inside the house. We never saw the blast. Names of men were given who had participated, but they had all died in accidents, completely unrelated. The women and the children had hidden in the vault. They huddled all together and prayed God help them all. A tank pushed through the building to spray that little room. 35 would die there. The gas would spell their doom. The kids inside the bunker, none would have a mask. They never had a chance against the CS gas. The gas would come from Bradley's in special pumping booms. They pierce the walls and then inject the gas into the rooms. Why was this room so special that all the moms would gather? The room was made of concrete, protection that would matter, but it had no windows, and when the gas came in, it smothered moms and kids and all. The gas would do them in. The chapel was assaulted next. The front doors pulled away. They played a role in evidence as bullet holes displayed. 10 men were in the chapel and 5 would get away, but 5 would die in smoke and flame and never see today. The church had once been filled with those who studied 7 seals. The lamb who would become the beast would teach of wheels and wheels, to break the codes of the last book, to find the truth therein. The seals would open one by one. In judgment they were sharing. The judgment comes to my house first, is what the good book says. For knowledge of the judgment you must face. The truth is not academic. It's not sitting on the fence. The key to revelation is in the experience. The last place that the tanks would go, a corner rather windy, and when the fire started, it worked just like a chimney. And when the fire touched the gas, there was a fireball. The smoke poured out the windows, the flames went down the halls. You've heard about the FLIR tape? It films in infrared radar. Black is cool, and white is hot, and gray between the two. At a crucial time it caught, just like a candid camera, the gunshots going in and through walls of the cafeteria. An airplane flying overhead would film the fatal fire and show the world in infrared the shots from guns for hire. A blip of light is what would show a signature of heat, and all those blips directed at people in retreat. That isn't what it shows at all, the lawyer said at trial. Reflections of the sunlight cast from a debris pile. But that is light, and this is heat. Heat is shot from guns. Guns that shot the moms and dads and killed the little ones. The people in the kitchen, they had no place to run, with fire on the inside and outside men with guns. Some tried to make it out the back, but they were shot or forced inside. None of them escaped from there. 25 would die. Worst luck of all was to the few who made it to the trapdoor. To find it crushed from top on down, they died right on the floor. The school bus buried on this spot would have been a shelter. Instead, the tanks came through at dawn and made things helter-skelter. 9 there were, survived the fire, and came out where they could. But 76 would die there and burn among the wood. Among the dead were children. 18 were under 10. 35 were women. 23 were men. And some of them had died from gas, and some of them from fire. And some they died from bullet wounds that came from guns for hire. And surely some had shot themselves when the flames came close, and surely we can't blame them for making that hard choice. There was blame to go around and always fault to find, and lots of finger pointing. We heard the axes grind. The feds would say that David and his men had lit the fire. They spread lots of accelerants to make a funeral pyre. Survivors went to media and told a different tale. The tanks knocked over lanterns, set fire to hay bales. The media recounted how in its history the FBI would set a fire to end some kind of siege. The bodies of the victims went into autopsy. The coroner, we know now, a man named Pirwani. He himself was suspect, beholden to the men who covered up his sloppy work time and time again. The people who were gunshot, were frozen, one and all. Someone unplugged the freezer and decomposed them all. So they were quickly buried, all in a pauper's grave. It was all so convenient and reputation saved. They later held a trial and dragged the victims through it. The jury heard the evidence and said they didn't do it. The judge dismissed the jury and sentenced 7 men up to 40 years in prison. The victims burned again. So now you've told the story, Dad. I questioned like before, who won the war of Waco, Dad? Who won the Waco War? The story isn't over, son. The end's not mine to tattle. The Waco War, we call it, was only just a battle fought for hearts and minds and the truth to tell. A message clear for ears that hear and eyes that see as well. It's written in the Bible, in all those books I've mentioned, and for this generation, as was God's intention. And now, my son, it's written within our hearts and minds. So look to God for judgment. His mercy you will find. Our Father, our Mother, dear family in heaven, our blessings are many, our burdens are few. Given this day is the body of the faithful. Born this day is an army under the altar. Amen.
All right, we're live. This is Pastor Charles Pace, and he's going to tell you his message. So.
Okay, welcome to the 30th anniversary of the Branch Davidian tragedy. Most people don't know what I know, and you're going to find out what I've known for the past 30 years, but I couldn't tell anybody anything because I wasn't allowed to by the people that were taking care of the memorial every year. They just didn't want me to tell you what I'm about to tell you. And you'll know why when you find out what it is. Anyway, I've been a Branch Davidian believer for 50 years. This is my 50th year. So I kind of know, what went on historically. I also am a ordained minister. I studied under Ben and Lois Roden, the founders of the Branch Davidian Seventh-day Adventist movement. They were the ones that bought the property and established the church here. And so I was also ordained by Lois and baptized by Lois as a Branch Davidian minister and a Branch Davidian believer. So I think I have a little bit of, tenure here so that I can tell you and what I know, and you can pretty much accept it as the truth. But I still want you to pray about it and to examine your hearts and minds about it before God. And God will tell you whether it's the truth or not. I don't want you to think that just because I said it and I'm a minister that it's the truth. I want the Holy Spirit to convict you, because the Holy Spirit is the one that convicted me about this and showed me it. And I brought it to the whole movement, all Branch Davidians, in 1984 on April the 17th. And I described this whole prophecy that I'm about to share with you. Ellen G. White, the founder of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, prophesied in 1904 that Ezekiel 28 was going to be fulfilled within the church, and that we would best know how it is fulfilled when it does happen. But within the Seventh-day Adventist Church, a man was going to come and basically fulfill Ezekiel 28. In Ezekiel 28, a man claims to have the mind of God, claims to sit in the seat of God, and claims to be God. And God says to that man, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a God. I sit in the seat of God in the midst of the seas or the nations. Yet thou art a man and not God, though thou set thine heart as the heart of God. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, because thou hast set thine, I will bring strangers upon thee, the terrible of the nations. And I interpret that as the Delta Force that was sent here. And they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, and they shall defile thy brightness. They shall bring thee down to the pit or the grave, and thou shalt die the deaths, plural, because he had 4 followers that all believed in him. Thou shalt die the deaths of them that are slain in the midst of the seas, in the midst of all the nations. Wilt thou yet say before him that slayeth thee, I am God? But thou shalt be a man, and no God, in the hand of him that slayeth thee. Thou shalt die the deaths of the uncircumcised by the hand of strangers, for I have spoken it, saith the Lord God. Now, when the Lord says, I have spoken it, and it's going to happen, you can be sure it's going to happen just the way God says it's going to happen. So God said, I'm going to read from the New International now. In the pride of your heart, you say, I am a God. I sit on the throne of God in the heart of the seas, but you are a man and not a God, though you think you are as wise as God. Therefore, this is what the sovereign Lord says. And sovereign Lord means he's over everybody. He's in control of everything, and he can make anything happen. I, the sovereign Lord says, because you think you are wise as a God, I am going to bring foreigners against you, the most ruthless of nations. They will draw their swords against your beauty and wisdom, his interpretation, and pierce your shining splendor. Will you then say, I am a God in the presence of those who kill you? You will be but a man, not a God, in the hands of those who slay you. So that's 2 versions. There's one more that I'd like to, and that's the Living Bible, because it's pretty down to earth. Because you claim you are as wise as God, an enemy army, the terror of the nations, which was the Delta Force, shall suddenly draw their swords against your marvelous wisdom and defile your splendor. Then will you boast as a God, at least to these invaders you will be no God, but merely a man. So, in 1984, I brought this message, or this prophecy, to David Koresh before all the elders of the church and about 180 congregants. Anyone that was anybody in the branch Davidian Seventh-day Adventist Church was there. Now, I directed the prophecy to David Koresh, looked him right in the eye, and I asked him, are you the man that she prophesied would come? He said, yes, I am. And I said, well, you understand what God's about to do to that person. He's going to raise an army. They're going to slaughter old and young, men, women, maids, and little children. Ezekiel chapter 9 is the judgment of Ezekiel 28. And it says that 5 men with slaughter weapons in their hands go through the city or the church and slaughter old and young, men, women, maids, and little children. And they start with the ancient men that are before the house. So the ones that were not sighing and crying for the abominations that were being done by the leadership, David Koresh and the elders, were going to be slaughtered. Why? Because they were going along with what they were doing as an abomination. One of the first abominations that David Koresh, besides claiming to be God, was that he annulled all marriages and all women belonged to him. Well, the only one that can annul a marriage is God, because God put them together. What God has put together, let no man put asunder. So when he said, all women belong to me and I'm annulling all marriage, he was sitting in the seat of God, claiming to be God. Now, if these people went along with him, they were believing that he was in his claim to be God. Now, why do you think the elders gave their wives to him and their daughters to him? The most precious love a man would have is his wife and his daughter, gave them to him so that he could have children with them, because they believed that he was God. In their heart of hearts, they believed that he was God. So Ellen G. White made comment on Ezekiel 28, and that's what I'm going to read to you now. A general movement is represented. I asked our people, Seventh-day Adventists, to study the 28th chapter of Ezekiel. The representation here made, while it refers primarily to Lucifer, the fallen angel, has yet a broader significance. Not one being, but a general movement is described, and one that we shall witness, Seventh-day Adventists shall witness. A faithful study of this chapter should lead those who are seeking for truth to walk in all the light that God has given to his people, lest they be deceived by the deceptions of these last days. So she's saying, see, we believe that we received messages, and we received the message about the Holy Ghost. Okay, we believe that it was an inspired message about the Holy Ghost. So she's saying you need to hang on to what you've already learned, and don't be going, astray from that, or you're going to get deceived by the deceptions of these last days. And one of the main deceptions that we're going to have in the last days is that there's going to be an Antichrist that's going to claim that he's God. So we need to be very careful what we are listening to and what we're believing. This is what she goes on to say, the omega to one of the most subtle delusions. We are now to be on guard and not drawn away from the all-important message given of God for this time. And that was the message of the Holy Ghost. Satan is not ignorant of the result of trying to define God and Jesus Christ in a spiritualistic way that sets God and Christ as a non-entity. In other words, you're spiritualizing away who Christ is and who he represents and what he is. And then you mystify it and you say, well, is it possible for a man to take on this persona? The moments occupied in this kind of science are in the place of preparing the way of the Lord, making way for Satan to come in and confuse the minds with mysticisms of his own devising. Although they are dressed up in angel robes, they have made our God and our Christ a non-entity. He wants to get him out of our minds and hearts. He wants to put someone else there or something else there. That's what Satan's up to. So when David Koresh came along and said, look, folks, I'm teaching you the seals. It says in Revelation that no one can open that book but the Lamb of Revelation 5 and 6. No one can open those seals but the Lamb. Well, if I'm opening this book unto you and I'm opening these seals, then I must be that Lamb. There's your mysticism. There's your, making Christ a non-entity because it's David Koresh now. But was he really opening the seals? Well, I would argue that he wasn't. Okay. And from the weight of evidence that I found, there's no way he opened the seals. He was basically coming and pushing the Holy Ghost, who is the author of the book, the Bible, the sealed book. It's sealed to us until the Holy Ghost reveals it to us, because she's the only one that can reveal it, because she's the author. And I say she because I did an extensive study on what that Lamb of Revelation 5 and 6, who it really is. And that Lamb has 7 eyes, perfect vision, 7 horns, complete authority, and is the 7 spirits of God that were sent into the earth. Isn't that the Holy Ghost? The one that is to lead us into all truth, convict us of sin, and testify of Christ. Well, that's who that Lamb is. It's not a man, because it says no man can open the book. Well, if David Koresh is a man, like this prophecy says, you are not a god, you're just a man. That's what God says to him. And he prepares everyone to be aware that this guy is going to try to claim to be God, but he's not God, he's just a man. But he's got some people that are deluded in believing that he's God, the Holy Ghost, the Lamb of Revelation 5 and 6. And when I brought this to him and I asked him, "Are you the man?" He said, "Yes, I am." And after he, told me that he was that man, he put his arm around my neck, and he turned to the elders and looked them in the eye, and he said, "This brother is teaching truth. You better believe him." In other words, he's not a man. He's not a god. He's just a man. And he admitted it to them right in front of their faces, before their eyes, but they didn't want to believe it. The next day, 2 elders came with a rebuttal. And David Koresh was sitting next to my friend in his pew, who was at the meeting the day before. And David Koresh whacks him on the knee and he says, "Watch what these guys are going to try to do to Charlie's theory. They've fallen for me hook, line, and sinker. This is going to be a knockout blow," he said. "They've fallen for me hook, line, and sinker." So I take that as, look at these deluded people. I'm teaching them a delusion, but they're falling for it, because that's what God asked them to do. In 2 Thessalonians, it says, this is the chapter of the Antichrist coming and the whole world wondering after him. It says in the beginning of that chapter, if you don't have a love for the truth when God gives it to you, God himself will give you a strong delusion to believe your own lie, so he can damn you. So when David Koresh said to them, "This brother is teaching truth," he's telling you what Ellen G. White, a prophetess that you believe in, has said and said is going to happen. And you should believe what she says. He's telling you, and you believe that he's your prophet, but he's telling you that what this man told you is the truth. But they didn't believe it. Well, it says that if you don't have a love for the truth, if you don't believe it when God gives it to you, well, that would have been God to them. That was David Koresh, you see. He said, "This is the truth. You better believe it." Well, they didn't want to believe it. So what did God do? He gave David Koresh a delusion that he taught them about him being God, the Lamb of Revelation 5 and 6. And he made them believe it, because that's what they wanted to believe in their heart of hearts. That's why they gave their wives to him, their daughters to him. And it was okay. David Koresh is the Lamb. Everything's okay. He's God. We need to listen to God. Well, that's what I brought to them in 1984. And I told David Koresh, If you don't stop claiming that you're God, God's going to judge you by slaughtering everyone, raising an army and slaughtering. And that's exactly what happened 9 years to the day and the hour I pointed my finger at him. That's when the fire started at Mount Carmel, and it burned the whole place down. This is after they were murdered by the Delta Force. And who lit the fire? Branch Davidians didn't light it. God says, I will kindle a fire in the midst of thee, and you will be heard of no more. Ezekiel 28:17 says that. Look it up. Read it. Don't just take my word for it. Read these chapters, Ezekiel 28 and Ezekiel 9. 9 is the number of judgment in Scripture. 9 years to the day and the hour. That was in 1984 on April the 17th. On April the 19th, 9 years later, there's 2 leap years, right? Adds another day. So you got 2 extra days. April the 17th, April the 18th, April the 19th. At 12:10, when I pointed my finger at him, that's when the fire started. God says the hour of his judgment has come. Do you understand that? The hour of God's judgment came, but the hour of David Koresh's judgment came too. And all the people that wanted to believe that he was God. Now, I love these people. I used to work with them. I used to study with them. I used to live with them. They were my friends, but I had to tell them the truth. Don't follow this guy that's claiming to be God, or you're going to go into perdition, into apostasy with him, and you're going to be judged of God. Because God wanted to have an example for the whole world to show what he's going to do to the Antichrist when he comes on the world scene. Isn't he going to claim to be God? You're darn right he's going to claim to be God. He's going to sit in the temple of God and claim to be God. And God has to send his own son with an army of saints to get rid of the Antichrist and his army. Am I right? Or there won't be any flesh left on the face of the earth, we're told. Well, God's people have to wake up, and we know we're having a reawakening. Patriots are waking up because we're finally seeing what kind of a government the deep state is. These people that are, supposed to be running the United States. Well, this is what I also found out, and this is what you're not going to believe. You may believe what I just told you, but you may not believe what I'm going to tell you. There had to be a darn good reason for the government to come here and for Bill Clinton, who was the president at that time, to give the Delta Force the order to come and get these people, to get rid of them, as a matter of fact. There's footage that I have that you need to go and watch from YouTube. I made a video. It's called Waco, A New Revelation. It's on my YouTube channel, Waco Scene in 2020 Vision. You need to go watch that. It tells you all about what Bill Clinton was up to. If you watch the Clinton Chronicles, which is a documentary about Bill Clinton, him being governor of Arkansas and what he was doing illegally while he was the governor. Some of that spilled over to here, to Mount Carmel. George Roden, the son of Ben and Lois Roden, the founders of the church, ran for president in 1976 under the Democratic Party. And he didn't make it to the primaries, but he got to know the Democratic Party. So he got to know the Clintons. He even got to know the Bushes. So when they were wanting to recruit George, because they wanted the trustee that owned the property next to a 3,000-acre ranch that we believe was owned by the Bushes and has a mansion on it, okay? And we know of, I've got a neighbor that tells me that he has a friend whose mother was asked to cater a party at 2 parties at that mansion because she had a bakery and they wanted her to bake the hot dog buns and the hamburger buns and a cake for 500 homosexual guests, okay? So there were homosexual parties going on the mansion next door. He also has a nephew-in-law that does AC work. And when this ranch or this mansion was sold with 350 acres about 6 years ago, because they wanted, the people that owned it, and I told you who might have owned it, wanted to get it out of their hands because it was getting too much attention. So they sold the property to someone else that they probably knew and wanted him to take care of it for them. And he changes out 8 compressors of the AC units. He's up on the 2nd floor checking out the air conditioning to see if it's working good. And he comes across a huge shower complex that you would find in an athletic complex with glass walls. You could see it into it from the outside of the building even, and from the inside into the, and he asked his uncle, why in the world do they have a shower with glass walls? Well, my dear nephew, they have homosexual parties here, and they also, I believe, had pedophile parties there. That's my speculation. But what did they use the shower for? They compromised the guests. They got them drunk and drugged, put them in there with the women and children that they had, and they videotaped them and took pictures of them, and they compromised them to blackmail them. Does that sound familiar? Do you see the picture of that gentleman next to Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein? I believe he was in the wings here, supplying them with addresses of people that wanted to buy the women and the children that they were bringing up from Central America as payment for guns that they were manufacturing here on the property, automatic weapons that they were taking down to the Contras, and they were paying them with cocaine paste and women and children that they brought up here. They processed the cocaine on the property in the tower of the building, next to the building, the water tower. And the women and children were used as sex slaves in the houses, and they were filmed and taken pictures of while they were having the act with the guests because they wanted to blackmail the guests. Now, when David Koresh was gone for about 4 years, and he lived in Palestine, Texas, when he came back, he found a bunch of evidence. And I got this from a Homeland Security investigator. He told me he found 2,000 guns in crates in the basement of that machine shop that you see the picture of above my head. And he made a pool out of that machine shop basement. But that's where he found the guns. And I believe there were holding cells for the women and children there too, so that they could hold them there and bring them out when they wanted their clients to have sex with them in the houses. And they filmed it and they took pictures of them so that they could blackmail the guests. And the guests were probably the same people that went to the parties at the mansion next door. They were governors, judges, lawyers, senators, doctors, businessmen, and maybe even law enforcement. Now you wonder why these people came here and were so, dead set on getting rid of these people here, killing them all and burning the place down. Why would you think they wanted to do that? Because they understood what was going on here. David Koresh had evidence of what was going on here. He had pictures and tapes, and he found guns. He asked the local sheriff to come and get the guns and the tapes and the pictures. Sheriff Harwell said, I can't touch any of that evidence you've got. It's under federal jurisdiction. Well, federal jurisdiction means the CIA, whoever's in charge of the CIA at the time, which was George Bush Sr., told all the law enforcement in the area to leave all that evidence here so that David Koresh could be incriminated as the one that, did all this, and it wasn't the deep state. It wasn't Bill Clinton and Jeb Bush, who George Bush Sr. recruited to do this very job. Manufacture guns, send them down to the Contras. They would pay them with cocaine paste. They would process the cocaine paste, put it out on the streets of the United States. That's what Bill Clinton was recruited for, to put the cocaine out there. Now, if you watch the Clinton Chronicles, you'll find out what he was doing for 11 years while he was governor. He was manufacturing guns, sending them down to the Contras, bringing back cocaine, putting it out on the streets, giving it to the street gangs with the guns so that he would have basically a mercenary police force just in case martial law was declared. He wasn't going to depend on the local police force or the military, because they take an oath to protect the people of the United States from domestic and foreign enemies, right? So he wanted another way to get around that so he could take the guns from Americans. He was going to get all these drug dealers and gun, pushers, the street gangs, to do all this. So in the Clinton Chronicles, it tells you that Bill Clinton was laundering $100 million a month for 11 years from the cocaine and the guns, okay? And he was putting it through, government programs, but that's how much he was laundering. So David Koresh sees these pictures that he finds, and he sees that these women and children are being abused. And what are they saying David Koresh is doing now? They're saying that David Koresh is abusing women or abusing children and raping women. Bill Clinton is in the Rules of Engagement, the documentary about what happened here. And he's actually saying we have to get rid of this snake. We have to cut the head off the snake, meaning David Koresh. He's raping women, molesting children, manufacturing guns, and processing drugs. How did he know all that was here? Because they left that evidence here. And I believe George Roden, who was their partner in crime, I believe that he was going to blackmail them. He was going to try to, blackmail them and get more money out of them. So they left all that stuff for him to be found out and to be blamed. But when David Koresh and him had a gunfight, remember? And David Koresh and him were arrested. They went to trial. And it was a hung jury, and George got upset because he felt that they were trying to kill him, and the jury didn't even see that. So he got angry, and he cursed the judge, the lawyers, and the jury with AIDS, not once but twice. So he had to serve 2 sentences of 90 days for contempt of court. So 180 days he was locked up. So that's when David Koresh and his people moved on to the property. But when they moved on to the property, David Koresh found this evidence that the Homeland Security investigator told me he found. He actually gave me that picture of the building, and he said, "Do you know anything about this building?" I said, "No, it wasn't here when I was here in the spring of '85, when George Roden ran all us Branch Davidians off the property." Well, why did he run us off the property? Because they were going to build that building and start manufacturing guns here and processing the cocaine and bringing up the women and children. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just telling you what I've discovered by being here for 28 years, having neighbors talk to me, having law enforcement people come and talk to me, just, knowing David Koresh and knowing what he believed, knowing the prophecy, knowing that God had to bring the army here for a reason, and they had to have a good reason. Well, Bill Clinton had them come here because he wanted to cover his butt, basically, because David Koresh was going to expose them. And I'll tell you why I know that. In one of the documentaries, and I believe it's Waco Rules of Engagement, David Koresh is being interviewed by an Australian journalistic group. They were making a documentary, and they asked him, why do you have guns on this property, it being a church property? Why do you have guns on this property? And David, says, well, it makes no difference whether we have guns on this property or not. It's our Second Amendment rights. And the United States is one of the greatest countries in the world. It has liberty and justice for all, not for some, not for religion, but for all. Then he rhymes off a couple of lines of a song he wrote. This, having guns, is for the little children. God knows how it should be. Stars and stripes are flying, bringing justice and liberty. And then he looks into the camera and he says, for the children's sake, you may have to take up a gun in the future. Well, isn't that prophetic? That was prophetic 30 years ago. He was telling everybody, and most patriots know, these people were murdered by the deep state, by the government. They didn't kill themselves. They didn't burn themselves up. Biden and Schumer were at the congressional hearing saying that these people burned themselves up and killed themselves and burned themselves up. The government did no crime against them. Do you believe that? Do you believe Biden? Do you believe Schumer? Come on. We know that the Delta Force, I have footage, and I want you to go on my Rumble site again, Waco seen in 2020 vision, and look at the for the children's sake, the untold story, because I tell all about what's been going on in this area. There was a human trafficking ring going on, and the Bushes had a big part in it, and so did the Clintons. And what do? They blame it on David Koresh. They make him look like he's the one pushing the guns and the women and children and all that. Yes, he had different marital, customs that were different. And the people were with him, though. He wasn't raping them. He wasn't holding them hostage. They were doing it from their own free will. The husbands knew that the wives were doing it, and the daughters and the parents knew and wanted to go along with it, to have children with David Koresh. I'm not condoning his sins. I'm just telling you it was entirely different from what they wanted to spin to make him look like a religious fanatic that's a sex maniac and a gun dealer, okay? Now, do you know what he had to do to the guns? You can't get rid of automatic rifles by just selling them or giving them away. You'll be arrested because it's illegal. He had to make them into legal semi-automatic rifles so that he could sell them at gun shows. He had 2,000 of them that the sheriff couldn't come and get. And he burned the pictures and the tapes, so we don't have any of them. But I remember he sent out a newsletter in the spring of '88 to all Branch Davidians around the world. And I looked at that newsletter and I saw of a pile of pictures and tapes that he said were child pornography pictures and tapes that George Roden allowed to, be there on the property, and he let the property go and desecrated church property, the very property his parents were so dedicated into making a place for the truth to be told. And what does he do? He desecrates it by going into partners with these criminals. And that's Jeb Bush and Bill Clinton. Okay. Now we're going to find out some more things about Bill Clinton in the very near future, because these people are all being arrested. All these pedophiles are being arrested by Donald Trump and the army. And they're going to be tried by military tribunals that are going to execute these people for crimes against humanity and treason. So that's what your deep state is headed for. They thought they got away with this, but God's going to bring it to the surface. And I'm telling you what I've found out. Yes, it's my narrative, but I believe what I'm telling you is true from all the evidence that I've seen, and a lot of prayer and fasting so that the Holy Spirit would tell me what's going on here. if the Holy Spirit told me what David Koresh was fulfilling, I used to be against David Koresh, but I'm not anymore. I see him as a martyr, a man that was called of God to take a punishment, to be killed by the government because he was wanting to expose what the government was doing. He was willing to die for the children's sake, not his own children, but the ones he saw in the pictures and tapes. So what do you think of David Koresh now? This is for the little children. God knows how it should be. Stars and stripes are flying, bringing justice and liberty. For the children's sake, you may have to take up a gun in the future. That's what the Army's doing now. They're getting all these pedophiles round up, not just in the United States, but all over the world, because this is Babylon the Great. It's the deep state of the one world order. And they all love to sacrifice children because they're Satan worshipers. And this is a satanic ritual. Raping a child until it's dead and then drinking the blood because it has adrenochrome hormone in it and it makes them younger looking and younger feeling. That's what they do. They're vampires and they prey on these children. And David Koresh was willing to die to bring that out in the open. See, now we look back 30 years and patriots, wake up. You're talking about an awakening. Well, wake up. They were doing this 30 years ago right here at Mount Carmel, and David Koresh was willing to die to expose that. Do you get it? Now you're going to see what the government, the real government, when Donald Trump gets back into office and the patriots set up the republic once again, and it's one republic under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, not for some, but for all. But that's going to be under God then, not under Satan, which is what we have now, or had now, because they're almost finished in rounding these people up and bringing them to justice. So I believe that God is using Donald Trump. And I know you Trump haters want to, just put me down and all that. But I believe he is the Cyrus of today, like the rabbis in Israel that are building the temple. They believe that Donald Trump is the Cyrus of today, the one that liberates God's people from Babylonian bondage. And do you know how Cyrus of old liberated God's people? He drained the swamp around the city of Babylon, went under the walls, and arrested the whole court, the king and his court, and brought them to justice. That's what Trump's doing with the army. He didn't kill anybody, but he arrested them. Then they tried them, and then they're going to be executed. Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. I'm not going to keep belaboring it, but for 30 years, I've been wanting to tell about the prophecy, and I haven't been able to, because even Branch Davidian survivors don't want me to tell the truth about that, because that would make David Koresh not God, and that's what they believed in. That's what a lot of them died for, because they believed that it was David Koresh that was God. And God says, no, you're not. And I'm going to judge you, and I'm going to prove it that you aren't God. I'm going to send an army, and they're going to bring you down and burn your whole complex down. So I look at even the officers that killed the Delta Force officers, the 5 men with slaughter weapons. In one section of Ellen White's writing, she says, angels dressed as men of war are going to execute the Ezekiel 9 slaughter. Angels dressed as men of war. Angel means messenger in Hebrew. And it can be an angelic messenger. It can be even a divine being as a messenger, or it can be a prophet, a human being, a messenger. So that's what angels, and I believe those officers were dressed up as men of war, but they were bringing a message to David Koresh and the world that no one sits in the seat of God and claims to be God and gets away with it, because God said he would raise the army and he would bring them down. So God means what he says. And you need to know that. And he's the sovereign God. Yes, these people didn't know what they were doing, but God got them to do what he wanted them to do, exactly what he wanted them to do. And you know, a lot of people don't know how this whole thing went. You know, they're still talking about it 30 years later. But if you read the prophecies and read what God's prophets have said about what's going to happen, it happened exactly with the way God said it would through them. So that's, you know, let God be true and every man a liar. And I'm going to go by what God says, not what man wants to say and the fake news and the lamestream media wants to say. I don't even believe the survivors, because they believe that the man was God, some of them. Not all of them, but some of them. Anyway, thank you for listening. And we can go on with the next part of our memorial service.
Our sponsor. Now, personally, I've tried every CBD product on the market to help me manage my pain. I have degenerative disc disease, and nothing has ever helped me until I tried JJ's Natural CBD Rub. So when I found out that we had the opportunity to work together, I was so excited that I could share this amazing.
Dr. Frederick Whitehurst.
Did you know that a government-incentivized hospital protocol has led to the deaths of untold numbers of unsuspecting people? The Association of American Physicians and Surgeons noted, "We now see government-dictated medical care at its worst in our history, since the federal government mandated these ineffective and dangerous treatments, and then created financial incentives for hospitals and doctors to use only those approved and paid for approaches." The book, The Protocol That Kills, exposes the lethal regimen adopted by hospitals to maximize profits at the expense of patients' lives. This exhaustive expose provides a first-hand account of the protocol in action as it was invoked on an otherwise strong and healthy 52-year-old Rob Skiba, who was diagnosed with a viral infection by the admitting hospital. Within 40 days, this valiant Army veteran who had sworn to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, had fallen at the hands of a government-incentivized domestic enemy. This over 400-page true crime story uncovers every aspect of this lethal protocol in action, despite the protests of Rob Skiba and his wife. It includes disheartening text messages from Rob, who was locked away from his wife because she was forbidden to enter the hospital in the name of the protocol. Lawfully recorded detailed conversations his wife had with doctors, therapists, nurses, and hospital staff. Numerous pages extracted from the over 5,000-page hospital record that exposed the protocol that led to his tragic death. The testimony of a medical expert who provided his detailed analysis of the case. Invaluable and timely insights of a legal counsel who provides the story behind the story by providing crucial details and evidence, along with over 100 citations from clinical studies, medical journals, federal regulations, and relevant books and articles that prove Rob did not die of natural causes, but due to the perpetrator's insistence that he follow the mandated and inhumane protocol that kills. As Richard Bartlett, MD, says, this book shares a wealth of critical insights that will greatly aid in preventing future needless losses of life. The purpose of this book is to sound an alarm of a clear and present danger, as this lethal protocol is still being used against patients in hospitals all across America, and to provide you with essential insights that can help save your life or the life of someone you love. To be forewarned is to be forearmed. Get a copy today at theprotocolthatkills.com.
With you guys here on Skiba News Nation. So if you want to manage your pain like I did, text CBD to 920-382-7720 for an exclusive $50 off a 3-pack special. Also, check out all the testimonials on their website, jjcbdrub.com. Get pain relief like I did by getting yourself some JJ's Natural CBD Rub today. Check out more info down in the description below.
We weren't quite ready yet. It's quite a ways to the memorial. We'll get a scenic view though. I think it's going to be a couple of minutes, Opa.
Did you know that a government-incentivized hospital protocol has led to the deaths of untold numbers of unsuspecting people? The Association of American Physicians and Surgeons noted, "We now see government-dictated medical care at its worst in our history, since the federal government mandated these ineffective and dangerous treatments, and then created financial incentives for hospitals and doctors to use only those approved and paid for approaches." The book, The Protocol That Kills, exposes the lethal regimen adopted by hospitals to maximize profits at the expense of patients' lives. This exhaustive expose provides a first-hand account of the protocol in action as it was invoked on an otherwise strong and healthy 52-year-old Rob Skiba, who was diagnosed with a viral infection by the admitting hospital. Within 40 days, this valiant Army veteran who had sworn to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, had fallen at the hands of a government-incentivized domestic enemy. This over 400-page true crime story uncovers every aspect of this lethal protocol in action, despite the protests of Rob Skiba and his wife. It includes disheartening text messages from Rob, who was locked away from his wife because she was forbidden to enter the hospital in the name of the protocol. Lawfully recorded detailed conversations his wife had with doctors, therapists, nurses, and hospital staff. Numerous pages extracted from the over 5,000-page hospital record that exposed the protocol that led to his tragic death. The testimony of a medical expert who provided his detailed analysis of the case. Invaluable and timely insights of a legal counsel who provides the story behind the story by providing crucial details and evidence, along with over 100 citations from clinical studies, medical journals, federal regulations, and relevant books and articles that prove Rob did not die of natural causes, but due to the perpetrator's insistence that he follow the mandated and inhumane protocol that kills. As Richard Bartlett, MD, says, this book shares a wealth of critical insights that will greatly aid in preventing future needless losses of life. The purpose of this book is to sound an alarm of a clear and present danger, as this lethal protocol is still being used against patients in hospitals all across America, and to provide you with essential insights that can help save your life or the life of someone you love. To be forewarned is to be forearmed. Get a copy today at theprotocolthatkills.com.
don't even have to let it play all the way through that.
I'll do it after you read the name, and then I'll rewind it. So it's going to do the treble. Is it every light?
Yes.
Jeremiah, you want to probably stand close to the audio.
Yeah, I can't find my case with the hell. Oh, it's and so, okay, so everybody, where are we today? Just so everybody knows.
We're at Mount Carmel Memorial Park, and we're at the 30th anniversary of the memorial of the Waco tragedy. And what I'm going to do now is read the names of those that died in the fire and those that died on the 28th. We'll read them together, but most of them were the ones that died after 12 p.m. on April 19th, 1993. And I have a stone here that was donated by the Texarkana militia, regional militia, and they have all the names listed on there in alphabetical order. So I'm going to use it as my script to read from.
All right.
So Jennifer Andrada. Kathy Andrada. Chanel Andrada. George Bennett. Suzanne Benta. Winston Blake. Mary Jean Borst. Pablo Cohen. Abedwalo Davies. Sherry Doyle. Beverly Elliott. Doris Fagan. Yvette Fagan. Lisa Marie Faris. Raymond Friesen. Peter Gant. Sandra Hardiel. Diana Henry. Paulina Henry. Stephen Henry. Vanessa Henry. Zila Henry. Novelette Hipsman. Peter Hipsman. Floyd Houtman. Cyrus Howell. Rachel Olivia Suzanne Howell. Star Howell. Bobby Koresh, David Koresh, Sherry Lynn Jewell, Chica Jones, Little One Jones, Michelle Thibodeau, Serenity Jones, David Michael Jones, Perry Dale Jones, Jeffrey Little, Nicole Elizabeth Little, Dayland Gent, Paige Gent, Unborn Fetus Bent Gent, Livingston Malcolm, Anita Marie Martin, Douglas Wayne Martin, Lisa Marie Martin, Sheila Renee Martin, Wayne Martin, Diane Martin, Abigail Martinez, Audrey Martinez, Crystal Barros, Isaiah Barros, Joseph Martinez, Juliet Martinez, John Mark McBean, Allison Bernadette,
Is that it? Is that it? Okay.
Allison Bernadette Monbelli, Melissa Morrison, Rosemary Morrison, Signia Murray, Teresa Noriega, James Lloyd Riddle, Rebecca Sarpai, Judith Snyder, Mayana Schneider, Stephen Schneider, Michael Schroeder, Clifford Sellers, Floresita Shinobi, Scott Shinobi, Aisha Jafara Summers, Startle Summers. Unborn Child Summers. Gregory Allen Summers. Hollywood Sylvia. Lorraine Sylvia. Raquel Sylvia. Margarita Vega. Neil Vega. J. Dean Wendell. And Mark Wendell. I also want to mention Clive Doyle, who was an elder, and he passed away in June of this year, and I want to remember his soul too, and I pray that he will rest in God's arms until his resurrection, for I know he will be resurrected for his obedience. Thank you. Not very good.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Now what do you
Talk and talk about the compounds, and, show us around a little bit.
This memorial here used to be basically all the trees along the road here were in a grove on the side of the hill in front of the church. And in Deuteronomy, God says he doesn't want a grove of trees. When a king would be, a new king would, lead out with Israel, the first thing they would have to get rid of is the grove of trees. Because it's a pagan way of honoring the dead, right, basically. So God told me to have these moved from the grove to the road. Mirror under every tree, each tree. And people were having a hard time finding them in the grass because it would grow. So it was much better to set it up this way. This is what the Holy Spirit told me to do, is have it like this so everybody can see them all at once. All the trees can be looked at, a whole row of trees, you can see how many people died. It's more impressive, I think. This here building, I turned it into a wellness center. I do massage and lawn treatments in it, so that people can come here and if they have any pain. By the way, I want to give you a lawn treatment today. Okay. Just to let you know what it's like. Okay? It's very good for pain. These are porcelain houses. This was a house that Clive Doyle lived in, and until 2006, and he left it. He abandoned it basically, and my wife and I bought it from the repo company, and we've been using it as our parsonage. And Peter and Robin and their family are living in the one next door there.
Peter?
Field here, it's almost like a natural amphitheater. If we put a stage where that pool is, we can have an amphitheater here. Maybe get some musicians.
they always been on the property?
Well, we've always had horses on the property, even with Ben and Lois. That's how they raised money.
Oh, wow.
They would breed them and sell them. But I got them actually from my son Ben when he was about 10 years old. And he's had them ever since. He's 27 now. So these horses have been with us. He's bought some new ones and he's training new ones now. He likes to go roping now.
Roping? Like roping them?
Yes, roping them.
That's cool. I've always thought that was easy, but it's not.
No, it's not. Yeah, he's finding that out too. Got some well-stocked horses that are excellent roping horses, so he's using them, he's taking advantage of them.
So where was the compound?
Well, this building here, which is the church now, the chapel, on this corner of the building, that's where the corner of the other building started. And it goes all the way past the flagpole, all the way to where the yellow, let's go down there.
Okay.
All the way to where the yellow box is.
Wow.
And this is where the building was.
Now you told me a cool story last time I was here about this particular church, correct? About somebody who helped you build it.
Oh yeah. Anybody know Alex Jones?
Everybody.
Well, Alex Jones basically raised the money and the patriots that wanted to volunteer to come and build it. On September the 9th of 1999, remember I told you that 9 is the number of judgment?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is how the government was judged, by them coming to build this church to bring back, they called it the Phoenix Project, out of the ashes. And they built this church. It took them until 2001 to get it done. It's not their fault. We wouldn't let them work on Sabbath. So they had to work 1 day a week for all these months.
That's how our family lives too. Sabbath is holy. Keep the Sabbath holy.
That's right. So when you go to the at the door there under the light, there's a picture that pays tribute to George. What was his last name? Anyway, he was the engineer that drew up the plans for it and made sure the construction was built right. So you can go up there and look at that if you want. But this has, served its purpose over and over and over again. We've had memorials here every year.
This probably being the biggest, I would say, right?
I would say if it's being, streamed to all those people. Yeah, this is the biggest and it's the most important too. I got to tell the world about what really happened here.
Now, can you tell our audience about the ground penetrating radar? Because you didn't really go into that, and people were asking me about it.
Well, I would like to get it.
Okay.
If there's anybody out there that can bring us ground penetrating radar, in the cemetery of this property, I had a lady that came and doused. How you witch for water. So she had a stick in her hand basically, and she found bodies that were children's bodies, and we never knew that there were any bodies of children in there except for one. She asked me if the baby crash had any stillbirths. I said no. Did he have any children that died? I said no. And then I realized, well, these must be part of the children that were used and abused and maybe even sacrificed, with the clients that they would have. That could be that, but I have to find their bodies, because Clive Doyle actually, when I told him what she said, he went out there to try to dig them up.
Oh, wow.
The sheriff came the next day and said, you can't touch these without getting permission from us. It sounded to me like a cover-up. You know what I mean?
Yep.
to me, it sounded like a cover-up. He brought a file this thick. He says, these are all the laws pertaining to cemeteries in Texas. You need to abide by them. I said, well, you know, we bury our people there. I want to be buried in that cemetery. So anyway, I want the ground rangers for their purposes. If there's anyone out there that knows how to use it, because you have to know how to use it as well. Come and read the ground here in our cemetery. She did find all the other, you know, dead bodies that were buried too. You know, the older people. But she found this row and she was amazed.
Wow.
She said they were children. So I don't know. I'm just speculating. I hate to say this, and it's ugly to bring it up. To me, it brings me to tears every time I talk about it. But this is what was going on. This is what the deep state does as part of their rituals, satanic rituals, because they worship the devil. They worship Satan. I said,
the whole thing with, I mean, not only that, but the whole thing with Epstein that got exposed. I mean, I was watching, I don't know if y'all watched the new Revelation documentary that came out about here. Like, the fact that they are so pompous and willing to just gas children. Not only that, but then try to say that, oh, we thought that they were you gassed my brother in Christ. You gassed children for 4 hours in a vault. How do you think that they're doing? Like, it's just they're evil. They're evil people. I don't know.
And the people knew who they were because they knew what they were doing here with the children.
Well,
Why would they send their children out to them?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
exactly. They were
pedophile network.
That's what you know. And not only that, like they have the gall to try to say that, oh, we thought that the mothers would bring their children and they'd flee out, but when you've got SWAT officers dropping their drawers, bearing their butts on people, talking about, oh, we want you to come out here.
I'm Wally Kidd. I was on day 51, True Story of Waco. Let him talk. I can verify, corroborate everything that he's telling you from independent sources. I did not meet Charlie until in person just a few years ago,
right?
Like 4 years ago, and never even spoke to him online or otherwise until just like right around that time. I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is how I figured it out from this angle. I had people that lived in town here that I either had business or personal relationships with that knew about this stuff that was going on. And of course, at the time, I thought, oh, come on, man, just go smoke another joint, you'll be all right. You're tripping, man. You're tripping, And because I was a musician, I've been a musician my whole adult life, and so I played with a lot of different guys locally. And one of the guys that I played with locally was the son of Vic Fazell's best friend, who was the district attorney at that time. He was district attorney here all the way from, I guess, all the way through most of the 80s and all the way up until he was kind of forced to resign after the Waco 8 incident that he mentioned, and Charlie mentioned earlier, where there was a sham kangaroo court. I saw every day of that trial, and I was just saying, oh, are you kidding? This is justice. Like the Trump trial. It was even worse. I mean, it was, in a lot of ways, it was worse. They had a judge that couldn't even stay awake because Fazell had to, not only did he have to recuse himself from being the actual prosecuting attorney in the case, because everybody knew he was dirty, secretly. I mean, people that were higher up knew. He knew that he could get, painted into a corner where he could get, exposed. And the judge that would normally have tried that particular trial also was dirty, in cahoots with Vic Fazell. And my buddy that I was in a rock and roll band with, so he says, "Oh man, don't you know? Mike Fizel's got he's my drug dealer, man." And he was the sitting district attorney at that time. And he told me that in the early to mid 80s.
That's crazy.
And so I already knew something was up with this guy. And then when he recuses himself from the trial, I'm like, okay, there's only one reason why somebody does that. And then the judge recuses himself. So they had this old guy that was a reserve judge, semi-retired, couldn't even stay awake. He's like, bailiff would have to go, sustained. He didn't even hear the objection. Objection overruled. Well, Your Honor, did you actually hear the,
Are you awake?
Yeah, are you awake? I mean, it was that bad. And I'm like, and so after that trial, the way they called it the Waco 8 trial, that's what the Tribune Herald called it. That was in 87 and 88. Well, it happened in 87. The trial was in 88. And I'm going there and I'm watching this trial. And I'm just like, what in the world is going on here? Well, after the trial is over, the jury foreperson, she was a lady, she was a middle-aged lady, very experienced lady in life, very sane, very well accomplished, shows up and she contacts Wayne Murray, the attorney that lived here, and sets up a meeting, and she actually came down and she says, this thing was rigged. So I was very beginning. She said there were people on this jury that rigged on the jury. I had to fight with them. There were two of them. I had to fight with them tooth and nail the whole time. And she said they're the only ones because of those two, they're the only reason why all of the other 7 guys besides David Koresh, they were found not guilty outright. David Koresh was a hung jury only because of these 2 guys.
Wow.
Because they would not give up. And right after the trial was over, when they found out that she came over here and talked to us, Fizel resigned.
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe if we go around the back this way or inside.
The time where they got into a gunfight with, what was his name? George Roden. Yeah.
So what happened was, after they found out, word got out to Vic Fizel and probably that judge that was supposed to hear the trial, that she had, this foreperson had come and spilled the beans to us about how that trial went down and all the funny business in it. Then he just announces his retirement, or his resignation, I should say, not retirement. He's still got private practice in town, I think, but he just resigned from the DA's position, just out of the blue. And I mean, because he was very popular. I mean, he was always winning re-election and stuff. I mean, and all of a sudden he just resigns. And then I ran into somebody in town. It was my next door neighbor at the apartment complex I lived in over at McLennan Community College. They were right across the street when I was going to college there back then. And this guy has got all these weird things in his apartment, like handmade weapons, like a baseball bat with a bunch of 16-penny nails sticking out of it from all different angles, and a cat-o'-nine whip that's made out of a real high-tech polymer material that could just take your flesh right off, in one whack, all down to the bone. And I'm like, dude, that's some interesting stuff you got here. What's all this about? I just met the guy, and he was a big partier and stuff. I was always having to knock on his door. Hey, man, I can't concentrate on my studying and can't sleep. He was just up all hours of the night, right? And I kind of suspected, well, this guy's probably doing meth, Well, he goes and tells me, just blurts it out to me. He says, hey, this would have been 87, 88, somewhere in that range. He says, hey, I work for this guy. You heard about that Waco 8 trial, right? He's like, well, I work for the guy that ran them off. And I had just met them. Started getting Bible studies. I said, oh, you mean George Roden? Yeah. And the guy, he's like, you know George too? I was like, yeah, I know who he is. I don't know him personally. And he's like, yeah, man, I work for him. He says, yeah, man, we're cooking meth. And we're doing, he's just telling me. He just
came out straight up.
He just went ahead and told me. Because he had no idea.
Just a little closer this way.
He had no idea that I had been getting, studies and that I was, actually in the process of joining the Branch Davidians. He just thought I was just some dude that was in the apartment next door across the street from a junior college. And so, he's just thinking that I'm as much of a partier as he is. He thinks probably I'm going to do some meth with him or something, which I'd never done any drugs in my entire life, and I don't ever plan to. And so I'm just thinking, what in the world? And I just, I filed that in my files in the back of my head, like, okay, that was strange. And then when all this other stuff started happening later, and the stuff that Charlie was just talking about earlier, with, they came out here when they came back from Palestine, after George got himself incarcerated from cussing out the judge in court and everything, telling him he wanted him to have AIDS and all that stuff. They come back out here, and that's when I started hearing from everybody. I was good friends with Wayne Martin. I used to talk to him all the time, and I usually used him as the source of reliable information, because just like any other group of people, some people are more gossipy than others and things, you kind of find out who you can rely on to get the actual straight story. So I'd always ask Wayne, and Wayne, yeah, man, there was some crazy stuff out here, man. There was a meth lab, and there was a bunch of kiddie porn and bizarre porn, and we called the sheriff's department, and they had absolutely zero interest. I was like, are you kidding me? They had zero interest? They wouldn't even take the stuff from you? And I'm like, well, that's just insane. And he's like, yeah, I know. And I'm like, okay. So now I'm starting to, so as the years go by, I keep thinking about this and thinking about it, and then I did eventually leave the group in 1991. Over disagreement about the whole thing with the wives, and that I have to be a eunuch the rest of my life and everything. I was like, well, I'm not going to be able to do that, I don't think. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave. So I did. We left on good terms and everything. I wasn't kicked out or anything like that. I still would run into people from here in town, and we would talk and everything. But then when the thing happened on February 28th of 93, I'm looking at that, and then especially after April 19th, when the place gets lit up on fire, and everybody, and I'm watching on TV people that I used to live with that I considered, like when you live with somebody, they're like family, right? Mm-hmm. And that's when the PSTD started. I was just in shock. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And so I started digging and looking in, and they were following me that whole time. I had panel vans. Sometimes they had regular license plates on them. Sometimes they had government license plates on them. But in 92 and 93, I was followed everywhere I went. And I was living in Waco. I had a sales job that had a 100-mile radius outside of Waco. They would follow me to every appointment, sales appointment. I would be in Mejia, Groesbeck.
It's because you know something that
These
they don't
guys,
want.
well, I didn't know. I didn't know what it was. They were wondering what I knew about at the time. I found out later, unfortunately. If I would have known sooner, maybe, actually that actually might be a good thing, because I might not be alive if I had figured it out and opened my big mouth. They were concerned about me individually. I thought it was just because they saw me as a loose end, because I had quit the group and, moved back into town 15 months before the raid, 18 months before the fire. No, I found out later, after they were continued to follow me, tap my phones, weird stuff would happen. Like I would go to the Waco main post office over here to mail out my dinner invitations. But part of my job, I would buy people steak dinners at Golden Corral, and I'd do a fire safety program so I could get an appointment with them to sell the fire safety equipment in their home. And one day, as usual, I get my last appointment. It's like, sometimes I get back here at 2 or 3 in the morning. It's always after midnight. And I'm in there filling out these postcards to send out to my next batch of prospects, sales prospects, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm exhausted. I'm stumbling back to my car, and I come back, and I had a security system on my Honda Civic. Somebody had broken into my car. Alarm did not go off while I was in there. And of course, I was the only person there. My car was the only person in the main post office parking lot. And it took me a while to fill all these things out. But in that time I was in there, They got into my car, dumped my briefcase upside down, just scattered the papers all over the inside of the car.
So it wasn't theft.
No, it wasn't theft.
They would have taken something.
Nothing was missing. But when I sat down in front of you, I'm like, oh crap, so I'm like picking up all the papers, putting them back in my briefcase. I sit down in front of the steering wheel, and balanced on the dashboard right in front of the steering wheel is a .22 long rifle unspent. The next time I go into the main, because I used to go in the main post office at least once every week, and it was always late at night like that. They were following me, so they knew that. Next time I go, I sit down, papers are not, nothing's disturbed. The door is locked, but someone has broken into my car again. This time, they very gently balanced on the rim, on the cap, next time I believe it was a .223 round. Next time it was a .308 Winchester round. Next time it was a .30-06 round. The last time was a .50 cal.
Wow.
Think they were trying to send me a message?
I would say so.
And see, those were the days when I was calling into Ron Engelman's show every day. Because I continued to call in. I used a nom de plume. Of course, they figured it out pretty quick who I was, but I used one that everybody out here would know who it was. I had a nickname that my buddy Kevin Whitecliff used to call me. I'm not going to tell you why but anyway, he used to joke around, just kind of get my goat, to call me this name. So I used that name so everybody here would know it was me. And I was just like, every day I would call in and say, okay, why are they doing this? And Ron Engelman was really trying to get to the bottom of it, and he was getting a lot of pressure from his bosses at KGBS at the time out of Dallas to hey, cut it with the Branch Davidian stuff, and he was like, no, man, there's something going on here. So got to give him kudos. I think last I heard, I believe he has passed away, but I know he retired in Edge, that little suburbs east of Albuquerque, I think was the last place I heard he was living, and he had retired. But anyway, all of that was going on. And then, so I'm like, okay, what in the world? Okay, why are they so interested in me? And they actually tried to corner me a couple of times like getting out of a car, or like on a side parking lot of a 7-Eleven late at night, after midnight or something. Yeah. I'd be going to try to find something. I'm hungry. I'm coming home from a last appointment, and I'm wanting to get something to eat, or I need to use the bathroom or whatever. They would get out and they would try to corner me somewhere. Mm-hmm. And I'm not kidding you. The good Lord was watching out for me, because these dudes were big, okay?
And they want you to know that they're there.
These guys were the shortest one of all of them was about probably, I would say, 6'5". He was the shortest one.
That's crazy.
And some of them were 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", and they were built like linebackers and the NFL linemen. They had no fat on them. These guys worked out every day, you could tell. And they would get out, and if you've ever heard, there are other personalities who have exposed a lot of things that have had similar experiences. Wow. Alex Jones is one of them. If you've ever listened to his show, he talks about when he was talking about the Clintons a lot in the 90s, same thing happened to him, and they actually got into a fight with him, and he got beat up real bad. A couple of those guys got beat up pretty good too. But he said, yeah, these guys were there to just beat me up, break some ribs, leave me for dead. Now, they never got to that point with me, thank God. I think God must have protected me or something, because one time these guys looked like they were going to have me cornered, and some guy just shows up. I didn't even know there was a door right there on the side of this convenience store, and the guy comes out to take the trash out. And these two guys, they stopped in their tracks, and they look at each other like, where'd this guy come from? And they're like, you can tell that's what they're saying to each other. And they're like, and they turn around, they walk back and get in the van. Weird stuff happens sometimes. I don't know. I can't explain it. But anyway, I start trying to figure out what all this is about, right? And then as years go by, they're still following me and stuff. And then they set me up for a phony. They get a guy to come down. He was an assistant for a Class 3 firearms dealer in upstate New York. And this guy that he worked for got busted by the ATF big time. I mean, hard busted. He's going to do some hard time.
Yeah.
He shows up when the fire happens. The guy that owned the hotel downtown, I think it was called the Waco Hotel, wasn't it? Or I forgot the name of the hotel. Did it have a different name? But it was
started with a B.
Oh, okay. I can't remember that. Anyway, it was the oldest hotel still standing in Waco at the time, and it was downtown.
I'm guessing it's not still there, probably.
I'm not sure whether it is or not, but he and his brother were rehabbing this and going to reopen it again for business because it had been kind of just sitting there for a long time. Well, he let a lot of the people that came out stay there. Instead of sitting in the Salvation Army facility, which is just like being in jail, there's no difference. And, these were a lot of them were elderly people, women, that had children and so on, well, I don't know. I don't remember any of them having children over there. But anyway, he was letting them stay there. Okay. And so I was always there every night after my last appointment. I still had the same job. After my last appointment, I would go there and just talk to everybody. And we would talk about the cases coming up, the stuff going to trial, the lawsuits and all this stuff that we were planning. And this guy shows up out of the blue. His name's Ron Cole. He just shows up. And he starts hanging out with us. And he starts, telling me, oh, yeah, well, I used to work for a Class 3 gun dealer in upstate New York where I'm from, yada, yada, yada. And he says, if you want to go shooting, I've got a bunch of stuff. He had full auto stuff in the back of his car. He had crates of ammo. He's driving around with this in an Acura, the smallest one, Integra. He's just driving around with this. So I started hanging out with him, and I didn't know anything about military weapons at the time, only hunting firearms, So I go, well, yeah, I guess it wouldn't hurt, the way things are going, it wouldn't hurt to know how to operate, military firearms, but I didn't know they were full auto at first, Well, long story short, he sets me up because they pulled him into this case. They said, look, I know you're just his worker, but you knew what he was doing. We're pulling you in, and if you don't work for us, you're going to go to prison with him. So they said, well, here's what we want you to do. We want you to go down to Waco, and we want you to just hang out with this guy, me. I've been able to figure this out. That's what happened. And he eventually set me up for a phony charge for what I ended up getting convicted for was possession of a Class 3 firearm without a tax stamp. It's a $200, I think at the time it was only $100 or $150 tax stamp at that time. Now it's like $200 or $300 inflation. And so that's what they ended up getting. And of course they indicted me for like 12 counts of, he was making a pipe bomb because he had one of those black steel natural gas pipes hanging around in the garage. And he had Drano under the sink. He could have made a bomb out of it, But they knew that was not going to stick. They knew they could get that one. All they wanted to do was turn me into a felon so that not only could I not ever own a firearm again, I would not be able to get a job. I would not have any credibility whatsoever. No one would believe a word I said. If I ever figured out this one thing, which is what they were interested in from the very beginning, which my, idiot butt did not realize for a long time. They wanted to know if I ever figured out what they were doing with my land, that I was the sole heir to 45 acres that was right in the middle of that 2,500 acres between Hatfield and Mena, Arkansas, where they were running Iran-Contra. And then later after Iran-Contra, Bill Clinton was continuing on with running the cocaine, the guns, the human trafficking, all of that stuff. They were scared to death that I was going to figure out what they were doing out there. Now, my grandpa bought that land in 1922. I'm 60. My dad and my grandpa's generations are spread way out. That explains the time there. But he bought it in 1922, never set foot on it, never went back to it, never developed it, never did nothing to it. He died in 1965. My dad and I tried to find it one day. We were living in Des Moines, Iowa at the time. We were on our way to visit relatives down in this area. And we just decided, hey, it's right on the way. Let's go check it out. Because Grandma said, oh, yeah, I'll let your dad, because you and your dad could go hunting and fishing, because he did. It had a lot of good hunting and fishing on it. So we go down there. There's this old guy that literally looks like somebody out of a movie, like out of Deliverance or something. He's got the overalls or anything, I mean, I'm not criticizing people who wear overalls. My cousin wears them all the time too. But anyway, he's just sitting on a rocking chair in front porch of this gas station. It's not even a convenience store. It's just a gas station. And it has a little, like, one bay garage in the middle of nowhere in the Ouachita Mountains. I mean, the nearest town, even tiny little town that you could throw a rock from one end to the other, is a good 60, 70 miles from there. And the nearest city of any size is over 100 miles from there, just in the middle of the Ouachita Mountains. And he's just sitting there. He's got old hound dog sitting there, next to him. And we stop, and my dad's like, hey, let's ask this guy. He looks like he might know, because we couldn't find it, right? Yeah. And this was before the days of the internet. This is in the 70s. There's no internet, no GPS, just maps, and we could not find, could not figure out where it was. So, and the CAD, offices were not online, where you could look it up and see the plat and, exactly, the coordinates and all that stuff. So we go and ask this guy, and this old guy he just suddenly looks like, when we mentioned my last name, Kenneth, which is my grandpa's last name that bought the land, he looks like he just saw a ghost. His face just goes, and he's goes, oh, excuse me, sir, I hear my phone ringing. I didn't hear no phone ringing. Because I hear my phone ringing back in my office. I got to take a call. He goes back in there. He goes in his office, gets on the phone. I didn't hear it ring. He's making a phone call. You know who he's making a phone call to? Whoever his handler is, because he is the lookout. I guarantee you, that guy was the lookout. And when he found out that the Kennett family was coming to look at their land that I was getting ready to inherit, they did not want. So he gave us this wild goose chase directions, and we could not figure out for sure whether we actually found it or not. And we're like, dude, it's getting late, man. It's going to be dark, Let's get out of here. Let's go, because we were coming all the way down to. Actually, we were going all the way to Houston, so we had a long way to go. And I never forgot that. I never forgot that. What was that guy so upset about?
Probably built something.
And then they did a lot of stuff on it. Well, if any of y'all have ever seen the movie American Made, starring Tom Cruise as Barry Seal, that's what they were doing on it.
Really?
That's what they were doing on it.
Didn't they had a whole case where like these two boys were on this train track.
Yeah.
And,
Yes.
Dan Harmon, the
Yes.
guy shot the two boys.
The boys on the tracks, and it was even proven later in the autopsy that the boys had already been dead for quite some time before the bodies were laid on the track and the train went over them. And I mean, that was even on what is that thing that the guy that used to play the Untouchables guy? He used to have that show later that was about unsolved mysteries.
Robert Stack.
Robert Stack. Robert Stack.
Little funny quirk about that. So on Unsolved Mysteries or something like on Unsolved Mysteries, they had on the show. They basically went through the whole run through of it, and they said like, if you know anybody who might be connected to this case, blah 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 blah. So somebody who was involved with it called and told them that the two cops that the boys met up before they were killed, they were involved in the case. Yeah. And I'm really butchering this, but basically the cops get sent to trial, and somebody alleges like, oh, the cops were the two people who killed him. They said they didn't, to which the judge says, well, now this whole thing is going to be dismissed because we have in fact found that those two police officers did in fact commit that murder, and yet they were never arrested.
And then they were never arrested. That's right. And see, this is how Bill Clinton and the Bushes and his wife, Bill Clinton's wife, this is how they get away with what they get away with. Okay. Bill Clinton's, most people don't know this, Bill Clinton's biological father. You notice that when he was president, you know how when a guy becomes president, all you hear is, a lot of stuff about their parents, their mom especially. You learn a lot about his mom, didn't you? Didn't hear a darn thing about his dad, did you? Yes. You know why? Because his dad, his biological father, was Nelson Rockefeller. Vice President Nelson Rockefeller was his biological father. And you know how he got conceived? He was coming down to check the product. Because the Rockefellers by that time had, I keep hitting your mic. At that time, this is a long story, but Al Capone, once they got him in prison, there was an agreement between the Justice Department and Cosa Nostra they started working together, and they culminated their connection and their solidarity with each other with the assassination of JFK, and then later RFK, of course, and MLK, and MLK and Malcolm X were more. FBI was involved in that too, a lot, probably mostly. But anyway, what happened is they had moved already. Al Capone's organization had already moved the manufacturing of the hooch as soon as prohibition became law. He's like, okay, we're not going to stop making booze. All right, we're going to keep doing it, but we're not going to be able to make it here anywhere near here anymore. So first they go down to the Appalachians, and they're like, it's like a scene out of Deliverance. Hey, I'll tell you, boys, you better just go back where you came from and don't come back again, or they'll never find your bodies. And so they did. They left. And then they thought, well, let's go to the Ozark Mountains. So they go down to the Ozark Mountains. Nobody was interested in doing business with them there. Then they go down to the Ouachita Mountains, and this is right after World War I ended. The people that lived in the Ouachita Mountain area of southeastern Oklahoma and southwestern Arkansas were starving at that time. So they agreed. They said, yeah, we can do business with you because we need the money. So they started making the hooch down there and then running it. And that's how NASCAR, they were running it from the Ouachita Mountains of Arkansas to Chicago and other places, but mostly to Chicago at first. And that's how these NASCAR guys learned how to, tune up their cars, make them outrun the cops and stuff, going all the way back and forth. Well, this went on for decades, okay? But in 1922, when my grandpa was a well driller, an independent oil well driller, and he worked all of Oklahoma, Arkansas, eastern New Mexico, Texas, wherever there was work, for drilling oil wells. Well, he was over there. He was a hard worker and a hard partier. He always went to the bar, drank beer every night after work. And I guarantee you, he was in a bar somewhere over there, and he was doing a job close to that area in the Ouachita Mountains. Somebody walked up to him, like they did a bunch of other people. He wasn't the only one. They said, look, we got a business proposition. You don't need to ask who or why. All you need to know is we're going to pay you money. All you got to do is you need to go down to the Polk County. That's the county that Mena is the county seat of. You need to go down to the Polk County land office, assessor's office, and you need to buy this plot of land right here. Now, why were they doing that? They had to disguise what they were getting ready to do. Because back then, the CIA was not known as the CIA. Back then, it was known as the OSS. Okay, but they were doing the same stuff that the CIA does now. Okay, so they set up a situation where they could get a bunch of land that looks like it's a bunch of small owners, 45-acre plots, all contiguous together to make up the big 2,500 plus acres that they ended up using for Iran-Contra and all the other stuff later. So no one looking at the paperwork, looking at the title deeds, looks normal. This looks like a bunch of farmers, own, this 45-acre plot here, 45-acre plot there. It's not going to raise any suspicion to any do-gooder that's in the government that happens to be looking at the tax office records. And I guarantee you that's what they did. Me and my cousin, who is a recently retired private investigator, figured this out because she was curious about this too. She's like, what in the world? Why were our families so secretive about everything? Now we know why. So basically what we did is we figured out that that's what Grandpa did. Kenneth is a very unusual name in the United States. It's quite common in the UK. And there are more than one Kenneth family in the UK. But in the United States, all of us Kenneths are related. We are all related in some way, even if it's distantly. I've lived all over the United States, and whenever I see a Kenneth in the phone book, I call him and I find out, oh yeah, you're so-and-so's kid. Okay, I know you, So they see Kenneth on the name of a guy that used to live out here. I used to play bass for David Koresh. They see that name, Kenneth. That's why they were following me. Okay, and they're like, okay, what is this guy? And then they look at my grandma's will. Oh my God, it's willed solely to his dad. And he's the only child of this guy that it's willed to. Then my grandma died in 1992, right before the raid. But her will did not get executed. It takes, probate court takes a few years. It didn't actually get finished until about 94, 95, actually, I believe. I was looking at the records the other day. So as far as they could tell from what was on file at the time in 1993, I was still the sole heir to that land. And here I am calling Ron Engelman's show every day. And I'm railing against the Clinton administration, and I'm talking, they're after the guns, and yeah. That's why they were interested in me. And so they figured, okay, this guy doesn't know yet. This idiot hasn't figured it out yet. And I didn't. I mean, it crossed my mind. Maybe there's some, surely no. Surely no. That's what I was
thinking when he does discover it. Then
when he does discover it, we're going to have to deal with him. So it's better to, because he's an ex-Branch Davidian, it would be bad optics, as certain former presidents like to use that term, to kill the guy, just to whack him. So why don't we just discredit him by making him a dangerous felon and putting him for life on the FBI's domestic terrorist watch list, which I still am. I got out of prison 26 years ago, and I am still on the FBI's domestic terrorist watch list. I cannot buy a job, a decent job anyway. We should talk later.
We should start another band.
Well, I was in a band in El Paso. I was living in El Paso till just recently, and mainly because my two children live there. But I was divorced from their mom, but one of them is going to college, pre-med. She's going to go to medical school in Albuquerque here real soon. My son is in high school still, but he's an upperclassman now. So I thought, well, okay, I got to get over here because I inherited a house over here in Granbury. My dad passed away at the age of 99, and I'm turning it into a business, into an Airbnb. So I had to get over here and start working on that house and getting that done. And I just wanted to get back over here because this area, generally speaking, is where all my family's all from. A little further north, about 60-something miles north of here, actually. So I'm here now. I'm living here now, at least for a little while, anyway. But I just feel like, But I had a band over there in El Paso, and I'm going to start something around here.
So you were a bass player, because me and my co-host are musician, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers are too. What was he like as a musician and as a person?
Well, as a guitar player, I mean, he was a very dedicated guitar player. He spent many, many hours practicing, and his kind of, guy that he really looked up to and was trying to kind of emulate, for the most part, was Joe Satriani. And he would just sit there and listen to Joe Satriani records over and over and over again and just get every lick perfect, and that kind of stuff. And he really was that good. He was an amazing guitar player. And he played totally by ear. And part of the reason why he was interested in getting me in the band is because I had just graduated from the commercial music program at McLennan Community College here in Waco. And so he knew that I knew theory. And he's like, well, I want you to teach me theory. But I really never needed to teach him the theory. Really, honestly, it wouldn't have really affected his playing negatively or positively. I mean, to teach him theory on paper, it would have possibly made it worse in a way, because he did everything by ear. He had such a good ear, and I learned this the hard way, that when I was in college, it kind of messed me up, because I started relying on the theory so much that my creativity and my playing suffered, until I just kind of started just playing more by ear. And a lot of guys, you guys can relate to that probably. I mean, it does happen. You can sink into that.
Stevie Ray Vaughan is notorious for doing it by ear.
Yeah. I mean, the guys that do it mostly by ear are usually the best guys, because it's more spontaneous. Mm-hmm.
Their souls like going through the guitar.
Exactly, and when when you learn I would say the most that I got out of the written theory stuff was for arranging and producing. That part of it's great, comes in handy really well for that. But when you're a musician, you should probably, not sink in too far into that. Just, try to be. So anyway, we're going off on a rabbit trail there. But anyway, but playing bass with him was amazing. I mean, because he was very demanding. He was a demanding musician. He wanted a certain sound. He wanted a certain tone on the bass, and he wanted a certain type of drumming. I mean, we went through several drummers. We had when I first joined the group, we didn't have a drummer, and then we found Jamie Castillo. God rest his soul. He has since passed away since getting out of prison. I unfortunately did not get a chance to get with him in person before he passed. But he was a heavy metal type drummer, pretty good drummer. And then we met Mike Schroeder, Kathy Schroeder's husband at the time, and he was a great jazz drummer. Man, this guy could do jazz, and I had learned how to do jazz when I was in music school. Of course, they forced me at gunpoint to learn jazz, even though I resisted. And he was, but he was not really what David was looking for exactly.
He was looking for rock, right?
He was looking for a certain type of rock, and Jamie was rock. But he was just more kind of mainstream heavy metal rock. David was looking more for a more technical kind of a rock, sort of a cross between Joe Satriani and Rush, maybe.
Yeah, I hear Phil Collins. Me and my co-host listened to like all of his music the other day because it was really good.
Yeah.
Were you part of those recordings?
Some of them I may have been. I'm not sure which ones I was on.
Like Madman and Waco is one of them.
So, I think Madman and Waco was probably before I was playing on a regular basis with him, because he had another bass player before me that was related to the Gents in Australia, and he had gone back to Australia at that point and gotten married, and then he just ended up never coming back. I don't even remember his name now, but because he wasn't coming back, that's why David was looking for another bass player. But he was very demanding. And then of course when we met Thibodeau in, was it 90 or 91? And I believe it might have been 90. And when we started playing with him, David was like, okay, now that's more that's what I'm looking for, And so the three of us, it was just a three-man band eventually, but we did have a keyboard player named Mark Bro, who was a very good, very accomplished keyboard player. And he had a nice synth set up, and multiple keyboards. And he was a huge Rush fan. And of course, I was a huge Rush fan, being a singing bass player. We all have to, pay tribute to, Jack Bruce and Geddy Lee, because without Jack Bruce, there would have been no Geddy Lee. But anyway, so we were kind of incorporating our stuff, that we were used to listening to, the Rush kind of thing, with what David was kind of wanting to do, and it was working out really well. And then of course, Mark Bro left. He left the group in I believe it was late '89, early '90, something might have been '90. But anyway, so then it was just the three of us. We were just and we just did the best we could, and then Pablo Cohen showed up after the last time that David went to Israel. Pablo Cohen, he brought him back, and Pablo Cohen was a solid guitar player, very good guitar player, really. I would say not just solid, but very good. And so we were at first thinking, okay, well, David, when you go off, I told him, I said, when you go off on your leads, the middle's going to drop out. You're going to have, since we don't have the keyboards anymore. And he was kind of like, yeah, I think that's what we'll end up doing. So we were going to have Pablo as a, kind of a, mostly a rhythm guitar player, but a co-lead. If they wanted to do any guitar harmonies together, he was very capable of doing that, But then I left, and when I left, then Pablo Cohen took my place on bass. And that's how I ended up in that configuration. But
how many people can say that they played in the same band as David Koresh?
Well, I tell you what, I went to Guitar Center in El Paso one time here a few years ago, and I had the bass that I used to play when I played with David. And I was thinking about maybe selling it, but I was, because I was kind of hard up for cash. I needed some money real quick, and I was trying to sell it like that. Well, I played for David Koresh, famous. It's a famous act here, man. And it's a really nice one. It's a 1990 Charvel. It's got the active electronics. The the split coil and the single coil. I mean, it's a very, very nice bass. 24 frets, you know, tall frets. And they were just like, get that thing out of here.
I'd be like, let me hold it.
I swear that's what they said. And they were just like, sir, can you just take that back out to your car? You know, you're welcome to come back in. And I was like, really? You guys are that superstitious? Okay. So I just decided to hang on to it. You know,
Do you have band photos of you in Fresh?
You know, I lost when I was living in that same apartment over there that I was talking about. Let's see, or was it that apartment or was it another? I had two different places where I lived. No, it was the other one. It was after that. I lived in two different places where I had a flooding, massive flooding from water pipes busting. And I lost, between the two of them, I lost almost all of the pictures that I had of anything, including my beloved 68 Charger RT, which I miss dearly and wish I hadn't sold. But anyway, I sold it actually right after I officially joined out here with my Charger because I thought I wouldn't have time to mess with it. Anyway, but yeah, but I, yeah.
Tell them about the computer hacking.
Oh, you mean when the raid happened?
Yeah.
Okay, they were going into that window that you see them put the ladder next to, and they're up on the roof, and the little other part comes up. And there's the window right there. That was the room where the computer was. That's where Wayne Martin was always. He was always up there till all hours of the night on that computer, and I used to go up there and hang out with him, hoping. For one thing, hoping that some of his smarts would rub off on me, because I'm guessing, from hanging out with him, the guy probably had approaching a 200 IQ, really smart guy. And Jeff Little, also very, very smart guy. And Jeff Little's he was the IT guy that set all of those computers up in there. And then Wayne, being an attorney, used it to research. And of course, this was back in the days when it was only Prodigy and AOL. This was before the internet really got started. But he was on Prodigy, and he would get on there and he would show me, look at this. I actually figured out how to predict stuff like this from these trends, and stuff. And I mean, he's really smart about that stuff. So I was just, wow, that's crazy, Wayne. So I would hang out there with him, and so I knew exactly what window it was, and I recognized it when I saw that film footage of the raid. And I guarantee you, because Wayne told me right before I left in 1991, late 1991, he said, man, I've been researching the Waco 8 case. He's like, I can't tell you because I know you got a big mouth and you can't say anything about this right now, but he says, man, you will not believe when you find out who was involved in it and how far up. He said it goes all the way to the top. And he said, that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say anything else. And I said, come on, Wayne, give me some more. And he's like, no, because I know you'll go all over town telling everybody. So then the raid happens. And and I was the last person to get through on the hard lines here. I called, I had an appointment in Mejia. I was on my way back from Mejia, and there was an old abandoned gas station and with a phone booth. Remember phone booths? Yeah. It's probably before your time.
It was right near.
Yeah. There was a phone booth that still worked at this abandoned gas station, because I'm listening to it on the radio, the raid, and it was in the paper the day before. I knew it was going to happen. I got done with my last appointment. I see that thing. I stop. I call Mount Carmel's hardline number. Wayne answers. Wayne's like, okay, Wally, this has got to be a very short phone call, right? Because he knows I'm long-winded. So I'm like, yeah, I understand, Wayne. How many of ours? How many of theirs? He's like, 6 of ours, 4 of theirs. How many injured? He gave me the rundown. I said, so you guys are really on a ceasefire? That's what I heard. He said, yes, we have a ceasefire for now. I don't know how long it's going to last. He says, get off the phone. Get as quickly and as far away from the phone that you called me on as you can. I said, got it. And so I got away from there. But he told me that stuff before, I started looking into that stuff. And I started praying for God to give me some wisdom on this, because I knew it was big. I just didn't know the details. And eventually, God allowed me to see that what Wayne was trying to tell me, because I met Larry Nichols, the guy that made the Clinton Chronicles. I became friends with him. I met him in 1994 in a green room at a conservative talk show he was on before I was in Denver, and we stayed in touch the whole time until he passed away a few years ago. And he was giving me advice on how to. He says, okay, now if you got to watch these people because they will kill you, And when I told him about the Mina thing, he says, yes, Wallace, that is what that's what they're interested in you for. Wake up. and so Larry filled in the missing pieces for me, and I was like, oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm lucky to be alive. And then I figured it out. Okay, Wayne was talking about Bill Clinton. At the very top. And that's what he meant by the very top, because he was running for president in 92, became president in January of 93. And then I found out later that other people, I used to work for Marshtaller Motors, selling cars. I found out the hard way that the owner of that place was friends with the Clintons because he was Roger Clinton's best man. And he purposely calls me, says, yeah, I'm coming to your office here. I want you to do a work order for a detail on a vehicle. Oh, okay. So he comes in my office, he closes the door behind me. He says, we know who you are. What? It's like, yeah. He said, because we know who you are and that we're watching you, that's why I want you to be the one that puts in the order for the detail. I said, what are you talking about? He says, I need to get a Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited detail because I'm going to go to Arkansas and pick up Roger Clinton and bring him back to Dallas for his wedding because I'm his best man. And, of course, my jaw dropped. And he's like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to rattle you. And he's like, we know who you are. We're watching. So I quit right after that, and needless to say. And that started to make me realize how dangerous these people were that I was dealing with. So all of these things corroborate everything that Charlie was talking about. Because I got it. These things happened to me decades, in some cases, years before I ever even met him.
All right, Jeremiah, announce us out into a commercial break.
All right, now for a quick commercial break. Sponsor. Now, personally, I've tried every CBD product on the market to help me manage my pain. I have degenerative disc disease, and nothing has ever helped me until I tried JJ's Natural CBD Rub. So when I found out that we had the opportunity to work together, I was so excited that I could share this amazing product with you guys here on Skiba News Nation. So if you want to manage your pain like I did, text CBD to 920-382-7720 for an exclusive $50 off a 3-pack special.
Tired, the dogs.
Just so you know, we can take up. He can just leave his computer.
Play the last video.
He can leave his computer just open.
Okay.
And we can control. He can walk away.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Control.
How many wives do you have? One. One wife. Have you Have I committed adultery? Is what you're fixing to have? Have you committed adultery? No, I don't commit adultery. You telling me the truth? I'm telling you the truth. Have you beaten children? No, I do not beat children. Have you spanked them? Yes, I spank children. I spank my children when they do wrong. My daddy, you know what he used to do to me? When I used to act up, when I had a bad report card? Can you imagine? We got our tails womped. Having my tail womped, I told myself as a young man, when I grow up, I'm going to do it different. And I do it different. He says that I spanked him.
Whoa. Whoa. You better ask her again who spanked him till his bottom bled.
I think the girl's name was Aisha.
Yeah, was her parents there? Her parents were there.
Did you do it?
No, I didn't do it.
You have guns?
Yeah, we have some.
Well, can we see that? Is that okay?
Well, I guess if you want. You know. Now, you know what the public thinks about guns. You know in this country right now, legislation is to ban all guns, right? And it makes nobody's business whether we have a gun or not at this place. Guns are the right of Americans to have. Our government's the greatest in the world. We have freedom, not freedom for religion, not freedom for state, but freedom for all, you see? And that's what a lot of people don't understand. You know, it's bringing up guns in a situation like this is something that can be, you know how people think. You know, y'all don't have guns in Australia. A lot of people say, he's got guns, that makes him bad, that makes him a cult. You know? It's just a raw deal in this touchy subject we're dealing with.
Would you use a gun if somebody came in here?
They come in here with a gun and they start shooting at us, what would you do? Tell me, be realistic. This is America. This is not Australia. This is not Europe. This is not where a country overthrows a bunch of people, takes away their weapons so that the people cannot argue any issues.
You know, it's not against law to buy a firearm. It's not against law to buy anything that they sell at a gun show. And when this is all resolved, you know, hey, yellow sheet is legal. An accusation is not. And bringing these tanks and stuff around here, I tell you what, being an American first, I'm the kind of guy that I'll stand in front of a tank. You can run over me, but I'll be biting one of the tracks. No one's going to hurt me or my family. That's American policy here. You could have arrested me any day as I jog up and down this road. You could have arrested me going to town or going to Walmart. Waco is going to bear witness against the ATF. The two agents across the street over here, Robert Gonzalez, I love the guy. I was honest with him. I brought him into my home. He was going to stay here for 2 weeks. All this stuff you guys may want to avoid and deny. You know, he wanted to tour around the place. I promised him a tour. He could have talked to any of these guys around here, anybody. He was free to come and go as he chose. And I do not appreciate it, and never will I ever appreciate somebody coming here with 2 helicopters and cattle trailers and all that, and pushing people around with guns. Hey, I'll meet you at the doorstep any day. You know, and somebody will get hurt. If you want to keep playing that game, I'm talking to you. Somebody's going to get hurt. Because this ain't America anymore when the ATF has that kind of power to come into anybody's home and kick doors down and things like that. Now, I do understand, someone reminded me of this, I do understand that one of the officers says his gun went off on accident. And that, you know, that was just like a signal and all that, you know. But look, beside the point, ATF, you boys are wrong. Your practices, your habits, yeah. Drug dealers, fine. You know, but even there's always a question, if there's any question whatsoever. The kids or women are involved, damn you, I tell you what, you keep your damn gun in your holster. You send a couple of big, brave, invincible kind of men, you let them knock on the door. If they're so damn involved to where they can risk their lives for the name of the law, then send them up bulletproof, put them in some kind of night armor or whatever, and let them knock on the door and ask the questions first. But no one's going to expect me, when they come busting in on my door with guns drawn and pointed in the air, and someone fires me, that I'm going to lay down and die for anybody. That just ain't going to happen in this country. God speaks to me. I have a message to present. You may not believe that. If you don't believe that, then believe this. Irrespective of God speaking to me. You see this here? See, this is my family. It may not be like your family. You know, it may not be like your family. This one here, you know, he's my family too, right, Joseph?
Yeah.
Tell him, you know, look in that camera and tell him what you think about it. Who's treated you good?
David.
You know, do you mind that, son? Huh? Do you love Joseph? Your best buddies?
Yeah.
You too, Damon? So, you know, you guys, you do it your way, I do it my way. You got to argue with me, you catch me on the side of the road somewhere, you come and argue with me. You come point guns in the direction of my wives and my kids, damn it, I'll meet you at the door any time. And I'm sorry some of you guys got shot. But, hey, God will have to sort that out, won't he? So we're going to send this tape out now. And I'm leaking in the back here. I got to get this taken care of. And I'm hoping to get stronger. And maybe we can send more tapes as issues develop. I do thank you guys. Sheriff Harwell, God bless you. And, you know, thanks for getting us the milk. And what can I say? They call me a rambling man, don't they? Anyway, God bless, and we'll sign off, Steve.
By the FBI for 16 years as an agent, the last 12 of those years at the FBI Crime Laboratory in Washington, D.C. After reviewing the results of a 6-year investigation into the tragedy at Waco, Texas, I am convinced that the American people have never been told the full truth about that matter.
Having served with the FBI's hostage negotiation team during this crisis, April the 19th would mark the end of one of my duties and the beginning of another. Unknown to me, my life was about to change forever as I would come to know what failure is.
Today I saw the gates of hell. I saw the gates of hell.
Holding a child in your hands that lost its life in a fire where the temperatures reached in excess of 3,000 degrees is something that pierced my heart.
April 19th. Turned the TV on, and there I saw the tanks ramming into the front of the building and the fire shooting out, and it was horrifying.
Mommy, he says, you know, they told us about that fire. He says, they said my daddy and my brothers, my sisters are gone.
Things will be set straight. People will know the truth of things.
Today, two subcommittees undertake historic joint hearings on executive branch conduct that led up to the events at Waco, Texas in 1993. In human terms, these hearings are about a tragic loss of life. 4 brave young law enforcement officers lost their lives on February 28, 1993. A planned raid went badly and off course. These 4 agents, dedicated and proud, deserve our full respect. They did not choose to die, but like many others in law enforcement community, they chose to serve. But this is a complex event. On April 19, 1993, after a 51-day siege, other decisions led to the use of so-called CS gas, and a fire broke out. The fire rapidly consumed the entire Davidian compound, killing all 22 innocent children and more than 60 adults. The truth behind that part of the tragedy is also important and is the obligation of those who have responsibility for oversight to pursue the truth relentlessly.
The Branch Davidians were a Seventh-day Adventist, or a sect of Seventh-day Adventists. They were an offshoot, developed first in California under the leadership of Victor Houteff. He moved to Waco in 1934-35, founded a community called Mount Carmel. His followers, in turn, moved to the location we know in the early 60s. If you once get to know these people, they're different from you and me. They're more religious than you and me. They know the Bible better than you and me. They lived apart from the rest of us. They lived in a manner different than the rest of us. They had different marriage customs and different property practices than the rest of us have. And they had a religion that was absolutely incomprehensible to most Christians.
Well, there were people from all walks of life, various nations, and a lot of them came from England. They were colored people as well as white people.
Majority of those people in there were not criminals in the sense of the word that we think about them. They were truly believing people. So I believe 99% of those people, their sole purpose was the attainment of eternal life, which is, after all, what I believe all of us that, at least that are Christians and believe in.
The Branch Davidians believe, first of all, that as the remnants of the true faith, they would be attacked by a hostile army representing an apostate government, Babylon they called it, and that it was their religious duty to defend the faith.
In 1992, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms began an investigation into David Koresh for the possession of illegal firearms. They formed a dynamic entry plan to secure the premises and seize illegal weapons with approximately 100 federal agents and 3 helicopters, which would ultimately cost the lives of 4 ATF agents and 6 Branch Davidians.
On February 28, 1993, at approximately 9:40 a.m., ATF agents, while attempting to execute a warrant, were met with heavy gunfire by a group of individuals occupying a compound approximately 10 miles northeast of Waco, Texas. The group is identified as the Branch Davidian.
A gunfight broke out that would become the longest shootout in American law enforcement history.
According to the ATF, their men pull up to Mount Carmel, pile out of their cattle trailers, went running towards the door, guns pointed, shouting, "Police, search warrant, lay down." According to them, David was standing at the front door unarmed, and he shut the door when they started running towards him. And the next thing the ATF knew, it says, it was receiving gunfire from inside of Mount Carmel, in particular from behind that front door.
He knew law enforcement was coming, and he was so diabolical that he laid an ambush.
David Koresh expresses this. He says in this tape that he went out on his porch. He said, "Stop, there's women and children in here," and a shot rang out and hit the door to the right That door, he says, kicked.
I went running down the hall and found Perry Jones laying in the hall, screaming that he'd been shot. Perry Jones was in his 60s. He was unarmed, as was David Koresh. When they went to the front door, both were shot in the area of the front door. David was shot in the wrist. Perry Jones was shot in the stomach.
And then he says, if you don't believe me, look at the videotape. I know you have that tape, he says. I saw you making it across the road.
According to the agency, there were 3 or 4 video cameras pointed at the front door. Could tell you everything that happened at the front door of that building that day. They claim they can't find a single one of them. Every one of those videotapes vanished.
In addition to the missing videotape, the ATF's on-scene activity logs also disappeared.
I'm sorry, sir. You mentioned that notes were torn out of the surveillance log.
I was just wondering, how does that happen?
I don't know, sir. I had never heard that before.
My dad's name is Perry Jones. He was an unarmed man. And you guys just shot through the door and killed him. Thanks a lot.
Well, Ballesteros was one of the first ones to the door, Officer Ballesteros. He was an ATF agent. And they had a plan that if the dogs came up to attack him when they came to the front door, they were to shoot the dogs, to kill the dogs. And he testified at a pretrial hearing that, in fact, they did fire and shoot the dogs at that time. It didn't take much of a spark to get a war going.
I remember gun shooting through the windows.
Our room was shot up completely.
I did my best at getting the kids under the bed. All of a sudden now there's, I don't know how many, 50, 70, I don't know, 100 people outside. But at some point before I got Jake and Brian under the bed, bullets came flying in my window.
We're a law enforcement agency. We don't fire through walls indiscriminately at people.
I greatly feared that they would come in, they would open that door, and even though I didn't have a gun, it wouldn't matter, that they would shoot me and the kids. They had already shot at me through the window, and I had no clue what was going to happen.
The government tried to say that they could put a gun in everybody's hand at the beginning and during the raid, and that's not true. Most people were unarmed. There were a few that had guns, and I admit that, and there were probably those that reacted to seeing David and Perry and others gunned down, who responded by firing back. But it was not a general ambush as they would like you to believe. I am in sympathy with the families of those that lost, the families of the 4 agents that died. I know what they're going through. We lost a lot of friends and a lot of our families. I lost a daughter inside Mount Carmel.
After about 2 hours, they had a real truce. It wasn't a pretty sight. I mean, there were grown men crying all around. There was a group of guys that were down on their knees and they were praying. Very disturbing, you know, type thing.
I don't think the deaths on either side were justified, as well as those wounded. Judy Snyder was shot while nursing her baby through the chest.
Get my battery, John. Get my battery behind the bus.
Immediately following the ATF raid, the Branch Davidians were charged with murder and conspiracy to commit murder of federal agents. A year later, the jury found all the Branch Davidians not guilty of both charges, but some were convicted of lesser offenses. Since the initial February 28th raid, a review is before federal court to determine if the ATF used excessive force while serving the search warrant.
Sir, I got people shot. Get the hell off of here. I'll get off the property. That's what I'm doing, sir. Have a little respect. I am, sir.
You could have arrested me any day as I jog up and down this road. You could have arrested me going to town or going to Walmart. All this stuff you guys may want to avoid and deny. And I do not appreciate it, and never will I ever appreciate somebody coming here and pushing people around with guns. Hey, I'll meet you at the doorstep any day. You know, and somebody will get hurt. If you want to keep playing that game, I'm talking to you. Somebody's going to get hurt. Because this ain't America anymore when the ATF has that kind of power to come into anybody's home and kick doors down and things like that.
The federal agents said they are headed back to the house, so this thing is not over by a long shot, and the only way that this is going to end is for all of the people inside to die or to surrender, Brad.
I was walking out. There wasn't any room in the car. And when they saw me, they just swarmed on me.
Get that camera out of here! Get out of here! Get that shit out of here! Out there! Let go of my hand with you! Go! I need help! I am! Move! Go! Get the fuck out of here!
They're hitting me, trying to take my camera away from me, yelling at me. And after all this went down, the Secret Service asked me if I wanted to prosecute the agents. And I said no. I said, I understand them. You know, I was their first vent valve.
At this point, we were surrounded. At this point, we did not have a clue what the government, Babylon, in our opinion, was going to do in retaliation. But we knew it wasn't going to be fun.
On the evening of February 28th, while Mount Carmel is under siege, 3 Davidians not present during the gunfight try to return home to their families. 2 of the men are taken into custody, but Michael Dean Schroeder is killed.
They say that they stopped them and they asked for who they were or whatever. I don't see how any of the ATF agents were close enough to ask him any questions.
Michael Schroeder's body is left in a ravine for 5 days, 300 yards from Mount Carmel. According to the ATF statements, Schroeder refused demands to surrender and raised a pistol. 11 agents fired on Schroeder. The autopsy report indicates that he had 7 bullet entries.
Why it takes so many fatal bullet wounds to knock somebody to the ground?
According to testimony, as the ATF agents were walking away with their prisoner, leaving Mike lay there like a piece of meat, an ATF agent stated that they heard 2 more gunshots.
Norman was picked up. He told the others when he was in jail with them, he said, after I surrendered, he said, and they were taking me away, he said, I heard 2 more shots up the back.
Schroeder's autopsy report also indicated that there were 2 entry wounds behind his right ear, only 2 inches apart. The bullets passed through this blue stocking cap. However, the stocking cap was not examined during the autopsy, nor was any forensic testing conducted before Schroeder's relatives had his body cremated.
They said Mike ambushed them. There were 17 of them as against him, and they were dressed up as trees. They've got a lot to answer for.
After the initial raid happened on February 28th, we got several phone calls in from the ATF that said if they saw any movement inside the building, hands in front of the windows, if people were standing in front of the windows, that they felt that it was a threatening situation and that they would shoot us.
On March the 1st, the FBI begins negotiations with the Davidians. Heavy military equipment is brought in and a stalemate begins that will last 51 days. Several adults and children leave Mount Carmel and are transferred to ATF custody. The children are turned over to Texas Social Services.
We have 21 children that have been released to our care thus far. The youngest of those children is 5 months old, and the oldest one is a 12-year-old. The children appear to be smart and well-educated, very sharp children. They seem to have been very well cared for.
In early March, Koresh had promised to come out. But at the last minute, he believed that God had told him to stay in, to wait.
During the siege, David Koresh believed that the Nahum prophecy was being fulfilled, and which we believe, spiritually speaking, it's talking about the one world order. David Koresh believed that he was going to be the one that initiates the downfall of this one or new world order, the fall of Babylon the Great, by sacrificing himself and this denomination.
The description of Nineveh in the book of Nahum, David likened to the description of this country, being old, stagnant in its ways. And the battle that takes place talks about these chariots and shields being bloodied and what's not. He likened that battle to what took place on February 28.
To read Nahum or Habakkuk, and you're in it, you're experiencing it. It all fits together. It's all a conglomerate of different prophecies by different men at different times, talking about a war with Babylon, a great war.
These tanks are for solely defensive purposes, and they will not be armed. We have no plans to assault the compound.
2,000 years ago, hey, who believed in Christ's doctrine? A man had to die, because no one would believe what he had to say.
So is there a lesson to be learned by looking back at the history of the prophets that came contrary to what people looked for? Were they ever...
killed Isaiah, they killed Hosea, they killed Zechariah, and Jesus came to say in Matthew 23 to the Jews, "Woe unto you that believe not all the prophets have spoken." So, you know, today it's all together just totally disregarded. Just another religious fanatic, just another religious group.
Ever since the rise of television, there's been a merger of news and entertainment. Monster stories and fairy stories are good, simple entertainment.
And here you have media from all over the world is flown in and expected by their home offices all around the world to produce a story every day. I mean, the government could have just issued a press release every day and the media would have read it word for word over the air. Just, I mean, that's how, you know, desperate it was.
What the public was seeing and hearing on TV during the siege demonized the people in that church. The ones that I met and knew, the survivors, were people that were basically just trying to get to heaven.
The world can hate us, the world can laugh at us and taunt us all they want. The world's had 2,000 years to learn this book, and there's been people all up until now who've been interested in it. Now people don't want the Bible anymore. People don't seem to want to read the Bible, or, you know, they want to go to church and just be saved, you know? And that's great if that's how faith works, but if God has a will, and it is written in that book, His Spirit's written in the book through all the prophets, then there's a knowledge He wants us to know. And the knowledge is here and it's being revealed, and that's all I can say.
By March 24th, 25 children under the age of 15 and approximately 54 adults remain inside the church compound as Steve Schneider negotiates with the FBI.
Let's reflect on this for a minute. Why were they there in the first instance?
A good question.
They were there to serve and execute an arrest and search warrant.
They never said anything, not by a bullhorn, not by a knock at the door, not by any reason. Not by any reason. Even before they got, just about the time they got to the porch is when David opened the door and poked his head out.
What we want to do and what we will do when the time is right is we will process the crime scene there. You know that. We know that.
That wouldn't be so bad. The biggest issue that I've raised with you, Dick, is not that you would be here even, or that the Texas Rangers, but I'm adamant about this part that the ATF is playing. The ones that came to this place, and when I have heard on the press conference the outright lies, and to think that that agency would be involved in any aspect of this from here on out blows my mind that that would even be allowed in America.
Well, Steve, let's face it. There are some things that we will deal with when the time is right.
No.
You
start dealing with it now so we can come out. I mean, that's one of the biggest reasons I have not been able to hurdle talking to the people, getting them to come out, Dick.
Okay, Steve, why don't you and your family come out and then you handle these issues, okay? Why don't we do that?
How am I going to handle them when I'll be shackled for hands and feet and throwing the key he'll be throwing away? Who's going to hear me? They're after blood. Come on, Dick.
They put me in the jail in Waco here. After I'd been there a short period of time, they brought me in and a judge came and told me what I was being charged for. And he said, you're being charged for murder, conspiracy to murder. He said, it'll be 100 years, 75, or 50.
They were assuring us that we would be cared for in a professional manner. Then you turn around and you've got people that are flipping you the finger over top of the tanks. They're dropping their drawers and baring their butts. And these are the type of people that you're supposed to go out to.
I said I had heard that you guys had wrote on some of the windows there at Mount Carmel that we see you, David, etc. And I asked the agent, was this true? And he said, yeah, it's true. And I said, aren't you guys concerned about when this is over, that the news media might see this and think it a little antagonistic on your part? He just looked at me and walked away.
Everything flip-flopped from day to day. You went through a feeling of being real hopeful to you sunk at the bottom again, because from day to day you never really knew what was going to happen, what the negotiations were going to be.
Steve?
Yeah.
There's been a change. The tactical people have changed the situation, and for security reasons and for safety reasons, no one is now authorized to come out of there for any reason. And what they're telling me is that if anybody does, they are going to be dealt with in such a fashion that the people will have to retreat back to the compound.
I'm missing, I guess, what you're saying. Are you saying, make it as plain as possible?
The patience of the bosses is no longer where it was earlier.
Okay, I'm about ready. Listen to me now, Henry. I don't really give about your bosses. When you tell me one thing, or you tell us that is okay, and this Bradley comes up and says something contrary to what you are, you tell your bosses to get their butts together. Do you hear me?
Would you respond to the allegations that the reason why we had a Waco is because the FBI was in disarray?
It is obvious that from the time of the change in the administration, it was very clear that there was great discussion about the replacement of the director of the FBI.
In a March 11th letter to President Clinton, Acting Attorney General Stuart Gerson recommends that the president rely on other FBI leadership to resolve Waco and dismiss Director Sessions. Chief among those mentioned in Gerson's letter is Assistant Director Floyd Clark. This situation created a competitive environment for the directorship of the FBI in the midst of a major crisis.
I know this is a very political thing, and I agree that with your observation that it could be that the FBI was impaired in its ability. Certainly, I was impaired in my ability.
FBI Director William Sessions attempted to fly to Waco during the siege to conduct face-to-face negotiations with David Koresh, but he was impeded by government officials in Washington, D.C.
The reason Bill Sessions never came to Waco during the siege was that the Justice Department refused to let him board his plane.
Everybody knows that I had contact directly from people associated with Mr. Koresh about the possibility of my going down and negotiating with them, coming in down there. Now, some people played that as ridiculous and ridiculed it, or as grandstanding, but it's indicative of what I felt and continue to feel. You can't discard any possibility that you can resolve that kind of circumstance when you can take and apply that negotiating capability.
The Justice Department wouldn't allow an FBI director to go and negotiate directly with a so-called terrorist who they felt had killed a number of federal agents more or less in cold blood, and try to defuse a serious situation that ended up in a calamity and a great embarrassment for the FBI, and even greater embarrassment for law enforcement in general. And it was all politics.
They were not about to see this standoff in Waco negotiated again, because it was an opportunity for Floyd Clark and company to show that they were the FBI capable of handling a standoff and coming out winning in this kind of an incident with military kind of tactics. It was a paramilitary organization.
Maybe you might ask them if you can have some ice cream too, huh?
Could I have some ice cream?
A little bribery there. You know, right now you're considered a big terrorist, you know, and you can demand some important things like an ice cream or something, you know. Maybe they might adhere to you.
By late March, the FBI has cut off electricity to the compound and is preparing a series of military tactics to force a resolution.
A direct quote from the transcript where it is said by a negotiator to Mr. Koresh, "We had a very good dialogue last night. The electricity will not go off tonight because we have had a good dialogue this evening." As a negotiator to Mr. Koresh. A half an hour later, no, I'm sorry, it's a negotiator to Mr. Steve Schneider. A half an hour later, the lights are turned off and left off permanently. The electricity is shut off. Why?
I can't answer the why, but I can tell you that the negotiation team was disappointed in that decision.
Since mid-March, negotiations have begun to fail, and the FBI resorts to psychological warfare.
I don't appreciate their music.
You don't?
kind of sleep at night from the music.
I thought you being a teenager, you might like some of those Martian sounds.
My little sister.
Oh, I see.
We went through varying degrees of hell with noise, music, bright lights. The children were suffering along with the adults. We were without water, having had our water tanks shut up. We were living on rainwater. Whenever it would rain, people would put buckets out the window and collect rainwater, and it was rationed. I doubt whether anybody got more than 8 ounces a day, if that.
How long do you sit with that many resources tied up and disrupting a whole community with people that are violating violations of the law, that are in fact in a state of anarchy?
I can remember looking out the south side of the building. My attention had been drawn to the fact that the tanks were coming in and they were pushing all the things on the south side of the church, on the chapel, south side of the chapel, into a big heap. It looked like they were building a bonfire.
We know from the evidence that the tactical element of the FBI was eager to put a quick end to this standoff. The irony of the situation is that the tactical people are actually precipitating the crises of the 19th.
They tell me the commanders want more, and I'm telling them they're wrecking everything that we're doing, and it's getting 10 times worse. And the more they threaten these people, the more they'll lay down right on the floor, and they can run the tanks over them. I mean, that becomes the attitude.
Steve Snyder, in a telephone call during the standoff to his sister Sue, refers to the prophecies in the book of Nahum, chapter 2.
We're talking about the Bible and all the prophecies.
But I know.
Look at, when you get off the phone, you look at the book of Nahum.
Yeah.
The chariots with flaming torches are tanks. That's what Nahum saw in the final days. They're surrounded us. It's the first time in the history of the United States that the government has used tanks against its own people, Sue.
It's stupid, I know it.
Well, I had been talking to the negotiators myself, and I would tell them things that I thought would help. And it seemed like for instance, when they started playing the music, that they would laugh. They acted like they wanted to do everything to antagonize them. They really didn't want to help. And it just seemed like every prediction that David was predicting, they knew about, and they were making these predictions come true. And I kept saying to my family, why are they doing this if they want them to come out?
I am bewildered in the wake of Jonestown why more time wasn't spent and somebody, not out in the plains of Waco, but maybe in a nice, comfortable office in Washington, didn't immerse themselves in the religious tenets of this Branch Davidian group.
If I knew about his plans to burn the place, we'd had a whole nother approach with him. We know about your plan to burn the place and destroy your people. We would have been broadcasting it. We would not even come close to approaching that place.
Numerous microphones were planted inside of Mount Carmel that recorded several conversations of the Davidians reacting to the tanks and the FBI hostage rescue team.
I mean, if they're going to come inside here and storm this place, they're going to be in the wrong. Who's Louis and Steve that they think they're going to go out there and stop the Assyrian when it's God's will that the Assyrian's out there? They can't destroy us unless it's God's will they do. Haven't you read Joel 2 and Isaiah 13, where it says he's going to take us up like flames of fire? I trust in God.
The FBI cannot get up here and say they did not know that David Koresh would respond when they made that assault. They knew that David Koresh was going to respond by trying to burn the place down, and they knew that because they had overheard undercover tapes and because they'd had prior negotiation tapes with him.
You know, things are only going to get worse out there. This whole situation is not going to go away. You know and I know the only way we're going to resolve this situation is you folks come on out. That's the end of it right there. And now we're going to have to work to a point where this is going to happen. And now the trick is how. And in a situation like this, hey, that's the answer.
I tell you what, it definitely is an unusual situation for sure. Oh, sometime when you have the chance, read Isaiah 33 about people living in fire and walking through it and coming out and surviving. Seriously, it says, who can dwell in everlasting burnings? That's the question.
There is a tradition in the Branch Davidian history that God would, in the end time, protect his people through a wall of fire. They understand the Bible prophecies to be warnings of what could happen, but not necessarily what must happen. Koresh wrote a letter to his attorney, Dick DeGarrett, in which he said he had good news. God had spoken to him. The waiting period was coming to an end. He and all the people could exit Mount Carmel and go through the system. But first, he was commanded to write down the meaning of his message, the meaning of the 7 seals. After he wrote that manuscript, he and all the people were commanded to leave. They actually had no choice to remain. God had told them to leave.
This message is communicated to the FBI in an attempt to end the siege. Koresh writes his first seal and is preparing the second when the FBI begins implementing its final tactical resolution.
They'd been knocking down trees and dragging things off from outside Mount Carmel, little by little for several weeks. On the 18th, they got rid of everything that was left.
It's just like the papacy during the Dark Ages. When they thought people were heretics, it went in and dealt with them. That was the way they believed. And you know, we have to all follow our conscience. That's why America is supposed to be a great nation where we can follow our conscience according to our beliefs.
There was an aura there that we're going to end this thing.
Individuals inside the Branch Davidian compound now. We are in the process of placing tear gas into the building. This is not an assault room. This is not an assault room. We will not be entering the building. This is not an assault room. Do not, under any circumstances.
Gas was inserted using a Mark V delivery system secured to a boom. We would not use dosages that would harm those children.
The FBI's position on this from day one was to be very deliberate, very careful, and not to do anything that would be provocative, that would cause some reaction.
There were no injuries to FBI agents, and FBI agents did not return any fire throughout the entire day, in spite of being fired upon numerous times by occupants of the compound.
The plan was for this to continue for 48 hours, but there was a catch to the plan. If the tanks took fire from the Davidians, they were then allowed to escalate the plan.
According to the official briefing given to Attorney General Janet Reno by the FBI on April the 12th, the assault plan called for demolition of the building and permission to shoot streams of automatic weapons fire into the building to support an armored vehicle's approach.
And we told them what was going to happen. This tank's going to come up, it's going to insert gas. We are not entering the compound. We're not fulfilling this prophecy. Don't presume that.
Was the Attorney General warned that while we'd been very cautious about selecting what your experts say or experts say was non-lethal gas, we might still crush sections in the building? Did she understand that people might be killed? I find an inconsistency between the efforts of the gas insertion plan to save life and the actions of this tank.
At Mount Carmel, you had people that were confined to an area. Where were they going to go? Who were they going to hurt?
They ran out of gas canisters, I think about 10 o'clock in the morning. Everything they'd planned for 48 hours was gone by then, and they were flying in more from Houston.
The CS gas used at Mount Carmel was more potent than normal tear gas. CS gas would induce nausea, vomiting, and disorientation. As the FBI tanks demolished the building, the gas was dispersed from high-pressure bottles mounted on the boom of the combat engineering vehicles.
Any indication about danger or harm to those children, the rule was back off.
One of the first locations gassed by the FBI is the buried school bus, the entryway to an underground storm shelter. Following the gassing, the mothers of the children take them to an enclosed concrete vault, which the FBI calls the bunker. The FBI gasses the bunker for 2 hours.
Approximately half of a panel that we had testified that some of the infants and children, since they didn't have gas masks, could in fact have died from inhalation or effects of CS gas. At the very least, the Department of Justice decision in fact resulted in the babies and children being tortured for at least 3 to 4 hours.
I'd been told that earlier in the morning, that the filters wouldn't last long. When it did block up, I'd taken my mask off only to find my face burning and stinging. It was like you had acid all over you. Some of them were trying to wipe it off with minimal amounts of their drinking water on, perhaps a rag or whatever, only to find that it made it worse. So as I say, what the children were going through, only God knows.
I saw grown men, adults, crying because of the sensation of the gas. As I say, we were fortunate in as much as we were not in an enclosed environment like the children were, being sprayed point blank and not having any ventilation.
We are now at what we believe is the next logical juncture of putting sufficient pressure on them to cause them to come out.
We saw a hole that a tank had made in the south wall of the chapel, and we were kind of standing right just inside of that. There was a heap of rubble, sheetrock, and 2x4s that the tank had pushed in. We were standing just a little back from the hole, trying to decide whether if we went out we would be shot, and as we were standing there, others were kind of coming in behind us. Next thing I knew, I kind of turned, was looking out the hole again, and all this smoke came down the outside of the building and got sucked in the hole where we were, and the whole place turned pitch black. That was the first indication that I recall of any evidence of fire.
Statement by you that they committed suicide, since we never got to talk to them, is all a conclusion that you've drawn, and as you just said, speculation on your part.
I'm trying to resolve in my mind why someone would sit in there for 6 hours with gas and not come out with a full opportunity to come out. Well, who was keeping them from doing it? Or are they compelling themselves, or what? I don't know. It has to be speculation.
I think that's the point, is we don't know.
So black you couldn't even see the flames. You could just feel the heat, oppressive heat that pushed you down on the ground. And I can remember looking at my hands, and the skin was just rolling off. There was no blisters. They were just rolling off in whole layers, you might say. And I looked back over my shoulder, and I was just horrified at the fact that I'd just come through a mass of flames.
I heard some people screaming, kind of high-pitched screams. They didn't sound anyone was like a scream of fear. It sounded like more of a scream that someone was getting burned.
We were hoping that the women in that compound would grab their children and flee out. That did not occur. Unfortunately, they bunkered down the children the best we can tell, and they allowed those children to go up in flames with them.
David Koresh, Steve Schneider, 52 other adults, 25 children, and 2 trauma-born infants perish in the April 19th fire. The Davidian survivors were taken into custody by FBI agents on the scene.
Let's go.
Clive Doyle and other injured Branch Davidians were given emergency treatment at the FBI command post. The uninjured Davidians were transferred to the custody of the ATF and booked into the county jail.
The reason we didn't wait was the thing I've tried to say several times, I'm not saying it well enough, is that from his actions on the 19th, when he had some of those people killed by gunfire, others died in the fire for not being able to leave, which I think they were concerned over, most of them, their salvation. That was his hold over them, is that he would dictate when that occurred.
Many people would argue your actions. How do you respond to their families?
It's not because of our actions. Those children are dead because David Koresh had them killed. There's no question about that. He had those fires started. He had 51 days to release those children. He chose those children to die.
I don't know who started the fire or fires. I don't know who fired bullets into these people's bodies. I don't know from what origin the bullets came from. So if we could completely agree that we do not have a definitive answer of the sourcing, then in fact what we have is an open homicide.
Is there anything that we've missed that we should go after in the remaining 2 days?
Yes, sir. I think we've missed some of the questions as to, as I mentioned earlier, why items of evidence have disappeared, why the crime scene was destroyed before it could be evaluated. These areas, especially the evidence disappearing.
I mean, you have, in essence, a crime scene that was so seriously flawed through ignorance or through an air of an elite mentality, or in fact, there was a conscious decision made to not collect evidence for any sort of serious examination other than to try and prove that the Davidians had weaponry and firepower enough to kill federal agents. Some of these bodies exhibited characteristics of perhaps being shot. Did anyone fire from any other location?
The information that we've always been given was that there was no federal gunfire on the day of April 19th. Well, in reviewing the photographs and the 302s, the statements in them, I would say there are some questions that need to be answered.
The FBI named the sniper positions Sierra 1, Sierra 2, Sierra 3. On April 19th, FBI Special Agent Charles Riley stated in his after-action report that he had heard shots fired that morning from sniper position number 1, the undercover house. The position was occupied by the Blue Sniper team, led by Special Agent Lon Horiuchi. Horiuchi stated that neither he nor his snipers fired their weapons on April 19th.
The fact that Agent Horiuchi states in his 302 that the snipers at Sierra 1, which was the undercover house, did not fire, and there is a shell casing, expended shell casing there visible on the floor, would also raise a question.
4 expended shell casings are later found at Sierra 1, the location of Agent Horiuchi's Blue Sniper team.
What makes this particularly interesting is Mr. Horiuchi, coincidentally, happens to be the FBI agent who shot and killed Vicki Weaver at Ruby Ridge and has been charged with manslaughter by the state of Idaho.
In August 1992, white separatists Randy and Vicki Weaver were involved in a standoff with the FBI at their mountain home. Agent Horiuchi shot and killed Vicki Weaver, who was standing in the window of the door holding her 10-month-old daughter.
She was standing there holding a baby in her arms, holding the door so we could get in after they'd wounded me. And this guy is still running free.
According to an internal federal government investigation, Horiuchi's shot is termed unconstitutional. Lon Horiuchi was never tried. 7 months later, he was the leader of the Blue Sniper team at Waco, accompanied by most of the FBI team from Ruby Ridge.
Our desire was to get them out, to use non-lethal means in a systematic manner so that they would come before the bar and face justice. We did not want this to occur. At some point, we had to up the ante. He was continually fortifying. He was demanding and was seeking provocation to get into a shootout with us, which we were refusing to do.
According to the FBI's on-site activity log, at 9:03 a.m., FBI command advised Sierra 2 that an unknown subject could be seen traveling on foot at the back of the building. In this aerial photo, taken at approximately 9 a.m., a Davidian appears to be leaving the building and walking toward the back of the compound. The log indicates that Falcon 2, an FBI helicopter, took off to intercept the subject. As it approaches Mount Carmel, several flashes can be seen coming from the side of the helicopter. Dr. Edward Allard, a former supervising scientist in video and television imagery at the U.S. government's Night Vision Directorate, examined the helicopter footage and concludes that the flashes are gunfire.
When we analyze these flashes, as we have done, in 1/60th of a second time frames, it appears that there's 3 shots coming from the helicopter, but in fact, each one of those 3 shots can be broken down into 1/60th time frames, 60th of a second, and we find, for instance, in the first flash, there's 5 separate shots being fired. And it's indicative of a machine gun that's firing at about 600 rounds per minute.
In this view of one of the FBI's helicopters, a pedestal-mounted machine gun can be clearly seen in the doorway.
FBI agents did not return any fire throughout the entire day, in spite of being fired upon numerous times by occupants of the compound.
On the other hand, since this is on a helicopter and people might say that it's reflections from the windshield, it's impossible for these shots that you're seeing with your own eyes to be solar reflections, because if it were so, the helicopter would have to be violently moving back and forth like a mirror in your hands, and this is impossible. So it's in our opinion, it's clearly machine gun fire from the helicopter.
In coming out, the conversation, as I remember it, was, well, if we come out, will we be shot?
According to the autopsy reports, Philip Henry was shot several times in the chest, shoulder, and head. Jimmy Riddle was shot once in the forehead. Neither of them had soot accumulation in their trachea or bronchial tubes or carbon monoxide in their blood, indicating that they died before the fire started.
Later, when I saw the autopsy report and seen that he died of a gunshot wound to the head, it made me wonder if it was in fact the snipers that were in the barn garage that was in the back of the property.
The autopsy reports also indicated extensive body mutilation to Philip Henry and Jimmy Riddle. The entire right side of Riddle's body from the shoulder to the hip had been torn away. In previous testimony, Dr. Nizam Pirwani, the medical examiner, observed that this could have been the result of the collapse of the building or an encounter with a tank tread. Philip Henry's body was interred during the year following his death. However, a new autopsy was requested by Jimmy Riddle's relatives to settle the circumstances surrounding the missing portion of Riddle's body and the gunshot wound to his head. Dr. Ron Grazier, the forensic pathologist who conducted the examination, concluded in his findings that the damage to Riddle's skeletal remains is consistent with a tank having torn the body apart. A forensic examination of the bullet entry wound in Jimmy Riddle's skull could not be conducted because the evidentiary portion of the skull was missing. Dr. Pirwani performed the original autopsy and was asked to provide a certified copy of his report for comparison. According to Riddle's relatives, the local Texas authorities and U.S. Marshals refused to allow Dr. Pirwani to turn over the documents.
We got to Dr. Pirwani's office trying to get the information on my brother, Jimmy Riddle. Dr. Pirwani told me that he didn't know why they kept trying to keep the information from us. He didn't know what they were hiding, and that he had the information, but he was ordered by the U.S. Marshals and the JPs not to release any information to me.
While Americans were watching events unfold at the front of the building, the FBI's infrared video shows what took place at the rear of the structure.
What a FLIR really does is it takes invisible radiation, which is called infrared radiation, and it converts it into visual radiation, you might say, that we can see with the eye. What we have here is a tank infantry type of an operation. As the tank moves forward, two men have dropped out of the escape hatch. They roll over, and as they roll over, they open up with automatic gunfire. We've measured the actual time of the individual flashes, and they occur at a fraction of a second, in some cases, a 30th of a second. There is absolutely nothing in nature that can cause thermal flashes to occur in a 30th of a second.
Somebody related or who had prepared a film or analyzed a film, representatives of the department and representatives of the FBI went over it in detail and concluded that there was no basis for suggesting that shots had been fired.
As the tank crushes the roof of the gymnasium, gunfire can be seen streaming into the dining room from positions in the courtyard.
I stopped counting after about 62 individual shots.
Interviewed on NBC's Meet the Press on May 4, 1997, FBI Director Louis Freeh stated that no shots were fired by any federal agents outside of the compound, and that allegations raised about gunfire seemed to be based on some inferences from infrared flash patterns and heat patterns. I think the overwhelming evidence clearly shows that no shots were fired.
It's indicative of sunlight reflecting off something and registering on the flare. It could be a thermal pattern. If it were a thermal pattern, there is nothing that persists from that.
Right.
So therefore, it is more likely to have been reflected light off of something shiny, in which the sunlight now gives an apparent temperature rise.
From the basic physics, it's safe to say that it's impossible for the Waco FLIR to detect any solar reflections of any kind.
On our wish list as investigators was taking a harder look at the FLIR. The congressional staff was never able to find or take advantage of a genuine FLIR expert to watch the FLIR video with us and to understand exactly what we were seeing.
By comparison, this Department of Defense FLIR video, taken in Somalia in October of 1993 as troops exit a helicopter, shows gunfire similar to the thermal signature on the FLIR videotape at Waco. A former analyst from the U.S. intelligence community, Maurice Cox, tested the FBI's claim, applying the principles of solar geometry. For an aircraft flying at an altitude of 9,000 feet, a flash anomaly occurring on the ground would be visible in an area only 100 feet wide. Frame-by-frame measurements of the FLIR videotape showed a repetition of 10 flashes per second, the same rate as a machine gun firing at 600 rounds per minute. According to the Sunlight Reflections Report, in order to duplicate these multiple flashes, the reflective surfaces would have to be exactly the same shape and size and positioned in an array too precise to occur by chance. To record sunlight reflections at 10 flashes per second, the FBI's small aircraft would have had to travel at Mach 1.8, nearly twice the speed of sound. The Sun Reflection Report concluded that the flash signatures on the Waco FLIR video could only have been caused by gunfire. In January 1999, Mr. Cox challenged Director Free and Bureau scientists to disprove his findings. They did not respond.
If someone comes to me to understand the data, I need to tell them the uncertainty associated with it. If the government is only telling them this was not a field of fire, well, the government is refusing to look at this, and anybody with their plain eyes could see, well, something's going on there.
You know, when you think of the fact they're shooting automatic weapons fire into a building with children in it, there's something wrong.
Dr. Allard has stated that this video shows gunfire being directed into Mount Carmel from the outside of Mount Carmel on April 19th. The only people that could have come from would have been federal agents.
Other flashes can be detected on the FLIR tape within an hour of the fire, such as this detonation in the courtyard, which has a thermal signature that is consistent with a hand grenade exploding. And more gunfire can be seen near this tank. But if the FBI's claim is true, and the hostage rescue team didn't fire at Ranch Davidians, then there is another possibility.
According to what we saw written in the Book of Nahum, we were to undergo a military-style attack. We were to be attacked by tanks and people from the military.
On the use of military personnel and heavy equipment against U.S. citizens, other questions linger. How much was used and why?
There was concern expressed that the FBI had only one hostage rescue team and they were tiring. Do you recall that conversation in that meeting?
I recall, I believe I asked for that meeting, yes.
On April 14th, just 5 days before the fire, a meeting was held between Attorney General Janet Reno, the FBI command team, and Special Forces commanders Brigadier General Peter J. Schumacher and Colonel Gerald Boykin of Delta Force. The purpose of this meeting was to convince Reno to authorize a final assault at Waco.
Military is trained to find, fix, and destroy the enemy. You don't worry about warning your military enemy of constitutional rights.
What is generally known or known in public as Delta Force is in reality called Combat Applications Group. So anybody who asks about Delta will get told with a straight face by the Army that no such organization exists. What organization does exist is Combat Applications Group, and their stated mission is to perform counterterrorism operations overseas in defense of U.S. interests.
Earlier in an opening I gave this morning with regard to the Posse Comitatus Act, just to refresh my colleagues' memories, the Posse Comitatus statute is a criminal statute that states that it's a crime to use any part of the Army or Air Force to enforce the laws of the land unless authorized by Congress or the Constitution.
There is, in my judgment, it is absolutely clear that no law was violated, no action was taken that comes close to violating Posse Comitatus or any other law General Huffman, is that do you agree with that?
Congressman, so far as the Army's involvement in this, I would say that is correct.
Yes, right here. Question about the Army Delta anti-terrorist team or any other military operational asset?
The question is, are we getting any help from the military?
From the Delta team specifically.
The question is, are we getting help from the Delta team? And we're not.
In mid-March 1993, I attended a senior executive staff meeting at CIA headquarters, and it involved senior agency management along with the liaison officers from the U.S. military, in particular from Delta Group. The briefing centered on Delta's operations in Waco, Texas.
This previously classified military document confirms the presence of Delta Force at Mount Carmel. With approval of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, an observer was deployed to the scene on March 21, 1993, accompanied by 3 other operators also characterized as observers.
One particular soldier was questioned by a member of the hearing and pressed and pressed. He did not want to reveal even the existence of Delta Force, and finally had to admit that they were present.
Originally, I was told that there was just going to be 1 or 2 Delta personnel there as observers, but during the briefing, it was mentioned that there was over 10 Delta operators at Waco, Texas, and they were not there merely as observers, but would be participating in any type of operational or tactical effort against the Branch Davidians.
My understanding is that in some way, the U.S. military, Delta Force, were advising the hostage rescue team from inside the tanks or inside the Brady fighting vehicles, or were present at the sniper posts to provide support or assistance. And those types of activities to me would mean forward deployed. They were not back at a conference room or table giving advice or saying you ought to think about this. They were out there working shoulder to shoulder with the HRT.
Approximately a year after the Waco incident, I was deployed overseas in Europe, and I had the chance to meet some of the Delta operators that I had met on previous assignments. They had told me on several different occasions during my meetings with them in Europe that not only were they forwardly deployed at Waco, Texas, but they were actually involved in a gunfight with the Branch Davidians.
When you see the individuals roll out from the tank and come around the sides and start shooting into the building, what they're doing is they're defending the vehicle. If HRT or Combat Applications Group, whoever was pulling the triggers, expected resistance, expected shots to be fired, then their moves on April 19th made tactical sense. But I did talk to some Combat Applications Group guys, and they did confirm that yes, portions of B Squadron were there, pulling triggers.
There's no doubt in my mind that the flashes on the FLIR tape was fire from semi-automatic or automatic weapon fire being returned into the building. I mean, it's inconsistent to even think otherwise. There were people there on the ground with automatic weapons, and flashes such as that only come from one thing, and it comes from rifle barrels that are firing back into the building.
Their operators had penetrated the buildings on several occasions, planting surveillance devices, listening devices, sensors. And on one occasion, I believe it was April 17th, late 17th, early 18th, Koresh was actually within 6 feet of one of the operators, and they radioed back to the Tactical Operations Center for permission to grab him. Within minutes, the word came back from Justice Department, no, we already have a plan in place. That plan, of course, being what happened on April 19th.
To me, that would be an offensive gesture. When you enter someone's home, that's pretty offensive, and I would personally have a problem with that. I think that it violates everything that I've been taught, that you don't use the military against civilian personnel in this country.
What about other reports that the military Delta Force may have been involved in one way or another? Will you make an inquiry into that as well?
We will pursue any issue that is in question.
I will not let this become a show trial with law enforcement as the defendant. These Waco hearings must not degenerate into a kangaroo court. It is unfair for us today to look at what law enforcement did at Waco in a vacuum. And it is unfair to twist the facts, making law enforcement the villain and David Koresh, the lawbreaker, the victim.
David Koresh, you may not think he was innocent. The mothers and the fathers of the children, you may not think were innocent. But those 17 children that died here were truly innocent.
We had heard during the meeting various scenarios that they were going to use down in Waco, Texas to try to bring a speedy recovery or a speedy end to what was taking place down there. And at that time, gas was talked about. A couple other situations, non-lethal situations were talked about. And the primary concern around the table was a lot of the people a lot of the Branch Davidians that were inside that building were willing or did not want to end their lives in such a fashion, especially the 17 children that were down there.
Where's God sit? On the throne? Where's that at? Point. Where's God live? Is he going to save you? How come?
Well, people ask why we didn't let the children out. If they saw all that was happening and they were in there with their children, would they have sent them out to the animals outside that were shooting at them and doing all those terrible things? No.
Federal law enforcement officers obviously did make some tactical errors prior to and during this tragic incident. And I hope this body, somebody, holds them accountable. Please, I'm pleading with you, somebody out there in the federal government still screwed up big time, okay? But they didn't start this fire.
Based upon the ATF's arson investigation, accelerants were used at all points of origin of the fire.
There's no disagreement between us that this fire was intentionally started inside the compound by the people in there using flammable liquids as accelerants.
I don't remember who it was, but he was pouring this liquid on the floor. And Papa was saying, don't pour it inside, pour it outside.
It was clear to us from listening to those tapes that the government was going to be able to prove that the Davidians, at least some of the Davidians, had a plan, and that some of the Davidians were aware of this plan.
I'm sure that the FBI down there had a lot of fiber optics, audio and visual equipment installed in the building there. I'm sure they knew exactly what the Branch Davidians' plans were, what their intentions were, if there was an attack against the building, such as a gas attack like that.
If they believed we were going to try to enter the compound, and then the way the overhears sounded, like there was one comment, we're going to wait until they come in before we light this.
Why in the world would the FBI make the assault knowing that information? It borderlines on criminal misconduct for the FBI to make that assault when they knew that he was going to respond like that, particularly on the most windy day of the year.
The FBI claimed that it never used pyrotechnic CS rounds, munitions capable of starting a fire. However, in this footage made prior to the fire, two agents are seen firing projectiles from an M79 grenade launcher into the storm shelter at the north end of the building. Seconds later, white smoke pours from the shelter. According to CS expert Colonel Rex Applegate, any tear gas that creates smoke is considered pyrotechnic.
There's been some unfortunate reporting talking about that if tear gas were utilized, it would deprive the children of oxygen and it perhaps could be fatal. What they were describing is not the type of tear gas that we are using. We're using a non-pyrotechnic type tear gas, which does not deprive them of oxygen, so it is not a lethal type gas.
This is a U.S. military Mark 651 CS projectile recovered in the aftermath of the Mount Carmel fire. It is pyrotechnic and has a burning time of 25 to 30 seconds. It generates a distinctive cloud of white smoke.
I am very, very troubled by the information I received this week suggesting that pyrotechnic devices may have been used in the early morning hours on April the 19th, 1993 at Waco. At this time, all available indications are that the devices were not directed at the main wooden compound, were discharged several hours before the fire started, and were not the cause of the fire.
In the fall of 1998, unprecedented access to the Waco evidence lockers was granted. The pyrotechnic projectiles identified in the crime scene photos were missing from the evidence boxes. However, 2 additional 40mm munitions were found. These devices are identified by the manufacturer's literature as pyrotechnic rounds. They were found in the rubble behind the compound. These munitions were examined, and the preliminary results indicated these devices may have passed through the wood structure.
I mean, are you embarrassed by this at all? I mean, you guys have had the evidence for 6 years, and then the Texas Rangers and documentary filmmakers come in. I don't know how long this guy's been working on the film, but probably a few months, maybe a year, and they come in and they discover evidence that the FBI couldn't discover in 6 years after a massive investigation and massive media coverage.
I'm not embarrassed. I'm very, very upset.
The arson report fails to identify the specific instruments used to ignite the fires or the individuals that might have used those instruments. As a result, no arson charges were ever filed against any of the Branch Davidians. What is not covered in the arson report is the presence of the government's own pyrotechnic devices at the points of origin of the fire. This flashbang device, for example, was found in the rubble of the dining room.
The flash that results as the detonation of this charge can cause a fire in any area where there is a high concentration of volatile vapors.
In the evidence locker, there are 6 pyrotechnic flashbang grenades mislabeled as silencers or gun parts. According to the Texas Department of Public Safety, they were found in the southwest corner of the building, the dining room, and the chapel, all 3 points of origin of the fire.
Now, maybe the government, the FBI, the ATF did some wrong things, but they didn't light the fire. They didn't start the fire. That is not one of these questions that is very debatable.
There are times when you cannot keep your job and put alternative explanations for data on the table.
Any of us can think about, yeah, we'll stay in a building and burn up. I don't think many people would do it, and I don't understand why they didn't come out.
At 12:10 p.m., the FLIR videotape shows at least 2 automatic weapons being fired into the back of the burning dining room, the only undamaged exit from the building.
And what we have is we have men firing automatic weapons, and they're firing into the burning building. And like some sort of a cowboy movie, they're retreating down the building and firing as they're retreating. I cannot remember something more sickening that I had to do to witness this.
According to the Justice Department report, at least 15 people were found shot to death at this location. The FBI conducted ballistic tests, which the Justice Department later termed inconclusive and rudimentary at best.
Whether or not you argue that some people committed suicide, yes, that may be, but I would say the majority of the people, the bodies that I saw, were clear-cut homicide victims.
When there was shooting going on and things like that, it's kind of tongue-in-cheek to then turn around and say, well, why didn't you come out?
As a peace officer, you're trained that killing people and taking someone's life is the absolute last thing that you ever want to do, period. You signed on to help people. You didn't sign on to kill them.
if the opinion is rendered that there was no shots fired from any other location other than from within the building, i.e. meaning the Branch Davidians shot themselves through suicide or homicide, then the government is left with a position that we are not going to do ballistics tests on anyone's weapons, whether they be Bureau officials or other officials that might have been on the scene.
The forensic evidence on the bodies themselves is very troubling. The bodies were preserved in a frozen or near frozen state inside 2 trailers for the purpose of examination. For some reason, those trailers who were under the control of the FBI were allowed to not have any electricity running to them, and the bodies deteriorated beyond which any sort of forensic evidence could be gathered. And we were very, very troubled by that.
The crime scene was declared a biohazard, and since the FBI predetermined that this was a mass suicide, the crime scene investigators were instructed to sift, wash, and bleach the evidence associated with the bodies, destroying much of its evidentiary value.
Grinding up all the crime scene. And I'm saying to myself, well, what in the hell are they doing that for? Except for, are they conveniently trying to cover up something that they don't want the public to know?
During the siege, some of the women and all of the children were sent to the bunker, located in the center of the compound. The bunker was an old church records vault which had survived a fire several years before. It is here that the remains of some of the women and the young children were found.
Based upon the fact that the majority of the women and children protected themselves by dousing themselves with water and blankets, trying to keep the smoke to a minimum, trying to prolong themselves, their life, in a nearly fireproof container, clearly demonstrates that they weren't embracing the flame, that they were trying to flee the flame.
According to their autopsy reports, some of the children were still alive during the fire, but based upon the condition of their bodies, there was evidence of a deadly explosion.
I read that the FBI on foot entered the building, shot the Davidians, and planted an explosive device on top of the church vault that he called it. We referred to it as the bunker because it's a concrete cinder block. That's another theory that could not have possibly happened in this particular incident, referring to that explosion. The explosion happened well after the building was totally destroyed. It was very unlikely that that explosion was anything other than a propane cylinder.
The fireball was created by a ruptured propane tank on the ground adjacent to the bunker. But a large hole in the roof of the bunker has never had an official acknowledgement or explanation.
What it tells me is that you had a demolition charge went off on the roof.
General Ben Parton, a former military explosive expert, testified that there were 2 explosions. This footage shows the detonation of a high explosive device on the bunker, which appears to ignite gas from a ruptured propane tank. After completion of the FBI and Texas Rangers investigation, the bunker was bulldozed into rubble. 6 years later, in 1999, permission was granted to test the residue from the blast. Strangely, however, that portion of the bunker was not found after a thorough search of the rubble.
That's a child's. I mean, that's just a
that
little
was
bit.
like a 1-year-old.
Yeah, see, that's, boom.
Yeah.
You know?
According to the FBI and ATF investigation, the Branch Davidians did possess some low-order explosives like gunpowder. But this would not be capable of penetrating 6 to 8 inches of steel-reinforced concrete like a high-order explosive such as TNT.
The blast hole at the top of the roof, you can plainly see the rebar is bent in.
The damage to the stainless steel refrigerator, which appears to have been under the blast hole, is consistent with a shape charge, and the blast being directed downward into the room in this enclosed concrete room would very likely cause some seam rupture and create a huge overpressure inside the room that would pretty much kill everybody in there. Anybody who was under this device when it was blown would have been horribly mangled, probably dismembered, pretty much like being thrown into a grain thresher.
Having examined still photographs and videotapes of the bunker, it was apparent to me that this was caused by a shape charge. But what bothers me is who would have the audacity to use such a charge.
Rather than risk your own people going in there and trying to shoot it out with them, it's a standard tactic in city fighting, in military operations of built-up terrain, to use explosives in this manner to kill people in the targeted room that you're going to attack.
The military's advice to the FBI was that it should focus on the leadership and capture or kill David Koresh.
It was to our benefit that we were able to prevent him from carrying out the second part of his prophecy, and that is that he intended to kill as many members of law enforcement as he could before his members were killed. It was to our benefit, and we're most fortunate that none of our people were injured.
Well, it's very obvious that the effort that was demonstrated there assured that there would be no survivors in the church records vault.
Was the Attorney General pressured by the White House to end the siege? What were the roles of Webster Hubbell and Vince Foster? Who actually made the decision to use CS gas with 22 children inside the Davidian compound? After 2 years, why is there still no clear answer?
Rangers had difficulties working with the FBI. They had a major responsibility. We had our responsibility, and they seemed not to go hand in hand. And as I recall, I testified before Congress about having a name in the White House I could have called to solicit the support of the federal authorities in our objective. And it turned out to be Vince Foster.
Mr. Hubbell, do you recall a meeting on or about the 14th or 15th of April that you attended with Vince Foster, with Mr. Nussbaum, and I guess some others, in which was really a turning point? Did you or others at that meeting recommend, or was there any discussion about the use of military force or equipment?
There was not any discussion about use of military force. There was discussion of having the military evaluate the FBI's plan.
The briefings by General Schumacher and Colonel Boykin of Delta Force gave Attorney General Janet Reno the assurances she needed to okay the FBI assault plan. Presidential counsel Vince Foster was the White House's point man for the Waco affair. 90 days later, Foster commits suicide.
He had a lot of things on his plate at the time, the firing the travel office being one, but nobody was killed in that one. What I think was really on his mind was Waco. To this day, I don't understand what he meant by the FBI lied to me.
Mrs. Foster said that her husband was depressed about a number of matters, and she ranked the Waco tragedy very high, as any of us would who are responsible for such an activity that resulted in such a tragedy.
In this FBI 302 report, Mrs. Foster indicates that her husband was troubled by the deaths of the children at Waco and believed that everything was his fault.
When you are troubled by something and you feel responsible for something, you can only feel responsible for it if you could have done something about it. Perhaps Mr. Foster felt that he could have done something about Waco, whether he tried to intervene, whether he was overruled.
The extensive use of governmental privileges against grand jury and criminal investigations has, of course, been a pattern through this administration. Most notably, The White House cited privilege in 1993 to prevent Justice Department and Park Police officials from reviewing documents in Vincent Foster's office in the days after his tragic death.
The day after Vince Foster died, I got a phone call from a fellow who used to be on my squad, who told me that they, not explaining who they were, but they had agreed that the FBI was going to come over and do a regular crime scene search of Vince Foster's office.
During the Whitewater investigation, Deborah Gorham testified she saw a Waco file in the security file cabinet next to Mr. Foster's desk. In addition, Michael Chertoff, counsel for the Senate committee, inquired about a letter by Vince Foster involving Waco. Neither was ever recovered during or after the crime scene search, and their whereabouts are still unknown. However, White House Secret Service agent Harry O'Neill testified that Maggie Williams was seen removing files from Foster's office the night of his death. Thomas Castleton, an intern and Mr. Foster's assistant, testified that he had also removed a box of files.
Just to let you know where we are in the state of the record. We have received evidence that, in fact, the box was in Mr. Foster's office. Did you understand the box you were taking up was a box of files that originated in Mr. Foster's office?
I did understand that, sir.
You heard that from Maggie Williams?
Yes.
And in fact, it was Maggie Williams, the Chief of Staff to the First Lady, that you accompanied in taking this box up to the residence, right?
That's right.
What were you told by Maggie Williams about why the box was being taken up to the residence?
I was told that the contents of the box needed to be reviewed.
Reviewed by whom?
By the First Lady.
Maggie Williams was Mrs. Clinton's chief of staff. Maggie Williams took out, you can't call it anything else but what it is. It was evidence.
One of the interesting things that happens in an investigation is you begin to get anonymous phone calls. And we, in fact, received anonymous phone calls from Justice Department managers and attorneys who believed that pressure was placed on Janet Reno by Webb Hubbell and pressure that came from the First Lady of the United States. Now, we believed that because the military was present at Waco in some capacity, that the president may have made a decision to allow that to happen, following some sort of a legal protocol where he says this is of such a serious nature they need to be involved. And we asked for those documents and asked to see National Security Council documents. And were not provided with any information that enabled us to reach a conclusion.
It's a serious allegation that the president interfered with, changed, moved up the decision. And we can't just bandy these things around unless we have some real evidence.
If Combat Applications Group was on the ground that day, actually pulling triggers, the origin of that operation would have come directly from the White House. It would have come from the president, because Combat Applications Group is, for all intents and purposes, the president's private army.
It was discussed at the meeting that the senior levels of the Clinton administration had authorized Delta to be deployed to Waco, Texas, and not just 2 or 3 people deployed there, but enough people there to get the job done.
As we come to an end, all of us are looking for anything that happened in these hearings after 8 days and nights to indicate not that General Reno had something to do with this, but now the president. Well, after we've exhausted that bit, the only one left that I can think of is the butler. Maybe the butler did it. I am surprised you hadn't tried to subpoena the butler by now.
Our disappointment could not have been greater as professionals and as humans who care about the plight of others when the investigation was terminated by Congress.
As I count up the deaths here, 86, and then if you want to make the leap that Oklahoma City has some connection because it was done on the anniversary of Waco, that's another 160, give or take. So you're talking 246 lives, and for this Congress to try to oversee what in the hell happened and how did it happen. It just seems to be talking about the butler did it, a little capricious, a little frivolous, and that's just my opinion. I yield my time to Mr. McCullum.
It's a struggle we've had. I was Attorney General when the Freedom of Information Act was passed, and the government hated the Freedom of Information Act. They hated me for pressing for it because they don't want to be questioned about what they do. They don't want to have to explain what they do. And yet, if you want to be a free society, if you want to have justice, if you want to avoid a police state, you better know what your government does. You better insist upon a right to know what your government does.
Even though you have a $20 million investigation, you don't have $20 million answers. There's nothing about Waco I feel good about. But imagine seeing small children disarticulated with bullets and debris, and having to pick up their body and their head comes off in your left hand and their body comes apart in your right hand. And, I mean, that leaves a horrible, absolutely indelible, etched in your brain memory of a tragedy.
The prosecutors during our trial tried to prove conspiracy and murder, and all 11 defendants were found by a jury to be not guilty of those two charges. And I think that, to me, is for the president and for any media or anybody in this committee to continue to refer to us as murderers, I feel that's unjust.
The government cannot be proud about what they did on February the 28th. They cannot be proud about what they did on April the 19th. And they certainly can't be happy about what this jury said to them today.
We found all of the defendants not guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and of murder. In essence, there was no way we could say that they did not use firearms.
I think the jury totally rejected the scary idea that came out in final argument that someone who would study a certain religion by virtue of the way he thinks would be guilty of a conspiracy to murder federal agents. That, I think, is one clear message that came out of this trial.
What we came to realize, too late to correct, was that we could not have found them guilty of using firearms without having found them guilty of either conspiracy to murder or murder. Those two charges were tied together.
When the judge looked at the jury's verdict, he said this finding of guilty to commission of a federal offense is inconsistent. I'll throw it out. But then he changed his mind, and when it came to sentencing, he stood the jury's verdict on its head. He said in his sentencing speech that since they were guilty of using a weapon in the commission of a federal offense, he would find that the federal offense was murder and conspiracy to commit murder. He went further on to say, you murdered not only the ATF agents, but your own co-religionist.
Federal sentencing guidelines allowed Judge Smith to choose a sentence of between 5 and 40 years. He gave all but 2 defendants the maximum sentence of 40 years in federal prison.
I knew what was going to happen. I knew what the agents were going to say, what they're going to blame myself and others in there for. But, you know, it was just something I had to go through.
I'm a school teacher, and it's, you know, a good opportunity for me to get away from the kids and forget all about them for a while and just come and relax for a while.
Paul Fatter was not at the initial February 28th shootout with the ATF, but was charged with aiding and abetting and was also given a maximum sentence of 15 years.
I don't like being in prison. You know, I don't like this situation. It's a futile experience. I don't understand it. I don't think it's making me a better person, but I believe it's all for a reason. The system had every opportunity to be fair and honest and truthful and treat us properly, and they chose not to. They chose to lie, to deceive, and to cover up, to cover their positions or their retirement or their whatever it may be. And that's something they got to deal with. They got to look at themselves in the mirror every morning and say that, hey, I made decisions that ended up costing a lot of people their lives.
I want to say that Branch Davidians are not anti-government. We're not anti-law enforcement. And I'm sorry that there are 4 agents that are dead and there are a lot that are wounded. But we lost 85 our friends and family too. And it was unnecessary. I hear a lot of people saying that, that they hope this will never happen again, what happened to us. I believe that what happened to us was just the beginning.
Many of us had a heartfelt concern for individuals that chose a particular lifestyle that was a little bit of an off-brand lifestyle and who were cavalierly thought of as unimportant and thought of as people who simply committed suicide or simply burned themselves up. And that claim, being so widely held by everything, is also the type of thing that the investigator wants to get in under and really find out if there's another side to the story.
They were my life. They meant everything to me, and they still do. And I thank God for the hope that one day, and I hope it's soon, that I'll be able to put my arms around them and play with them again and take care of them, God willing.
We cannot put this government in the seat of God and go along with this government and say, look, you can take life anytime you well please, just like you did right before our very eyes. We had a play-by-play just like it was a football game. But you can't do this.
I think the media needs to be the watchdog for the people. I mean, that's why it's the First Amendment. It's not the Second, not the 16th. It's the First Amendment. Somebody way back when thought it was very important that the media be the watchdog. I mean, in this system of checks and balances. And in this instance, it was asleep.
If we choose to learn from our mistakes, it is from admitting our errors that we come closer to understanding how we might prevent tragedies like these from happening in the future. Those who cannot admit their mistakes, well, all we can do is offer our prayers. Our government is an imperfect one, compromised of imperfect people. It can only be as good as we choose to make it. We have come too far to quit or to coast. We must continue to make it better. For we must not allow ourselves to become bitter, only better. Perhaps the greatest lesson to be learned is often the most difficult to remember until it's too late. And that is, life is very precious. It happens in moments, not seconds, not minutes, not hours, but in moments. And let us forgive, but let us never forget as we move from ashes to understanding.
All right, everybody. That was Waco New Revelations documentary, and we've been sharing various footage, various documentary material here on the live stream for Waco. Hopefully, you guys can hear me all right. If you guys in the chat still, if you wouldn't mind, just give me a shout out saying that you can hear my audio right now. But we just left the Waco location of Mount Carmel, and we were talking with Pastor Charles Pace, who is the current property manager there. There is sort of a divide between the Waco survivors and Charles. From my understanding, currently, Charles was not at the actual Mount Carmel siege. However, he does consider himself a David Koresh survivor because years before he was calling out some of David's erroneous hypocrisies, theology, claiming to be a Messiah, taking people's wives because he believed himself a Christ. And so in that way, Charles Pace believes that he is one of the only practicing Branch Davidians still of that whole group, just because he was ordained to teach that doctrine, and so that's what gives him the kind of the authority over the property as a pastor, and because the property's in the pastor in the church's name, and it seems not many of the other survivors, or so Pace claims, not many of them are still practicing. And he also believes that they were blinded in a way because they viewed Koresh as a Messiah. And so that's kind of the story there of why there's two different events happening here on the 30th. However, there are many parallels between the two regarding the conspiracy of the government to just destroy that compound, destroy those people. So both groups definitely hold to the fact that there is a major cover-up with this topic. So Jeremiah, what are some of your final thoughts of the day?
I have a mouthful of granola water. I'm trying to drive, but I agree with you. You kind of see both sides, and you guys can make up your own mind, just like we made up our own minds. And right?
Exactly.
That's what it's all about.
How about you, Sheila? You're back there.
I'm torn too, but I thought it was great today. It's good exposure of, the government shouldn't get away with murdering innocent people, which is exactly what they did to Rob. So I believe together we can make a difference. If we don't stand together, we're all going to die alone.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my takeaway. We see that the Branch Davidians, which was a break off of the Seventh-day Adventist Church called the Davidians, and a break off from them were the Branch Davidians, whom eventually Koresh came in and became the leader for their congregation. But what I draw from this whole topic is just the fact that they were, in a way, precursors of a community of people building their lives outside of the Babylonian system, or the big city trap. And now in recent years we see many different conspiracies and challenges for people that live in the city system, such as COVID lockdowns, protocols, such as coming central bank digital currencies. The writing's on the wall in terms of quickly being fulfilled biblical prophecy that would cause many faith congregations, religious communities to move outside of the city and try to build community outside of Babylon, just like the Branch Davidians did. And so is what happened with them a foreshadow and a warning of what could happen as more and more people build communities outside of the system, as they were doing? And it's also very telling. We had several individuals there that saw past some of the cult-like ideologies of David Koresh. One of the gentlemen that was on the live stream, he didn't want to continue on with the congregation because he didn't believe in the lifelong celibacy and giving, their women to Koresh as wives, which all of that seems, like they saw past the lie. And unfortunately, because so many people at the compound believed Koresh as a Christ, as a fulfillment of biblical prophecy, they followed him to their death. And so that's what we're seeing there. And yeah, guys, I think that was a great, this has been a long live stream, 6 hours. You stuck around, hopefully it's been educational. Hopefully you
enjoyed seeking the truth with us.
Yeah. Thank you for your joining us on our search for the truth. Still have a lot of questions and thoughts, especially on just some of the belief sets. I personally, I don't really know. We haven't had a chance to interview many of the survivors yet, other just some conversations. So hopefully we'll have that opportunity in the coming days, and we'll have a really cool special segment for you guys once we compile it all together. So thank you guys for watching. We're going to go ahead and end this with one more premiere of Sheila's new book, The Protocol That Kills. Please get the word out. This is super important for people to get this text. And if you guys haven't yet, please order it on Amazon. You're going to help Sheila get on the top sellers list, which will put it in front of way more people and just help boost the message. So please leave a review on Amazon. And thank you guys for your help. And thank you for your time and attention tuning into our live broadcast today. So until next time, here's our promo.
Did you know that a government-incentivized hospital protocol has led to the deaths of untold numbers of unsuspecting people? The Association of American Physicians and Surgeons noted, "We now see government-dictated medical care at its worst in our history, since the federal government mandated these ineffective and dangerous treatments, and then created financial incentives for hospitals and doctors to use only those approved and paid for approaches." The book, The Protocol That Kills, exposes the lethal regimen adopted by hospitals to maximize profits at the expense of patients' lives. This exhaustive expose provides a first-hand account of the protocol in action as it was invoked on an otherwise strong and healthy 52-year-old Rob Skiba, who was diagnosed with a viral infection by the admitting hospital. Within 40 days, this valiant Army veteran who had sworn to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, had fallen at the hands of a government-incentivized domestic enemy. This over 400-page true crime story uncovers every aspect of this lethal protocol in action, despite the protests of Rob Skiba and his wife. It includes disheartening text messages from Rob, who was locked away from his wife because she was forbidden to enter the hospital in the name of the protocol. Lawfully recorded detailed conversations his wife had with doctors, therapists, nurses, and hospital staff. Numerous pages extracted from the over 5,000-page hospital record that exposed the protocol that led to his tragic death. The testimony of a medical expert who provided his detailed analysis of the case. Invaluable and timely insights of a legal counsel who provides the story behind the story by providing crucial details and evidence, along with over 100 citations from clinical studies, medical journals, federal regulations, and relevant books and articles that prove Rob did not die of natural causes, but due to the perpetrator's insistence that he follow the mandated and inhumane protocol that kills. As Richard Bartlett, MD, says, this book shares a wealth of critical insights that will greatly aid in preventing future needless losses of life. The purpose of this book is to sound an alarm of a clear and present danger, as this lethal protocol is still being used against patients in hospitals all across America, and to provide you with essential insights that could help save your life or the life of someone you love. To be forewarned is to be forearmed. Get a copy today at theprotocolthatkills.com.